Place, Surrey, Friday, 30 March, 1832. Raucous laughter, drunken shouting. Devil take them! Lady Alice Ancaster opened her eyes and stared up at the tester. What time is it? She sat up in not quite complete darkness. She pulled the edge of the bed curtain to one side. The window curtains remained closed, meaning her maid hadn't yet risen, though the drunken louts would soon rouse Aunt Julia's household. Dawn had cracked, it seemed, but only just. It was remarkable how much noise 3 inebriated men could make. She'd last seen them departing for the fishing house for a night of carousing. They couldn't have stayed there. They must come here, directly under her window. I have to kill them, she said. She flung back the bedclothes and said bad words. She pushed the bed curtains fully open and said worse words. She stumbled getting out of bed, but found her slippers. As her eyes adjusted to the heavy grey light of a damp morning, she discerned her dressing gown neatly laid out at the foot of the bed. She pulled it on and started for the window. More shouting and laughter. Then the crack of a pistol. She leapt to the window in time to see her brother fall to the ground. "Hugh!" She ran from the room. "Is he dead? He'd better not be dead." Alice tried to pull free of the Duke of Blackwood's grasp. "Let me see." He wouldn't loosen his hold. She jammed an elbow into his ribs, not gently, and struck her heel against his shin. He made a small noise, barely an oof, but his grip eased enough so that she could pull free. She fell to her knees beside her brother. Black powder streaked Ripley's face. Blood, too. He seemed so still. She put her hand on his chest. Through layers of coat, waistcoat, linen, she felt warmth and the unmistakable rise and fall. Breathing, still alive. She swallowed panic and made her voice clear and sharp. "Don't stand there like the worthless pieces of lumber you are. Send for a doctor. Now! Call for a litter. Make haste. He can't be let to lie here."
"Stunned, you know. That's all," the Duke of Ashmont said. "Pistol. Went off in Ripley's face, didn't it?"
He turned his bleary blue gaze to Blackwood. Blackwood blinked, one dark eye opening more slowly than the other. He nodded.
"Went off in his face."
"Get help," she said. Ashmont dragged a hand through his blonde curls. He shook his head, as though he had a hope of clearing it that way. Then he started away, stumbled, and fell over, and lay there. "Juno, give me strength," she said. She became aware of the Duke of Blackwood crouching beside her.
"Not dead,"
he said. He swayed, and she put out a hand to push him away. That was all she needed, one of these great oafs falling on her. "He might have been killed," she said. "What is wrong with you? Drunk, shooting off pistols, so close to the house? And this house, of all places. Do you 3 think of anybody else, ever? And you, the one I believed had a functioning brain. You let this happen." She bent over her brother. "Oh, Hugh." She brushed his black hair from his face. His eyes opened, green like hers, also bloodshot, unlike hers. She took one of his hands. The glove was burnt in places.
"I reckon it misfired," Blackwood said.
A corner of Hugh's mouth turned up.
"You reckon?"
He laughed, then winced, then started coughing. Blackwood pulled her back and dragged her to her feet, an instant before the Duke of Ripley rolled over and cast up his accounts.
"He's all right," Blackwood said. "Stunned. That's all.
He's burnt.
Yes. Go back to bed now. Cold out here, damp. You'll catch your death.
He waved a hand up and down, indicating her attire.
Not enough clothes.
He was swaying, blinking, his words slurring together. She grasped his lapels and shook him, an impossible feat had he been sober. This was because the Duke of Blackwood, like his two friends, was over 6 feet tall and solid muscle, including his head, and could not be moved when he chose not to be moved. "Wake up," she said. "Get my brother out of the wet and into the house. I don't care how you do it, but you'd better not upset Aunt Julia." Their selfishness passed all bounds. To behave so, at a house to which death had brought such acute grief. If Ripley had been killed... An image flashed into her mind of a smirking face and a short, unpleasant conversation. But her brother wasn't dead. Yet. She nodded toward Ashmont, who remained on the ground, smiling up at the cloud-thickened sky. "And while you're at it, drag luscious Lucius over there to a trough or pump and get him back in his senses, to the extent that is possible. Do you understand?" Blackwood's gaze slid from her face down to her hands, still clutching his lapels.
"Best let go, then, don't you think?"
She jerked her hands free, and he staggered back a pace. "I hate you," she said. "I shall never forgive you." She wanted to cry. She wanted desperately to cry. She was so tired of this. And it was never going to get better. She knew that. She'd known it for a good while. They were hopeless. They're disgraces. That was what the world called the 3 dukes, and the world wasn't wrong. But she would not cry in front of them. Ripley was alive, for now, and there was nothing she could do for or about him. Time to face facts. These were the men they'd become. They were not going to turn into better men. They'd only grow worse, and it was mad to hope otherwise. She would have to make a plan. Giles Bouverie-Lyon, 8th Duke of Blackwood, Marquess of Rossmore, Earl of Reddick, etc., etc., became suddenly and unhappily sober. He watched Alice march away, dressing gown floating about her in the morning mist, and revealing a great deal more of her tall, shapely body than her usual attire did. No stiff petticoats concealed her hips. No gigantic sleeves turned her arms into balloons. Her nightcap had fallen askew, her braid was loosening, and long waving locks of black hair trailed over her shoulders. The stuff that dreams are made on. A dream, no more. He'd made his choice years ago. An easy choice at 17. His friends, or the girl. He'd made the choice here, at Camberley Place, during the annual late summer gathering of cousins and friends. He, Ripley, and Ashmont had gone down to the fishing house, as they usually did, but Ripley was watching him in an odd way. Then when Ashmont settled down to serious fishing, Ripley drew Blackwood aside. "Don't look at Alice that way," he said. And Blackwood, heart pounding with guilt, instantly took offence. "What way?" "You know what I mean. You're getting ideas and you'll give her ideas and it won't do." Too late, he could have told his friend. He'd got the ideas. He understood the warning all too well, though. Alice was 15. She was a gently bred maiden, a lady. He, Ashmont, and Ripley were wild and rebellious and ill-behaved. They broke any number of rules, but innocent girls were sacrosanct, also dangerous and complicated, and far too much trouble for too little fun. Best to pretend they didn't exist.
If you want Alice, you've got to take the respectable road, Ripley said. My sister deserves Sir Bloody Galahad, and that's not us. Not me, not you, not Ashmont, by a long stretch. If you're with us, you can't be with her. I won't have her trifled with. I won't have her hurt. She bore enough of that with my father. I would never hurt Alice. Then make up your mind. Us or her?
Not the hardest choice at 17. A life of excitement, adventures, pranks, fights, parties, not-so-innocent girls, and general rule-breaking with the two fellows who'd stick with you through thick and thin, or a life of following rules. At 17 he'd had more than enough of following rules. He'd chosen the friends. Easy enough at first, easy enough when he and she were miles and miles apart, but when Alice was nearby, inches away. He'd lost his head once, and hurt her. He'd stuffed the memory into a deep mental cavern, but it escaped from time to time to haunt him. It was all too easy for a man like Blackwood to hurt her, to cause damage unthinkingly. Had Ripley been killed this morning? But he hadn't, and the best way for Blackwood to atone was to clean up the mess he and his friends had created. He made himself look away from Alice's retreating figure and attend to the business at hand. He gazed down at Ashmont, who still lay on the ground, smiling up at the dark clouds massing overhead.
This always happens when you're about, Blackwood said. Can't take you anywhere.
The pistol. Ashmont's idea. An ancient pistol they'd found. Where? He couldn't remember. Had they been so lost to reason as to let Ashmont load it? Or had Ripley done that? Or did I do it? Blackwood's stomach knotted. He knew better than anybody the correct way to clean and load a pistol. He turned back to Ripley. Black in the face, with streaks of red and, well, not pretty, in short. All things considered, not so bad, still.
Done puking, Blackwood said.
Ripley sat up fully.
Dare say. Want a doctor?
Hell no. One of the servants burst through the door of the south front and ran to them.
Her ladyship said there was an accident.
Don't fuss, Ripley said. Send Snow to me.
Not only Snow, Blackwood said. All three of our manservants. And have the carriage readied.
Carriage? Ripley said. We got here only the day before yesterday. My aunt,
Lady Charles, has seen enough of you. You've never been beautiful, but at present you'll frighten small children and dogs. You most certainly will upset her. We'd do well to make our exit, and quickly.
Lord and Lady Charles Ancaster had always made Blackwood feel as welcome as their nephew. Their home had been a refuge from the time he, Ripley, and Ashmont had first become schoolmates and friends. Lady Charles had lost her husband 2 years ago. She missed him very much. They all did. They three had behaved badly. True, they always did. And true, she was used to them and forgave a great deal. All the same, they ought to have confined their games and dares to the fishing house down by the river, well away from the main house. As to shooting the old pistol, unforgivably careless. He put out a hand. Ripley grabbed it and winced as he hauled himself upright.
My sister frightened you? That it?
Ripley said.
Yes. Me too, sometimes. Not sure how she does it, but mustn't let her catch on. Can't let her forget who's head of the family.
He looked over at Ashmont.
What about him? We'll throw him over a horse and take him to one of the inns at Guildford, Blackwood said. The servants can follow. I want to be gone. Now."
Most of all, he wanted not to be ashamed. But there were cures for that, and for many other maladies. The dukes wisely vacated the premises. Since out of sight did not equal out of mind, after breakfast, Alice walked down to the fishing house. There she knew she'd find the solitude she needed. She brought a book with her. The small stone building was a square one-room structure. It held a fireplace, an ancient marble table, and 3 chairs. When the dukes visited, the servants brought down camp beds, linens, and other furnishings, as well as food. Not luxurious by any means, but luxury wasn't what one came here for. The servants had tidied the place promptly after the Duke's departure. All Alice had to do was rebuild the fire before she settled at the table to read. From time to time, she looked up at one of the diamond-leaded windows. Man, from the remotest antiquity, found it convenient to exert his strength to subjugate his companion, and his invention to show that she ought to have her neck bent under the yoke, because she, as well as the brute creation, was created to do his pleasure. Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman was not precisely Alice's Bible, but close enough. 40 years, she said. 40 years since you wrote this, Mrs. Wollstonecraft, and nothing has changed. She set down the book and rose. She walked to the door, opened it, and looked out at the river. More than 2 years had passed since her Uncle Charles's funeral. A fog of grief blanketed those days. One incident, though, remained starkly clear. After the will had been read, and everybody else had apparently left the library, Alice had returned to search for the book about the Knights of the Round Table. A number of fine ancient items lived in the room. There was a chest, once belonging to King James I. One of King Charles II's writing desks had been another perquisite of some ancestor's position at court. The curio cabinets held scores of treasures. But the Recueil des Romans des Chevaliers de la Table Ronde was most beautiful and precious to her, on more counts than one. It had captured her imagination shortly before her 10th birthday. After her own knights in shining armour, Uncle Charles and Aunt Julia had rescued her from the Tollstone Academy for Girls. This day she found her unpleasant cousin Lord Warbury lurking in the library. He was bent over the book, which lay on the royal writing desk. He gave her an assessing look, up and down, his light brown eyes mocking. She responded with a coolly polite smile. She'd humiliated him years ago. He'd got what he deserved, though he'd never see it that way.
"Congratulations," he said. "Ripley gets everything."
Uncle Charles's will hadn't mentioned Warbury, because Uncle Charles knew he was a poisonous black mould on the Ancaster escutcheon. "It was mainly Ripley's to start with," she said. "Camberley Place was our father's and his father's, and so on, as you know. Uncle Charles had taken it over when she was a child, when her father had begun neglecting his properties. Economizing, Papa called it.
"And Ripley's heir will inherit everything," Warbury said. "Not you, not Lady Charles, none of her daughters."
"How kind of you to be concerned on the lady's account," she said. "But as you must have heard a short time ago, my uncle left his wife amply provided for. His daughters have married well. Certainly Ripley will make sure that no member of his family wants for anything."
"I dare say he will. Ripley's a generous fellow. And if, heaven forfend, he leaves us, John Ancaster will carry on in the same manner. All will be well."
He smirked, and stroked the book cover, and it wanted every iota of her self-control to keep from bashing his head on the desk. How dare he touch it? How dare he pollute this house with his presence? But he was a vulture, and somebody had died, and he was bound to hope he could pick at the carcass. Nobody had wanted to chase him away, because he was all too likely to make a scene and cause Aunt Julia further distress. They'd treated him to cold courtesy instead. He pretended not to notice, but of course he'd nurse a grudge. "Quite so," she said. She started to turn away, to put distance between them, before her temper got the better of her. "Let's hope they both live long, then, eh?" he said. "Or sire sons before they go, because after them it's—" A long pause ensued, while he pretended to think. "Oh, dear, the next in line for the dukedom seems to be me," he shook his head. "And then, I suspect, it will not be quite the same." Alice came back to the present, her gaze still upon the river, sparkling in the capricious sunlight. "No, nothing will be the same," she said softly. Only a simpleton would believe the day would never arrive when Warbury inherited, when all this and more would be his. The morning's events had made that as clear and sharp as a slap in the face. She remained at the fishing house, looking into the future. Eventually rage and anxiety settled to a bearable level. Late that afternoon, she felt composed enough to consult her aunts Julia and Florentia. The conversation was long and painful. When she wrote to her best friend, Alice kept matters to essentials. "My dearest Cassandra, it seems I cannot go on being content with my life as it is. My brother and his two friends show no signs of moderating their behaviour. To ask for maturity is asking for the moon. With John Ancaster's recent death, my not distant enough cousin Warbury becomes my brother's heir. Since Ripley's behaviour promises an untimely demise, I need not explain the consequences for the dukedom and all those dependent upon it. I am only one of many, but one of the few able to do anything about it. I'll soon be 25, and as the aunts pointed out, my situation is not secure. Unlike you, I haven't 7 more or less loving brothers or open-minded grandparents. Ergo, I must undertake the perilous quest of finding a husband. This involves 2 dragons, society in general, and men specifically. The ton isn't wrong to disapprove of and fear my brother and his friends. These same people don't know me very well, which means I shall have to establish my perfectly unexceptionable wife credentials. As to the male of the species, you know what my father was like. My mother had no inkling when she wed him, and she was helpless to stop him from sending me away to that so-called school. Marriage is a gamble, and one isn't wrong to worry about choosing badly. Still, you and I have taken all the precautions we can. We're not helpless women. In sum, I cannot rejoin you in Florence, and you are not to think of returning to England for the present. The aunts say it will want 6 months to a year for the scandal to die down, and for your father to achieve a calmer frame of mind, as Aunt Julia puts it. She, meanwhile, is writing a letter to Ripley, warning him to stay away from London until I have completed my quest. This is a horrid short letter on so grave and disruptive a subject, I know. However, it is as much as I trust myself to say intelligibly at present. By the time we return to London, I hope to have achieved a calmer frame of mind myself. I love you dearly and miss you dreadfully. Your most affectionate, Alice. London, evening of the following day. The Duke of Ripley was late, joining his two friends at Ashmont House. They gathered in Ashmont's capacious dressing-room, as they often did before an evening's entertainment.
"Change of plans," he said. "Can't stay in London."
He flung himself into one of the 3 chairs set before the fire and tossed a letter onto the small table there. Blackwood took up the letter. He recognised the handwriting.
"From Lady Charles. I'll save Ashmont the trouble of reading it, rather than risk injuring the delicate workings of his brain," Ripley said. "Aunt Julia says Alice is going on the marriage mart, and I'm to keep well away, so as not to cast a shadow over the proceedings and frighten away her lovers."
Blackwood froze, his startled gaze on his friend, and his mind going black for an instant, as though Ripley had thrown him against a wall. He was aware of Ashmont speaking, but the voice seemed to come from a great distance.
"Marriage mart?"
Ashmont said.
"Alice? But she never bothered about it before. She's bothering about it now," Ripley said. "That's a facer,"
Ashmont said. He rubbed a knuckle against his perfect nose.
"Alice, getting married? Already? What a funny thing. I had an idea she'd marry me one of these days, you know, after I was ready to be reformed and everything. Alice is too intelligent to marry you, even if I'd allow it, which I wouldn't. To tell the truth, I wouldn't allow it either, if I were you," Ashmont said. "If I had a sister, I wouldn't let her marry any of us." "Of course not," Blackwood thought. "Out of the question. Alice deserved Sir Bloody Galahad, not a drunken troublemaker of a degenerate who let his friends fire defective pistols. All the same, it was hard to take in." He found his voice at last. "This is a surprise. She said nothing of such plans. The opposite. She and Lady Kempton planned to return to the continent." "Read it for yourself," Ripley said. "The point is, I've promised my aunt I'll be a good boy and go away, as she commands. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Past time Alice thought of marrying. I ought to be glad she doesn't mean to try her luck with foreigners. Titles over there don't mean much, and half these so-called noblemen haven't a pot to piss in."
Blackwood unfolded and smoothed out the letter his friend had wrinkled. He began reading, but the words blurred as his mind retreated to the past. The first time he'd seen Alice, she was 10 years old. He'd watched, heart in mouth, while she climbed out of a second-floor window of Camberley Place and descended via the ivy-encrusted bricks. Alice was escaping durance vile, her brother had explained.
"She had a bad time of it early in the year," he said. "A grim sort of school my father sent her to. Don't know exactly what happened there, but it didn't agree with her. Now she and my Aunt Julia's niece Cassandra Pomfret are practising to be warriors or knights, or some such. Maybe both. All things considered, it's best to let Alice go her way, because she will, whether we like it or not, and then things get complicated. So the rule is we keep out of it, unless you know there's murder or that sort of thing."
Other memories crowded in. Alice, that day, jumping to the ground and throwing a triumphant grin his way as she ran by the 2 boys. Alice, teasing Blackwood when he failed to decipher the girl's secret code. Alice squinting as she aimed a pistol while his hand guided her arm to the correct position. Alice, her head tipped back, looking up at him and laughing, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. Alice, in his arms. Once. All in the past, and the past was done, he told himself. He'd made his choice, and it was a decade too late to unchoose. He let the curtain fall, shutting out the scenes. He refilled his wine-glass and read the letter through. He set it aside. "We'd better start
packing," he said.
Chapter 2. Fashionable Arrivals. Lady Kempton and Lady Alice Ancaster on Wednesday afternoon at Sussex Place, the Regent's Park. Fox's Morning Spectacle, Thursday, 5 April, 1832. Since the return to London of a high-ranking peer's beautiful and charming sister, floral tributes fill the rooms of a fashionable Regent's Park abode, and a steady parade of callers may be seen on days when the ladies are at home. Fox's Morning Spectacle, Wednesday, 11 April, 1832. Hatchard's Bookshop, Piccadilly, Wednesday, 11 April, 1832. She came, she saw, she conquered. The Duke of Doveridge didn't know he was conquered. Men rarely do, until it's too late. Others in the vicinity could have enlightened him. One of these was Lord Frederick Beckingham, uncle and erstwhile guardian to the Duke of Ashmont, and very possibly the most perceptive gentleman in London, to a point. Although Doveridge had appointed to meet him here, his Grace, caught up in a discussion with the senior clerk, failed to notice Lord Frederick's arrival. Doveridge noticed the one shortly afterward, however. Still busy with the clerk, he felt the air stir about him. A glance at the entrance showed him two ladies. He broke off mid-sentence, his grey gaze fixed on Lady Kempton's tall, dark-haired companion. She was not pretty, any more than a goddess is pretty. Her features were firmly sculpted, a straight, decided nose, splendid cheekbones and jaw. As to her mouth, oh, not a pretty mouth at all, but one that put mad ideas into a man's head, though he was no puppy or green schoolboy, but a hardened bachelor of 42 years. It was the mouth, some wise observers said, that reduced a man to a blithering idiot. It was unfashionably wide, full, and inviting, and at present offered a faint, dangerous hint of a smile, the kind that seemed to hold a universe of possibilities. None of these distinctive features offered a clue to what she was thinking. "I know her," he thought. "I'm sure I know her." He ought to. He knew everybody. He was a duke, a preposterously rich and influential one. He'd been one of the previous king's favourites, and continued in that not always enviable position in the present court. Forgetting whatever it was he'd come for, or had been talking about, he walked away from the clerk and toward the goddess. He did recognise her chaperone, Lady Kempton, a handsome middle-aged widow. He greeted her with his usual grace and charm, but it wanted all his sense of dignity not to let his gaze fix on the young lady with her. He was aware of his heart beating in an immoderate manner, while he tried frantically to remember something, anything to do with this stunning creature. Had he not read something, very recently? No use. His mind refused to function properly. "Ah, Duke, we had not looked to see you back in London quite yet," said Lady Kempton. "But you are fully well? Fully recovered, I see." He was too old a hand to flush at the reminder of his recent infirmity, a bout with sciatica that had nearly crippled him, and common enough in men and women of any age. All the same, he'd prefer not to be reminded when a shockingly attractive young woman was present. Perhaps he winced a little on the inside. "A mild indisposition. No more," he said, "along with a disposition to breathe cleaner air and get away from the noise of politics for a time." Then she spoke. "I know that look," she said. "Duke, you are trying to put a name to my face." Lady Campton threw her a reproving glance, which she ignored.
"I am asking myself how I could forget," he said.
"Easily. We were introduced during my first season. You were so gallant as to dance with me. Pray don't trouble your mind trying to remember. I've been abroad a great deal, and I was not memorable that evening. It was my brother and his friends who attracted all the attention."
"I fail to see how you could fail to attract attention," he said, "if an elephant erupted into the room, chased by 6 lionesses."
"It wasn't an elephant, but a goat," she said. "Almax. The creature was introduced to the company. You will remember her, a peaceable being who took no notice of the fuss. She was last seen being led out, the calm eye in the midst of the storm. A silk rose from a lady's dress dangled from her mouth. The scene appeared in his mind instantly. The women shrieking, running about, feathers flying, turbans toppling. 3 young men under the orchestra stand, laughing themselves sick. He had laughed too. He laughed now, and heads turned their way.
"Good heavens! How could one forget?"
"That was my brother's doing," she said. "Ripley and his friends. I'm the wretch's sister. And now I see the light dawns." He was enchanted.
"Lady Alice." "Of course."
She bowed her head a very little, and the artistic furbelows of her hat danced with the movement. She was dressed in exquisite taste, in a redingote of deep onyx. His own taste being exquisite, he did not fail to notice details indicating the forefront of Parisian fashion. He didn't remember the young lady he'd danced with. He was one of London's best dancers, and the patronesses could always count on him to lead out his share of debutantes. Whatever Lady Alice had been like on that night some 6 years ago, she was altogether different now. This sophisticated young woman would be impossible to forget, goats or no goats, or elephants for that matter. "We've come for the latest sensation," Lady Alice said. "Mrs. Trollope's book about the Americans. We're behindhand, it seems, having been abroad for so long."
"Not so far behindhand as the Americans, according to the author," the Duke said. "Be warned, the book is not for the squeamish."
Lady Alice's green eyes sparkled with mischief. She smiled, clearly amused, and the smile made him dizzy. At that point, Lord Frederick Beckingham joined them, and the Duke, aware that he was in danger of making a fool of himself, gently took his leave. He left the shop with no recollection of his appointment. He had other things on his mind. He did not see Lord Frederick's faint smile as he watched him go. "One of society's most admired young ladies has caught the eye of London's most dedicated bachelor. Where so many other fair have failed to win the gentleman's hand, will this exotic succeed?" Fox's Morning Spectacle, Monday, 23 April, 1832. Newmarket, Wednesday, 25 April, 1832. The London newspapers of days earlier lay scattered about the coffee-room of the Rutland Arms. Few gentlemen had given them more than a glance. Rumour, opinion, counter-opinion, and the occasional fact regarding the Reform Bill filled most of the columns, hardly soul-stirring, and the columns titled Sporting Intelligence could offer only old news to those on the spot at the Newmarket Craven race meeting. It had rained yesterday. It rained harder today. Nonetheless, the Dukes of Ashmont and Ripley had gone out to the racecourse and were very possibly draped over railings or lying on their faces in the mud at present, having enjoyed an eventful evening. Though he had no plans to lie on his face in the mud, the Duke of Blackwood intended to join them at some point. He'd laid out a sum on the Oatlands stakes. Afterward, win or lose, one could look forward to festive dinners. Depending on the host, one might encounter attractive women of less than strict morals. Most certainly one could expect gambling, probably fights. No, since Ashmont was about, fights were not probably, but definitely. At the moment, however, Blackwood was studying Fox's morning spectacle, seeking confirmation of news he'd heard this day. A crease formed between his black eyebrows. He frowned and tore out the offending page. He stared at it for a moment, then crumpled it. Not his affair what Alice did or with whom. He'd made his choice. He was about to hurl it into the fire when Ripley flung his great carcass into the room. "Where the devil did he go?" he said. Blackwood stuffed the scrap of newsprint into his coat pocket. His valet would go into spasms, but what were pockets for, if not to put things in? "Ashmont, you mean?" Blackwood said. "Who else? He was there. Then he was gone." Ripley threw up his hands. "Went off with a girl, I'll wager anything. The one I had my eye on, most likely. But he might have dropped a hint. I looked about, you know, and up and down, because you can't tell with him. Up on a roof, down in a ditch, half drowned in a horse trough," Blackwood said. "Hanging off the back of a hay cart. Almost got himself trampled yesterday. Yes, I was there. After this and the first spring meeting, we'll go on to Castle Ancaster," Ripley said. "Give him a rest cure." Ripley's ancestral pile occupied a sizable expanse of Yorkshire's West Riding. He'd spent thousands restoring this and his other properties. It was a beautiful place, quiet, even with Ashmont there. London was not quiet. A fierce inner struggle ensued. It was none of Blackwood's affair what she did. He wasn't Sir Bloody Galahad. His mouth opened, and the wrong words came out. "You'll have to go on without me. Tell Ashmont I've business in London that won't wait." Ripley gave him a long, hard look. He'd healed well enough from the pistol explosion, since his had never been the prettiest countenance, being rough-hewn rather than classically beautiful like Ashmont's, or otherworldly like Alice's. The small burn scars were hardly noticeable. "You let this happen. I hate you. I shall never forgive you." Alice's choked voice. The tender way she'd brushed Ripley's hair from his damaged face, watching her walk away into the mist. "Business," Ripley said. "In London. Must be deuced important." Blackwood took out the torn piece of paper and gave it to Ripley, saying, "You promised your aunt you'd keep away. Mustn't frighten off Alice's lovers. What do you reckon? They'll forget I exist? Out of sight, out of mind? But Aunt knows best." He glanced over the scrap. His green gaze grew puzzled. "I must agree with your aunt. The husband hunting will go more smoothly if you're not looming over the proceedings." "Wasn't intending to loom. What the devil do I want with their mealy-mouthed good society? Hour after hour of propriety until a fellow wants to stick a fork in his eye." Blackwood didn't want it either. He'd had too many years of freedom to relish the idea of re-entering the suffocating world Alice had entered. "Wasn't intending to interfere," Ripley went on. "Her beau, whoever he turns out to be, will have to come to me in any event for all the legal matters. If I don't like him, I'll pitch him out. Simple enough. But these women fuss over every little thing.
and one must do as Aunt Julia says. There's a bit of a problem. Rumours I heard today."
Blackwood waved a hand over the heaps of newspapers.
"Nothing there. But it turns out your cousin Warbury's in London after all." He slunk back quietly. No mention of him under fashionable arrivals.
Ripley stared at him.
"Back, is he? By gad! Everybody said he was in Calais or Calcutta or some such, hiding from his creditors."
Price Ancaster, Ripley's great-great-uncle Edward's son, and the first Viscount Warbury, had been a military hero who'd fully earned his title. Pendrick Ancaster had inherited the title, but none of his late father's stellar qualities.
"It seems he had a run of luck at cards," Blackwood said. "So he claims. A run of luck at fraud, more likely. Or he did away with his French landlady for her life savings. However he contrived it, he's in London." "I don't like it," Ripley said. "You remember the time at Camberley Place, when Cassandra Pomfret and Alice gave him a drubbing and left him sobbing in the river, because he tried to drown a kitten?
2 little girls, 12 years old to his 16,
I remember.
They march off bruised, filthy and wet, leaving us with the problem of what to do with him." He and Ripley had been 14, their fathers still alive. In those days, Blackwood held the courtesy title Marquess of Rossmore. Ripley was Earl of Killam. Blackwood saw the scene as clearly as if it played on a stage before him. Warbury cries for help as he struggles to get out of the river. Rossmore and Killam look at each other. Killam, not likely to drown. Water here's shallow. Rossmore, the stones, though, slippery, weeds too. The swine could get tangled and fall and break his skull. Killam, the world will be a better place then. Rossmore, I agree. On the other hand, there's bound to be unpleasantness, and I should like not to have my visit cut short. Killam, you think this fits the murder, or that sort of thing, category? Rossmore, very possibly. Sighs and swearing ensue. They climb down the riverbank to assist the battered bully to solid ground. They offer Wormy, as he was known at Eton and elsewhere, a few parting words of wisdom. Killam, my advice to you, cousin, is to hold your tongue about this little contretemps, on account you might not come out so well in the telling. Rossmore, and on account you might have a painful accident if you blab. Killam, one more piece of advice. Don't annoy Alice. That sort of thing never ends well. A silence ensued, while the two men reflected upon Alice. Then Blackwood said, Your aunt said Alice's situation was delicate. Because of me, us. Yes, I know. My sister needs to prove she's respectable. She doesn't need her public menace of a brother about, striking terror in her beaux' hearts. Do you imagine Warbury won't try to undermine her? You know he never forgives or forgets. You know he's a liar and a sneak. A swine. Yes, I know. Ripley scowled. This isn't good news. But we're not good for her either. We're supposed to play least in sight. Out of sight, out of mind. That was best. On the other hand, I realize this is Alice we're talking about, Blackwood said. She isn't the typical wide-eyed innocent. She wasn't that during her first season. Alice can take care of herself. Alice wants to take care of herself. The trouble is, she's lived abroad. She doesn't know London as we do. She doesn't know the men as we do. Somebody ought to be on the spot. Somebody needs to keep an eye on the men. Not only Warbury, but the fortune hunters and other bad characters. Discreetly, of course.
Ripley was taking it in, thinking. "And it's Alice," he said, "which means somebody needs to be on watch for murder or that sort of thing. If my sister needs to right a wrong, there's no saying what might happen. Didn't she have to leave Barcelona or one of those places because of a fuss with a donkey seller? Hit him with the stick he'd beat the donkey with, and set off a to-do." He sighed. "Alice, I don't doubt she'll do her best not to make a spectacle of herself or put herself in danger," Blackwood said. "As long as there isn't injustice with a capital I, then all bets are off. You understand, then? Somebody needs to be there, discreetly. You promised to keep away. Ashmont is out of the question. Discretion is a foreign country to him, on Mars." "That leaves me," Blackwood said.
Chapter 3. Sussex Place, Friday, 27th April. My dearest Cassandra, please forgive my delay in answering your last. The round of social events is not entirely to blame for leaving me with hardly a moment to think, let alone write. But all goes as smoothly as one could hope. Further acquaintance with the Duke of Doveridge has only made me admire him the more. He is one of the most diligent members of the House of Lords, as I'm sure your father will agree. The Duke is well-read, intelligent, witty, but above all, a kind and generous man. He is a staunch supporter of Madame Girard, and with her I find a cause after my own heart. I dare say your grandmother will know who she is, if you have not heard of her already. The lady is Haitian-born, but grew up in Paris, where she wed. Upon Monsieur Girard's death, she inherited an enormous fortune. She moved from Paris not long after her bereavement and settled in London, where she founded the Minerva Society as a vehicle for her philanthropy. Among other worthy schemes, it was her idea to revive the 6th Baron Digby's practice of arranging, twice yearly, the release of some of the most wretched of the Marshalsea debtors. We did this on Easter Sunday, then treated them to dinner at the nearby George Inn, as he used to do. I needn't describe to you prison conditions and the state of the debtors. You know what they are like, and this represents only one aspect of her charitable efforts. Of special interest to me is the Minerva Society's recent decision to begin the work of founding schools for pauper children. Oh, Cassandra, you know better than anybody how I feel about the subject. I spent only 3 months at the Tolstone Academy for Girls, and every minute of the experience is branded in my memory. Of course, we both understand that it was by no means the worst of places to send unwanted or unruly children. I was unruly, certainly, not the most manageable little girl. But to send a 9-year-old to such a place, 10 miles from home and mother, no great distance, but an infinity to a child who sees no hope of ever going home again. Ah, well, you know all about it. Uncle Charles and Aunt Julia rescued me. Now the Minerva Society presents an opportunity to rescue other children in vastly worse circumstances. And what do you think? Doveridge is one of our most generous benefactors. He reminds me of Uncle Charles, and that, as you well know, is high praise indeed. Still, I cannot put all my eggs in one basket. Doveridge is handsome and charming and a prize catch, but he has eluded the parson's mousetrap for years. There is also the Earl of Linford, a widower nearer to my brother's age, handsome and charming, but he too is in no haste to wed, from all I've heard. Several other gentlemen have paid me attention. This is gratifying for a girl who doesn't quite fit in. All the same, I do find the husband quest trying. You and I have spent so little time here that we are not used to London society, nor, may I add, is it used to us. We were never truly part of Parisian or Florentine or any other society either, and honestly, I had rather be elsewhere, on less humiliating business. But, thanks to my brother and his friends, I have no choice. Without a husband, I shall not be able to help myself, let alone anybody else. I made up my mind to do this, and I shall. Your most devoted and loving, Alice. Crockford's Club, London. Early evening of Saturday, 28 April, 1832.
"Damned waste is what it is," said one of the gentlemen lounging by the drawing-room window. "The raven-black hair, the evergreen eyes, the goddess-like figure. Lady Alice Ancaster might have any fellow in England. Crook her little finger and he's hers. And she picks him? 40 if he's a day."
This window, like its counterpart in the dining-room, looked out onto St. James's Street. Lord Consett having failed to glance that way at the crucial moment, it was now too late.
42, to be precise, Lord Warbury said. "In the Duke of Doveridge, the lady acquires a valuable antique, as well as the bright prospect of early widowhood. As I calculate, the assets include 70,000 a year at the very least, some dozen or more immense properties, including extensive portions of London, a collection of jewels surpassing the royal trinkets in the Tower, any number of—" "If I may interrupt," came a low voice from the doorway.
A silence fell, or crashed, rather.
"My hearing must be faulty," the voice went on. "I had the oddest notion that the name of a lady of my acquaintance was being casually bandied about the rooms of a gaming establishment. Perhaps I was mistaken."
All the colour drained from Lord Consett's countenance, and he froze, mouth open. He was not the only one of the room's occupants to grow pale. Several gentlemen, despite having nothing to do with the conversation at issue, surveyed the room for alternate departure routes. Warbury arranged his own mouth into a bland smile and set his brain to work at great speed. He could not count on his friend. The Earl of Bartham's eldest son did not own mental faculties of the highest quality. One might say a great deal about the second Viscount Warbury, and undoubtedly will. However, what one could not possibly say was, he wishes to die young and make a pretty corpse. The Duke of Ripley's heir presumptive did not wish to make a corpse of any kind at any time, unless, that is, he made it of somebody else.
"I spoke in a general sense, Duke," Warbury said, "merely enumerating the gentleman's advantages. These are by no means contemptible, as all the world acknowledge."
The gentleman in the doorway bent his dark gaze upon the paralysed with fright friend.
"Joke," Consett said. "Mean to say, not a joke, but the fellows, that is to say, all jealous, you know, of any fellow the lady would smile on. I was, trying to cheer 'em up. Ghastly choice of words, though. Not what I meant at all. Beg your pardon, Duke. Meant no disrespect. Furthest thing from my mind. Only got carried away for a moment."
"Better hope you aren't carried away permanently. On a litter," somebody murmured from behind a newspaper in another corner of the room. The recent arrival stepped into the drawing-room.
"My memory, sadly, is imperfect," he said. "Do you know, It's altogether possible for me to forget a few indiscreet remarks, should the perpetrators pass quickly out of my sight." Warbury's colour rose, and an unfriendly spark flashed in his light brown eyes. But while ruthless in many circumstances, he was, as mentioned, not eager to end his life quite yet. He turned to his friend. "As it happens, we could do with a breath of fresh air. Chances of their obtaining that article in London on this damp, fog and coal-smoke-shrouded evening were small. Since present company refrained from mentioning the fact, Warbury contrived to leave the room with his usual swagger, his acolyte following close on his heels. The Duke of Blackwood settled into his preferred chair. "Foul little ticks," he muttered. "And I've come not a minute too soon," he thought. He glanced down at the table at his elbow, where a copy of Fox's Morning Spectacle lay. He took up the newspaper. His gaze settled on one column. His mouth thinned. "Had it been Ashmont who overheard those remarks?" came a quiet voice by his shoulder. "One of those two, or perhaps both, would spend the rest of the night wetting himself in anticipation of an engagement at dawn with eternity. That would not be half so satisfying as breaking Warbury into small pieces with one's bare hands, but that would be untidy. Blackwood must not make untidy scenes or set off even a hint of scandal. He needed to be discreet. The goal was to keep off the undesirables, not kill them. He owed Alice that much. "Duels are boring," he said. The slender, dark-complected gentleman who spoke was the same who'd mentioned a litter. He took the chair on the other side of the table. "While humiliating one's enemies, to call those creatures enemies would imply that I'd take them seriously. An annoyance, then. So much more satisfying to mortify these, let us call them human gnats." "They're human, are they?" Blackwood set aside the paper. He had no objections to the Earl of Linford. Had he entertained any, his lordship would be fully aware of this fact, and would not be such a fathead as to plant himself next to a dangerous gentleman in a state of irritation. The degree of irritation was by no means obvious, even to its owner, but Linford was a keen observer. Moreover, he had known Blackwood since their earliest school days. The Earl, who'd inherited his striking good looks from his Indian mother, was a tougher article than he appeared, as the Eton bullies had learnt the hard way. Far more important, it was he who'd brought 3 miserably lonely Duke's sons together. The principals viewed this act as an inestimable kindness. Others, a great many others, held a different opinion. He took up the paper Blackwood had discarded. "No doubt you saw what led to their unfortunate remarks?" "It is whispered that a marriage is on the tapis between a peer notable for his splendid weekly entertainments and the sister of a nobleman notorious for his riotous ones. The D. of D. danced twice with Lady A., who has become a favourite of the ton this season." "What set their tongues wagging is beside the point," Blackwood said, and that wasn't entirely a lie. "What they said is the issue." "Your restraint is admirable." Blackwood's smile was sardonic. "Yes, that's what everybody admires me for. My restraint. A gentleman does not give way to his passions. One of thousands of rules and regulations crammed into his brain from infancy. Having only the one son, thanks to a second marriage late in life, the previous Duke had poured all his energies into making that one
perfect. The strictures currently reposed in a gigantic tome in Blackwood's mind, titled The Correct Behaviour of a Gentleman. One could break the rules easily enough. Forgetting them was impossible. After a pause, he said, "Why don't you join me for dinner?" The Earl glanced toward the doorway. "Ashmont and Ripley will not appear," Blackwood said. "I had business in London that I preferred not to postpone." His companion arched an eyebrow. Blackwood shrugged. "I wanted a change of scenery, among other things. Your pretty face makes a change. Then there's your brain. And I'm a wonderful gossip," Linford said. "That, too. You go everywhere and do everything, as we, owing to an unfortunate series of misunderstandings, do not." Thanks to these misunderstandings, the Tons' invitation lists these days rarely included the Dukes of Ashmont, Blackwood, and Ripley. Not that they wished to be invited to respectable gatherings. "In the usual way of things, this is not a problem," Blackwood went on. "Ah, something unusual, then," Linford said. "And you want information. I'm delighted to be of use." He truly did own an operating brain. A refreshing change. Meanwhile, some streets away. "'Pon my honour, I thought my heart would give out," Consett said, clutching his chest. "When I heard that voice, ye gods, who'd have guessed he'd turn up like that? For a minute I thought it was the old Harry himself. Took a mind to pop up from Hades to stand big as life in the doorway. One of us is a dead man, I thought, or both. Only think if the other two had been with him. No, can't bear to think of it. He'll remember this. Rely upon it. You know what they're like." "What does it matter what he remembers?" Warbury said. "What do you think the chances are? One of them killing Ripley's heir? Talk of bad ton." Had John Ancaster not succumbed to a lung inflammation, Warbury would have felt shyer about returning to London. Since then, however, he'd paid off the most dangerous of his creditors. The more respectable ones hesitated to decline the future Duke of Ripley's custom. "You don't imagine there's a good chance one of them shooting your ear off?" Consett said. "Or rearranging your face?" "For what? Blackwood comes looming like the angel of death over us. Over what? A few harmless remarks. He makes us look like the veriest cowards in front of every fellow in Crockford's drawing-room. You know what that means. The tale's all over the club, in 5 minutes. And in another few hours, all the world hears. Mockery in Fox's morning spectacle tomorrow or the next day, and satirical prints in every print shop window before the week's out. And we'll have to pretend to be amused." All because of her, Warbury thought. But one of these days, Ripley would get himself shot, or get his skull broken in a drunken fight, stabbed in the alley of a brothel, trampled by a mad bull, drowned in a lake or a river. He gave himself so many ways to die young. Then Lady Alice would learn a lesson or two. The trouble was, one of these days wasn't now, and Blackwood was in London, damn him to hell. "I should rather feature in a satirical print than get my ear shot off, thank you," Consett was saying. "And what if his aim went wrong for once? Knowing my luck, it would be the day I was on the receiving end. By gad, what's he doing in London now? They were supposed to be safe away for months, rampaging over the countryside. My mother said so. Overbearing, sneering bully." Warbury slammed his stick against a lamp-post.
The blow's force made his arm vibrate with pain. Walks into a room, and everybody trembles. Nobody dares stand up to him, and he thinks he can do as he pleases, thinks he can lord it over the world. Well, he can, actually. We'll see. We'll see. One of these days. A drunken derelict staggered out from a narrow alley. "Pennyworth of gin, your worships? Pennyworth of gin, for a gentleman what's fallen on evil times." "I'll show you evil times, you old sot," Warbury said. He shoved the swill tub, making him stagger backward into the alley. Giving him no time to recover his balance, Warbury swung his stick at the fellow's legs. With a shriek, the drunkard toppled to the ground. While he lay there moaning, Warbury kicked him in the stomach, and in the head, and in the back. Warbury smiled down at him. "Let that be a lesson to you," he said. He left his target groaning and writhing on the ground, and walked on. After a moment's stunned hesitation, Consett followed. "I feel better," Warbury said. Chapter 4. The new entrance into the Green Park, through the splendid archway erected a few years ago under the direction of Mr. Burton, the architect, opens to the public today. The arch commands a fine view of the garden front of Buckingham Palace, also the fine and extensive plantations behind it. Fox's Morning Spectacle, Monday, 30 April, 1832. Hyde Park Corner. Though the new archway's opening had occurred without ceremony, a crowd had gathered. The viewing platform was narrow, as was the spiral staircase leading up to it. At present, the Countess of Bartham and her entourage occupied the platform. Consequently, Lady Alice Ancaster and her small party had decided not to ascend quite yet. The afternoon was mild, the skies intermittently sunny. Lady Alice did not feel sunny. On the outside she was a proper lady, garbed in the latest fashion. Her pink and grey moiré dress was French, the full sleeves ruffled in a novel mode that had elicited more than one envious stare. On the inside, she was restive. She stood, it seemed to her, among a flock of expensively dressed pigeons, her aunt's friends murmuring and cooing the same inanities she'd heard 1,000 times before. Worse, Cousin Worm and his minion Lord Consett, Lady Bartham's eldest son, had decided to loiter in the vicinity. Alice moved away and turned her attention to the ever-changing drama of Hyde Park Corner. Every day in this place, riders, pedestrians, vehicles of all kinds, livestock, stray dogs and stray children made a great heaving conglomeration, sometimes narrowly avoiding collision, and sometimes not. On dry days, a cloud of dust swirled and swelled about the scene. On wet days, the masses roiled in a stew of fog and mud. On this day, which had followed several rainy ones, excrement-infused mud prevailed underfoot, and the crossing sweep's task was no sooner done than it was undone. Vehicles raced through, throwing up mud, and sometimes throwing out passengers. Drivers' shouts and curses, horses' hooves clip-clopping, and wheels rattling on cobblestones made the music of the place. London. When she went away, she missed it. When she was here, well, it depended. Her gaze drifted back to her immediate surroundings, this time to meet a more piquant sight, a trio of young pickpockets. They were arranging themselves close to Cousin Worm in the approved manner, one for lookout, one to distract, and one to do the job. One of them she recognized. The lookout was a street child known as Jonesy,
among other nicknames and aliases. She went cold inside. The worm was the worst possible choice of prey. She started toward them to shoo them away, the footman Thomas shadowing her as he was required to do. But before she could act, the tallest boy dipped his hand into her cousin's coat-tail pocket. In the instant the lad snatched his handkerchief, Warbury turned away from the young woman he'd been flirting with, saw the boys, tried to grab the nearest, and shouted, "Thieves! Get them! Get them all!" The thief was already running, his long legs carrying him swiftly past Grosvenor Place. The second boy eluded Warbury and tore across the road toward Hyde Park. Jonesy shot the other way, in Alice's direction. His eyes widened as he recognized her. She made a small, beckoning gesture. He darted behind her. "My lady," Thomas said. "Hush," she said. "That one," Warbury shouted. "He's one of them." She put her hand behind her and motioned the boy to approach. As soon as he was near enough, she grasped his arm. He gasped and sent her an accusing look. No matter. She knew what she was about. "This boy?" she said. "I think not. I saw it and was about to warn you, Lord Warbury, but the pickpocket was too quick for me." The woefully thin little arm in her grip relaxed. "This little brat ran," Warbury said. "When somebody shouts thief, they run," she said. "It's instinct. This child had nothing to do with the others." She turned to Jonesy. "Or am I mistaken?" "No, Your Highness," he said, all blue-eyed angelic innocence. "That's how it were, like you said. Never seen 'em before, but I seen what was happening and was about to tell His Honour to look sharp." Her cousin apparently had no more trouble than she did in turning the strangulated vowels and misplaced consonants into something like English, because he narrowed his eyes. "That's a barefaced lie." "Warbury, once more I find myself doubting my hearing. The lady explained the matter. Do you accuse her of abetting a falsehood?" The voice, one of the last Alice might expect to hear at this moment, came from somewhere above and behind her. A sensation like electrical sparks raced down the back of her neck. Those who'd drawn near to watch the show retreated several paces. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would move out of the way. Even the boy, hardened to the London streets, tensed under her hand. Ah, well, she'd wanted excitement. To say that Blackwood had spotted Alice was to understate the case. He saw her first and saw her only, the crowd and the hubbub of Hyde Park Corner fading into a stage background. He saw her and felt a sharp, almost painful leap within, the way one might feel when the sun finally breaks through the clouds after weeks of cold and bleak days. He told himself he felt only surprise, and that she was impossible to overlook, even in this busy place. He told himself he was simply reacting to the way she dressed. Thanks to his sisters, nieces, and a discriminating taste in mistresses, he knew more about women's attire than any man deemed necessary. He told himself that what had caught his eye were the refinements signalling the latest Parisian fashion. Yet, in his heart, he knew that for him, Alice would stand out in a crowd if she were dressed as dully as some of the ladies nearby. Still, had seeing her been all, he would have made a detour. He wasn't here to further their acquaintance, what was left of it. He most certainly wasn't here to rejoin society. He was in London to make sure nobody caused trouble for her and to be Ripley's eyes and ears. Seeing her, however, had not been all. Once he regained his perspective, he noticed trouble standing mere paces away from her in the shape of Warbury, and so Blackwood approached, to do what he was here for. She looked up at him. "There you are," said she, quite as though she'd been expecting him. "Did you happen to see?"
"Yes," he said. "I heard as well."
"I believe the gentleman labours under a misapprehension," she said. Her expression was bored. Her green eyes held a signal he'd learnt to recognize years ago. She wanted him to play along. He did not want to play along. He wanted to throw Warbury into the road, onto a fresh heap of horse shit in the path of a speeding vehicle. Blackwood wasn't used to not behaving badly. He most certainly wasn't accustomed to taking orders from anybody, however subtly conveyed. But he was here to protect Alice and not make untidy scenes. If he wanted to do Warbury damage, he must do it discreetly. No scandal must touch her. He must do nothing to hamper her matrimonial efforts. Ripley was counting on him, and Blackwood owed her this much, and more. Since he couldn't maim or kill Warbury, he must make London disagreeable for him.
"Sadly, Lord Warbury does misapprehend on occasion," he said, "and sometimes he speaks before he's fully thought matters through."
It was a narrow way out, but the worm would take it. He'd know how much danger he was in. He wouldn't know how long Blackwood's forbearance would hold. And so, as one would expect, the worm's murderous expression swiftly reshaped into blandness and something like chagrin, as though he wouldn't have hanged the child himself from a tree in Hyde Park had he only been able to do it at night, without witnesses.
"The Duke has the right of it, Lady Alice," he said. "I do beg your pardon. I never doubted you for an instant, and never would. I only doubted the brat had any intention of warning me, if, that is, I comprehended him correctly. I believed him more likely to laugh and call me a gull than to warn me. But one fact is beyond question. The culprit's been and gone with my handkerchief."
"Is that all?" Lady Kempton bustled toward them. "The noise you made! I should have thought somebody had made off with your pocket watch, chain, rings, and fingers in the bargain."
"It's the principle, Lady Kempton," Warbury said. "Thievery is thievery."
"So it is. However, let us not bear false witness. If my niece says the boy was not involved, that ought to be sufficient. Do let the child go, my dear. We've no reason to detain him." Alice released the little maggot, whom she ought not to have touched. He was ragged and filthy, and the smell spread about him like a toxic fog. That he crawled with vermin was beyond question. He made off at speed, dodging Piccadilly's dogs, walkers, horses, and speeding vehicles with the finesse of an expert. Blackwood watched him go until he'd disappeared into the crowd. As he turned back to the others, he saw Alice still looking after the boy, with an expression like anguish. It was there and gone in an eye-blink's time. It made him uneasy all the same. She was too soft-hearted where children and other defenceless beings were involved. Never mind that the boy seemed well able to look after himself. Warbury's departure, on the other hand, left her unmoved. She watched coolly as he swaggered away. Consett, who'd tried to hide himself in the thinning crowd, hastily followed. She brought her green gaze back to Blackwood. "Neatly done," she said. She smiled up at him. He was not in the least prepared for the smile, and for a moment the world went away. He'd known her since she was a 10-year-old hoyden. He'd seen her up close, her face mere inches from his, only a month ago. But that morning drifted in a haze that the passing days and riotous living had only thickened. Before that, when? 2 years earlier? Had it been so long as that since Lord Charles Ancaster's funeral? He, Ashmont, and Ripley had drowned their grief in drink that day and in the days following, a process that had turned her into a dim, elusive figure in the clouded landscape of his mind. And so the reality of Alice, here and now and smiling up at him, struck him very much like a hard punch in the head. Ripley's hair and eyes, yes, inherited from their late unlamented father. Ripley was no Adonis. Alice, though. Her mouth was not a rosebud. It was not bee-stung. Hers was the wide, full mouth of an ancient Egyptian statue, and hers was the same enigmatic smile. For a moment, looking down into her extraordinary face, Blackwood forgot where he was, who he was, what he was. Neatly done, by all concerned, Linford said. Blackwood had forgotten his friend was there. Caught in a smile, he'd forgotten rather more than he liked. He reminded himself, again, why he was here.
"Even the boy played his part," he said. "Harbouring criminals these days, are we, Lady Alice?"
"That one isn't a criminal yet," she said. "A juvenile delinquent, perhaps. I'm sorry I had to let him go. I meant to give him a talking to." "Oh, really, Alice," said her aunt, "as though it would do any good." "He's intelligent," Alice said. "He's an interesting little puzzle." As Blackwood had guessed, she'd seen a defenceless child.
"You can tell one of those wretches from another," he said. "The smell made my eyes water. All I saw through the blur was an animate pile of filth."
"That's what most of our kind see," she said. "Nuisances. A lot of stray dogs underfoot. And no, I don't speak from sentiment. Most of these children are not angels, and I don't see how they could be. They'll only grow more hardened and hopeless as they grow older. I know this. But now and again—" She looked away and shook her head. The ribbons and flowers and lace adorning her hat fluttered. "Good heavens! I was on the very brink of preaching. How ghastly!" "Speaking of ghastly," Lady Kempton nodded in the direction of the Archer's entrance. "That tiresome woman is coming this way. She must have noticed the furor and raced down the stairs." "A pity she didn't break her neck," Alice murmured, so low that only Blackwood's sharp hearing detected it. That, or maybe he stood too close. He moved away and turned toward the entrance. Concett's mother, bearing down on them like the warship she was, abruptly paused. Then, nose aloft, she veered off in the opposite direction at no slow pace. "That is impressive," Alice said, as they watched her ladyship's departure. "I vow, Duke, you're more effective than a pack of snarling bull mastiffs. I've never seen her turn tail before." "Nor have I," said Lady Kempton. "How fortunate you're arriving at this moment."
"It can be useful, sometimes," Linford said.
"When one wants to empty a room, for instance," Alice said. "A pity you are not there when one wants you."
"You've wanted me somewhere," Blackwood said. "Apart from at the Devil. This is a thrilling new development."
She turned her gaze away, but not before he caught a flash of something that was not boredom, and nothing like the way she'd watched the boy run away. "I should have welcomed the devil to Lady Drakeley's conversazione last night," she said. Lord Tunstall droned on at length and not altogether coherently on every topic raised. I found myself wondering whether life was worth living.
"Alas, I was not invited, else I'd have hastened to your rescue."
He told himself he'd done his job. Warbury removed, Battleship Bartham in retreat. He'd attracted more attention than was desirable. Also, Alice hated him, with good reason. As to the smile, a momentary thing. He'd saved the defenceless child. The smile was a pat on the head, no more. Good dog, you chased away the intruder. Go back to your kennel now. Blackwood made himself look away from her compelling face. His gaze drifted up to the arch, and his brain malfunctioned, and he heard himself say, "Have you visited the top?" "It was overcrowded," Lady Kempton said. "That does not seem to be the case now," Alice said. "The crowd has all but vanished. Even our friends have suddenly recollected previous engagements." He looked about him. Men in uniform, mounted and on foot, came and went. Everybody else had found another place to be. "I seem to have that effect. Yes," he said. "Well then, it appears that I've done as much as I can for one day." He'd stayed longer than he needed to, longer than was good for him. He was about to lift his hat for a farewell bow when Alice said, "Why don't you gentlemen join us?" He paused, hand on hat brim, and blinked. Aunt Florentia threw her a look. Alice threw one back. They could argue about it later. She was not a dolt. She knew society had marked Blackwood as persona non grata. She knew being seen with him would remind people that her brother was cut from the same cloth. But it wasn't as though society forgot those sorts of things. Meanwhile, the Countess of Bartham, owner of London's most poisonous tongue, had already observed the encounter. Her version of events, with nasty embellishments, would travel through the beau monde this evening. It would appear in the gossip sections of the papers tomorrow or the next day. Blackwood had merely been passing by, but nobody would believe that when they could believe whatever lurid tale Lady Bartham fed them. So the damage was done. The question was, what was Blackwood doing here? Hadn't Aunt Julia told the three dukes to keep away? Not that he hadn't been useful today, but Alice could have managed without him, although less easily, and it was not convenient to have him about. She would have to make that clear to him before he caused further damage. "I dare say the gentlemen have already been," Aunt Florentia said, clearly hoping Blackwood would take a hint, since Alice wouldn't. "Not yet," Blackwood said. "We were at Tattersall's," Linford said. The horse auctioneers stood round the corner behind St. George's Hospital. "Settling up day," Alice said. "You were at Newmarket with my brother last week. He scrawled, something about making his way to the ancestral mausoleum. One assumed you'd go with him." "I had business in London that couldn't be postponed," Blackwood said. "Bringing your will up to date, perhaps?" Alice said. "In case of fatal accidents. I should have realized that only a matter of life or death could tear you away from your friends. How selfish of me to keep you from doing whatever it is. I shouldn't for worlds wish to delay your departure." There. That was sufficient. The sooner he did what he had to do, the sooner he'd be gone. And she'd be glad when he was gone, she told herself. Her mind, however, chose that moment to revisit Lady Bartham's abrupt exit. Keeping one's nose in the air while fleeing a scene was no easy task, but the Countess had performed it admirably, and all he'd had to do was stand there. Alice turned away, biting her lip to keep from laughing aloud. She told herself that the Duke of Blackwood was no laughing matter, and started toward the entrance. "This day grows more interesting by the minute," Linford said. "Do you think so?" Blackwood said.
This is the second time in a few days you've defended the lady and thrown Warbury into a murderous rage. He's fortunate to have dealt with me in a humour of forgiving, loving kindness. It might have been Ashmont, who would not have understood Lady Alice's subtle hint not to kill anybody, or Ripley, who would have understood but ignored her. The lady has also hinted that we're not unwelcome, Linford said. Speak for yourself. That message was not clear to me. You ought to pay closer attention. For my part, I've discovered a craving to take in the view. But if you think the company of two respectable women will bore you witless, we can come at another time. What Blackwood was not at the moment was bored. It would be better if he were. Following Alice was a bad idea. Leaving the scene now was a good idea. The trouble was, he'd caught the hint of laughter as she turned away. The trouble was, he'd fallen into the habit of pursuing bad ideas. The trouble was, his mind flew to the past, and another scene at Camberley Place, a decade ago. Alice gazing up at him, her green eyes sparkling. "But you must teach me to shoot," she said. "Nobody else will. My brother laughs at me. Nobody else understands. Suppose a highwayman appears at the moment Cassandra and I are about to rescue a lady in distress. What am I to do? Throw my reticule at him?" The right thing to do was refuse. She was a girl of 15. She was a girl. He could have told her that young ladies didn't travel without an escort. He could have told her that's what servants and outriders were for. He said, "Meet me at the shooting gallery and don't tell anybody." Years earlier, his father and Lord Charles had created the practice area for the three dukes-to-be. They had a place cleared on a part of the vast estate well away from the main house, surrounded by woodland. It was arranged according to Blackwood's father's rules for pistol shooting. These, like all of father's rules, were perfect. Young men must learn to handle all sorts of weaponry after all. Duels were lamentable, but on certain occasions unavoidable. Therefore it was crucial to learn how not to get killed. The three friends had leave to practice here under supervision. Girls did not have leave. Girls did not fight duels. Girls were supposed to be shielded from danger. But Alice believed that she would be called upon to perform dangerous deeds, and Blackwood thought it would be amusing to teach her, and one day surprise his friends with the new trick he'd taught her, as though she were a pet. She got off several reasonably good shots, for a beginner and a girl, at the target, without their absence being noticed. It was not, after all, unusual to hear shots from this part of the estate. The trouble was, he stood too close. He had to, in order to teach her the proper way to clean and load the pistols. The trouble was, he touched her. He had to, in order to guide her arm to the proper position and her hand to grasp the weapon correctly. While he did all these correct things, he was drinking in the softness of her skin and the sparkle of her eyes, and he wouldn't have detected her scent if he hadn't stood too close. Then he wouldn't have got ideas he had no business getting, but he was 17 years old, and those ideas came all too easily. And so he lost track of time, and somebody must have noticed at some point and decided this was not the usual thing, because they heard dogs barking and men tromping through the nearby woods and shouting. "Go," he told her. "Run as though you're escaping an enemy army." "But you—" "I've simply decided to practice shooting on my own." She slid him a conspiratorial smile and made herself vanish. And later, Ripley had caught Blackwood looking at her the wrong way. "Blackwood?" Linford's voice
brought him back to the present.
"Ah, well," Blackwood said.
He started after her. With a soft laugh, Linford joined him. Chapter 5. It was, Blackwood decided, most assuredly a bad idea, because he could watch Alice climb the stairs above him. He ought not to look. He did it anyway. He was a man, after all, and no saint. And so he studied the way her black half-boot's snug fit revealed the neat turn of her ankles. And because women's skirts were shorter these days, a small compensation for the rest of their overblown dress, he could discern a few inches of the pink stockings encasing her lower calves. He could imagine the rest. Some would suppose that a glimpse of practically nothing couldn't possibly excite a man of his age and experience. Some would be wrong. A man's age and experience had nothing to do with anything concerning women. Furthermore, this was Alice. He made excuses to himself. He needed to know more about the defenseless child, because complications could result, such as murder and that sort of thing. He needed to know more about Doveridge, and whether Ripley ought to take him seriously as a suitor. If not, if the man was only playing with Alice, the way he'd played with so many other women, Blackwood would have to damage him. Those were weak, nay, laughable reasons. Furthermore, though Alice had invited Blackwood, she seemed to withdraw the invitation shortly thereafter. Very well. He'd erred. He was a man, and a woman could disrupt his brain's proper operation, and Alice was better at that than any other woman. They reached the viewing platform soon enough. There the ladies, clearly no worse for the climb, promptly attached themselves to Linford. That explained the invitation and the apparent withdrawal. Alice had aimed the withdrawal at Blackwood. Linford was the one who was wanted. No surprise there. The widowed earl was handsome, charming, and welcome in society. Aunts and mammas didn't view him as undesirable. Not that Blackwood wanted aunts or mammas to look kindly upon him. He'd devoted years to achieving the opposite effect. One day he might be ready for a respectable girl and marriage, with its suffocating responsibilities and all the correct behaviour these entailed. One day he might find himself in a suitable state of mind, or weary enough of life, to be a proper husband. That time was not today, or possibly this decade. An improper husband was out of the question. If a gentleman decided to do the right thing, he followed the rules. The matter being settled, he used his solitude to organize his thoughts. He pushed aside ankles and pink stockings and reminded himself why he was in London instead of carousing with his friends. Warbury, murder, or that sort of thing. Unacceptable bows. The pink stockings hadn't fully dislodged themselves from his mind when Alice abandoned Linford and joined him. Blackwood's heart gave a short, painful leap. "Quite as described," she said. "I feel as though I'm on top of a cloud, looking down on London." From where they stood, they could look out upon the royal gardens, the vast circular reservoir, the lake, and the pavilion. London's smoke hung over the scene, though not thickly today. All in all, a fine view. The one closer at hand was better. He caught a faint scent, one he remembered all too well, of something fresh and green. Which Alice was not, he reminded himself. She was no green girl. He wasn't sure she'd ever been. With one brief, unhappy exception, she'd been educated abroad, primarily, safely distant from her parents. She was more sophisticated than other English maidens. He supposed she'd drawn legions of foreign admirers, in between whatever clandestine activities her best friend Miss Pomfret devised. Ah, yes, Miss Pomfret. That might explain the defenceless child.
"You seem to know more of London than most would suspect," he said, the foul-smelling little boy.
Her expression softened. Madame Girard's Minerva Society. He'd heard of Madame Girard and her extensive philanthropy.
"Minerva, the goddess of trade," he said, "and strategy in war, among other things."
Madame's fortune derives from trade. The war she fights is for London's unwanted.
And you and Miss Pomfret learnt their language, and very likely their ways, from Keith.
Miss Pomfret's tiger-cum bodyguard had grown up in London's rookeries. "It's been a help to Madame," Alice said. "I can talk to them and understand them, to an extent."
"Luckily for that boy today."
Her brow furrowed. "He had a narrow escape from my unpleasant cousin. If you hadn't turned up, the crowd would have pounced, and I should have had my hands full. Quick as he is, I'm not sure he'd be quick enough. As soon as somebody cries thief, all the world is ready to catch culprits, guilty or innocent."
"He was not innocent," Blackwood said.
"He did not pick Warbury's pocket."
"He was one of the distractions, or lookouts."
"He did not pick Warbury's pocket."
"What does it matter?" Blackwood said. "The brat's vanished, and will lose himself in the stews easily enough. Does Doveridge know about your unsavoury associates?"
She threw him a lazy glance, then turned back to the view. "You've been reading gossip." He studied her profile and thought of sphinxes. She hid something from him. He could feel it throbbing beneath the cool facade she presented to the world.
"Always, though unnecessary in this case," he said. "You're the talk of the clubs. Even as we speak, gentlemen die of despair left and right."
"The Duke of Doveridge is fully aware of my involvement with the Minerva Society," she said. "He made a sizable donation only last week."
"And won your heart?"
"He's generous, intelligent, witty, kind."
"Oh, he's charming, no question," Blackwood said.
"With so many decades of practice, the old flirt ought to be." "Have you passed along the news to Ripley?" she said.
"Of your impending engagement? There's no great hurry. It may impend for a longer time than you anticipate. Other women have tried to lead Doveridge to the altar."
"Other women aren't me," she said. "Have you quarrelled with my brother?"
"Hardly. We don't live in one another's pockets."
"You had me fooled."
"As I said before, I had business in town."
"Then you'll rejoin them soon?"
"Maybe. Or maybe I'll stay on to follow your progress with your new— well, he's not so new, is he? Your progress with your beau, I meant to say. The question is, shall I wager on your success or his?"
She lifted her green gaze to meet his, and once again he caught a flicker of emotion in her eyes, a hint of what thrummed beneath the surface. He might have imagined it. A trick of the light, no more. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and all she gave him was the Egyptian statue smile. "I recommend you wager anything you like on my being wed by the 1st of August," she said. An ice sliver formed in the pit of his stomach.
"You've set a date already? Does Doveridge know?"
"I set a date a month ago." She walked away. "Well, Aunt, have you seen enough?" he heard her say. "I have." Meanwhile, not far away—
"By gad!"
Lord Consett said, wiping his brow with his handkerchief. "By gad, I thought—" "Think later," Lord Warbury said. "For the present, I recommend you waylay your mother before she tells the world what happened at Hyde Park Corner." Consett gazed at him in consternation. "Waylay mother? I don't think—" "Let me do the thinking," Warbury said. "Unless, that is, you want to act as my second in the very near future, and carry the bloodied remains away. If your mother makes an unflattering report about Lady Alice's doings this afternoon, Blackwood will blame us, and we'll pay. But we didn't—" "He won't care whether we did or didn't. We'll pay, I promise you." Consett all but ran to join his mother. They hadn't far to go in any event, and as Warbury had supposed, they found Lady Bartham quite ready to share her barouche with her favourite son. Now that Warbury's prospects included a dukedom, she'd acquired an affection for him too. The barouche was more or less a coach with the top missing. Since Lady Bartham's footman sat in front with the coachman, on a seat raised well above the passengers, one needn't be concerned about servants following private conversations. Fear of eavesdropping wasn't what kept Consett tongue-tied. Like a great many other people, he was afraid of his mother. The prospect of telling her what to do terrified him. She didn't intimidate Warbury. Growing impatient, he applied a surreptitious elbow to his friend's ribs to remind him of his task. Consett swallowed and said, "I must urge you, mother, in the strongest terms, to say nothing to anybody of what happened today at the Arch." Her expression darkening, she looked from him to Warbury. Warbury said, "You noticed, of course, the Duke of Blackwood, and wisely chose not to linger to chat." "Chat, indeed," she said. "With that debauchee? He pollutes the very air about him. I wonder at Lady Kempton's allowing her niece to speak to him, brother's friend or no. But the girl is indulged to a shameful degree." "He is by no means delightful company," Warbury said. "The caustic wit, the pranks. You will understand, then, our wish to avoid giving him reason to seek us out. For instance, if you happen to report today's events in a way he construes as reflecting discredit on Lady Alice, he'll remember that Consett and I were on the spot." Consett chimed in. "Truly, mother, Warbury and I, have had a pair of exceedingly narrow escapes from a meeting at dawn, and this over the smallest things, over nothing, really. But he—" "Twice," she said. "And the fiend back in London only, 3 days? The man's unspeakable." "Had to endure insult," Consett said. "No choice. In front of my friends." "Really, Alfred?" "What would you have me do? Fight him?" Her eyes widened. "Certainly not. Duels are illegal. You know how your father feels about them." What she meant was, the Duke of Blackwood was a deadly shot, and dear Alfred was not. The Duke's fists were not to be underestimated either, a lesson he'd taught Consett and Warbury years ago at school. "Would dearly love to keep in one piece, you know, mother, with all parts in working order. Best if you overlook today's doings at Hyde Park Corner." "This is not to be borne." The rose and cream complexion, so religiously maintained, darkened to brick red. "Those 3 dukes ought to be stripped of their titles. They belong in a lunatic asylum." "I beg you will not distress yourself, Lady Bartham," Warbury said. "There are other ways to pay debts of honour. We shall do so. If you would be so good as to say nothing of today's events." Her gaze moved to the passing scene while she considered. Finally she turned back to them, her countenance once more serene. "I was at the top of the arch," she said. "All I saw was some sort of commotion, beggar children bothering people, but really, looking down on their heads from so great a distance, I could hardly make out who was there and what transpired." Minutes later, close by a hackney stand, the two gentlemen disembarked from her ladyship's carriage. "Now we shall square an account or two," Warbury said. He summoned a hackney coach and directed the driver to the Temple. "The Temple?" Consett said as the vehicle set out. "Don't you want a drink? I do." "Later. At the moment, I want a lawyer." "Not much else thereabouts, is there?" Consett said. "But whatever for?" "You heard the brat, laughing at me, mocking me." "Well, not pretending he was going to warn me, the little bastard." "Yes, but I don't think a lawyer—" "I'm going to teach that young criminal some manners," Warbury said. "I'll teach him the unwisdom of trying to make a fool of me." "Yes, but how the devil—" "I know. First we have to catch him." Warbury patiently outlined his plan. Sussex Place, the Regent's Park, early evening of Tuesday, 1 May, 1832. 3 women stood at a table in Lady Campton's drawing-room, their expressions troubled. Before them lay a dozen handbills, all the same, headed, "Missing Child." According to the text, 8-year-old George Foster, who had disappeared some weeks previously, had been seen on Monday afternoon at Hyde Park Corner. A £10 reward was offered for information leading to Master Foster's recovery. Those with information were invited to communicate with Mr. Maycock, solicitor, of the Fisk Building, Inner Temple. There followed a detailed description of the missing boy, height, build, colouring, and facial features. Alice looked up to meet Liliane Girard's gaze. "It's Jonesy, beyond question," Alice said. "It is most fortunate that you wrote to me yesterday about him and those boys," her friend said. She had arrived at Lady Campton's townhouse as Alice and her aunt were preparing to go out to the theatre. "I didn't like his new friends," Alice said. "They worried me." "You were right to worry," Liliane said. "You were right to tell me. Otherwise I should have failed to perceive the connection. Who would expect him to be at Hyde Park Corner, so far from his usual haunts?" Frowning, Aunt Florentia looked at Alice. "Maycock. We know this name, do we not? Was there not something in the newspapers recently?" At the mention of newspapers, Alice remembered. "A dispute about an annuity," she said. "We recall the name because he acted for Warbury." To Liliane she explained. "He's a cousin, not as distant as we'd prefer. Not a nice man. He's the one whose handkerchief was stolen yesterday," Aunt Florentia said. "The fuss he made." "He wanted Jonesy taken up for theft," Alice said. She tapped one of the handbills. "Hyde Park Corner. An exact description of the boy. Maycock is Warbury's solicitor. You may be sure this is no coincidence." "So petty," Aunt Florentia said. "So unlike his father." She shook her head. "I can hardly credit it. To print scores of bills. To have them distributed everywhere." "Not everywhere," Liliane said. "I found them in Covent Garden, but it seems they have been posted and handed out in neighbourhoods where thieves congregate. Yet to go to so much trouble and expense, Aunt Florentia said, over a handkerchief. The man seems to have satisfied his creditors, but he's hardly thriving. I wonder how he affords the house in Golden Square, and that a modest establishment compared to his father's. He's vindictive enough to go to any trouble, any expense, Alice said. Not that he'd care what it cost. Peers can't be arrested for debt. A month or so after Uncle Charles's funeral, Warbury had disappeared from England, and nobody knew where he'd gone. Apparently he was deeply in debt. Since he needn't fear sponging houses and debtors' prisons, he must have feared his creditors, which meant they were the sort who break arms and legs. Once Warbury got money, however he got it, the dangerous creditors would be the only ones he paid. "We must get to the bottom of this," Liliane said. "That child was never stolen from any family able to afford a solicitor. I am certain Jonesy has no family. I had better call on Mr. Maycock." "That will not be a helpful conversation, supposing you can contrive to see him," Alice said. "A woman, without a man to speak for her? Even you will have trouble getting past his clerk. And if you do manage the feat, you'll be dealing with a person whose ethics must be questionable, given his client." "Yes, of course. I was not thinking clearly." Liliane gave a huff of exasperation. "What are we to do, then? You know these bills will get results. £10, a great fortune to ordinary people. And the thieves and such will sell their mothers, aunts, sisters for half this amount. If Jonesy is in a gang, he's a new recruit, expendable. If they believe he's a stolen child, they'll want to be rid of him. They will not want him calling attention to their activities, and we know what will happen once he falls into the hands of the authorities. He'd be deposited in an overcrowded orphanage or workhouse, then farmed out to one of the so-called schools and asylums outside London. The conditions in these places were too often unspeakable. Alice knew, better than she ought to do, what they were like. Even now, she could see and hear it, as clear as if it played on a stage before her. The Tollstone Academy in Yorkshire. Mrs. Tollstone, smiling down at Alice, 9 years old. Not a loving smile. Even the child she'd been had realized that. "We make no distinctions here," the lady said. "All of our girls are treated the same, and all are expected to obey. If they do not, they are punished." She stuck the knuckle of her index finger under Alice's chin to make her look up at her, into that cold, smiling face. "Do you understand, girl?" Alice remembered the hand, covered in rings. She remembered Mrs. Tollstone in her fine dress, while the girls all wore the same cheap uniform, too flimsy for Yorkshire winters. Girls fell ill and were punished for it. She had been terrified of falling ill. She'd been terrified and grief-stricken the whole time, but young as she was, she'd known enough to hide her feelings. Only for 3 months, only a lifetime before she was rescued. What had become of those who were not? Alice shook off the recollection. Dwelling in the past accomplished nothing. She brought her mind back to the present problem. Liliane didn't know about Alice's time at the Tollstone Academy. She didn't need to. She dealt with children in immeasurably worse circumstances. She'd lived in London long enough to understand both its underworld and the poor laws better than most Londoners did. Not quite so well as Keith, though. What would he do in a situation like this? "I doubt you'll find Maycock at his chambers now, in any event," Alice said. "A solicitor representing noblemen is unlikely to keep late hours. The bills appeared only a few hours ago, you said. We've time. Jonesy is safe for now." So she hoped. She couldn't search for a street child at night. She wasn't sure where to begin. She wished Cassandra and Keith were here. They were far away, but she had allies, she reminded herself. She had her aunt and Liliane, as well as her own wits to rely upon. "We've promised to attend the theatre," Aunt Florentia said. "Lady Felpham will arrive soon to collect us. We cannot change plans at this late hour." That would be unpardonably rude. Lady Felpham was sweet and kind, and her shy daughter Emily needed a friend. Even if this hadn't been the case, Alice couldn't afford missteps. She needed to be everything her brother was not: responsible, courteous, rule-abiding. She needed to be a paragon. Damn him and his 2 partners in crime. "Nothing can be done until morning," she told her friend. "But I'll come early. By then, I'll have a plan, I promise." Chapter 6. Blackwood House, Piccadilly, forenoon of Wednesday, 2 May 1832.
The laundress? What the devil has the laundress to say to me? What time is it?
Springate, Blackwood's valet, hovered at his master's bedside.
"Something after 8 o'clock, Your Grace." "In the morning?"
Blackwood edged up onto his elbows to direct a baleful look at his manservant.
"And you wake me for a washerwoman? Have you been drinking?"
The look would have sent other men scurrying for cover. Springate, however, had been in the Duke's service for nearly a decade.
"Certainly not, Your Grace.
But the woman said the matter couldn't wait, and I was to tell Your Grace—" The valet hesitated, his long, narrow face acquiring a pink tinge.
"What? Tell me what?"
"I do beg Your Grace's pardon. She said she hadn't all the day to wait, and to wake you sharpish, or she'd do it herself." Blackwood sat up fully.
"The laundress said that?"
"Not Mrs. Hudgins. One of her minions makes the deliveries. But this person had Your Grace's shirts in her basket." Springate frowned. "Or somebody's shirts. I can't be certain because she wouldn't give them to me until I relayed her message. I suspect a prank, and yet—" Blackwood held his hand up.
"Wait. I need to think."
Like any gentleman careful of his appearance, the Duke had his linen sent to the country, to Kensington specifically, for laundering. Among other drawbacks, garments dried out of doors in London were liable to acquire a patina of soot and less than pleasing odours. Mrs. Hudgins was a superior laundress. Annoyed as he was, he did not like to risk his linen. "With the most profound apologies, Your Grace, I am uneasy about making the young woman wait. Her tone made me suspect that a brick through a window was a possibility. Not that she expressed this intention outright. Had she done so, I should have summoned the porter to throw her into the street."
"After you'd got my things, I trust."
"Certainly, Your Grace. However, one received the distinct impression—"
Yes.
Blackwood waved off Springate's impressions.
"I'd better see what this is about."
If a prank was in progress, somebody was going to be very, very sorry. His valet nodded. "I shall ready Your Grace's toilette."
"No. If she's in such a bloody great hurry, she may take me as I am."
He threw back the bedclothes, revealing the nothing he slept in. "Indeed not, Your Grace," Springate said firmly. 10 minutes later, clad in shirt, dressing-gown and slippers, his face washed but still shadowed with morning stubble, his hair, despite Springate's objections, uncombed, Blackwood descended to the small ground-floor anteroom where the militant laundress waited. She turned away from examining a framed sporting print and faced him. He blinked. Twice. She didn't. She looked him up and down and said, her voice very low, "A long night, I see." He became acutely conscious of the fact that he was half naked, his bare ankles showing below his dressing-gown's hem. Warmth stole up his neck. Embarrassed? He? Not in a decade at least. He was only reacting to being dragged out of bed at a barbaric hour, he told himself. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. He turned away and closed the door. "This had better be important," he said. "Would I deprive you of your beauty sleep otherwise?" she said. The initial shock subsiding, he in turn surveyed her. If he hadn't known it was Alice, he'd never know it was Alice. A white bonnet with a ruffled cap underneath concealed her black hair and part of her face. Over her dress's red-dotted green bodice, she'd tied a patterned red scarf. Red stripes adorned her yellow skirt, over which she wore a blue apron. A dark red shawl completed this mad mélange. Washerwomen had muscular arms, but the shawl and big sleeves concealed hers. Into his mind slid images of smooth, naked arms, muscles tensing, and that was not useful thinking. He shoved the images into the mental cavern and summoned his wits. No small challenge at this hellish hour, after a long night of applying the usual remedies. Still, even with a barely functioning brain, he could see that she carried herself in a different way, not at all aristocratic. Pinning down what exactly she did to create the impression, however, was beyond him at present. "Yes, it's a brilliant disguise, but we haven't all day for you to gawk at me," she said. "I wanted you to see this." From the laundry basket on her arm, she withdrew a handbill and gave it to him. Head spinning, Blackwood read it and looked at her. "And this signifies what?" "Maycock is Warbury's solicitor," she said. "The boy described is the one I misguidedly waylaid at Hyde Park Corner." Into the quagmire of his mind came a more or less coherent thought. The defenseless child. Of course. "I agree that you were misguided," he said. "You might have contracted any of a dozen diseases, not to mention fleas and lice." "It was misguided of me," she said, with obviously strained patience, "because I allowed my cousin to get a close look at him, and against all odds he took careful note." "In spite of the smell, do you mean? And in spite of every instinct urging one to avert one's gaze and move as far away as possible?" "The worm does not possess your delicate sensibilities," she said. "On that we agree. All the same." He noted the boy's size and the colour of his eyes and hair. She pointed to the handbill. He noted the 2 scars over the right eyebrow and the bruise near the left. I dare say he could draw as accurate a portrait as I could, though I've seen and talked to the child many times. This does not bode well. We have to find that boy before Warbury does. Blackwood stared by turns at the notice, then at her. Obviously, he was still asleep. Obviously, this was a mad dream. He stared at the handbill some more. No, this was Alice. He was not ready. He wanted to sit down. He wanted coffee, well dosed with brandy. He held up a hand. "Wait." "We don't have time to wait. Those notices have been posted in all the thieves' dens, Covent Garden, Saffron Hill, 7 Dials, and likely farther on, into Southwark and Limehouse." "This makes no sense,"
he said, and there was a prime understatement. It's a deuced lot of trouble and expense, and not even for the actual thief. Among other things, how did he learn the brat's name? She threw up her hands. For heaven's sake, must I explain everything? Alice, you woke me at the crack of dawn. Dawn cracked hours ago. Noon hasn't cracked yet, and that's dawn to me. She closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and let it out. His gaze, bloodshot undoubtedly, slid to her bosom in the ghastly bodice. That will not help you think, he told himself. You need to think. This is Alice. She opened her eyes and, visibly controlling herself, said, The name doesn't matter. The sorts of people who inhabit the rookeries have various aliases and nicknames. What matters is the description and the £10. Irresistible temptation, as Warbury well knows. If I truly were a laundry maid, it's as much as I might earn in a year. Giles, we must set out now. Right. Defenceless child, who could easily lead to murder or that sort of thing, if Alice was let to move on into avenging angel mode. Blackwood wasn't remotely ready. He'd had more than sufficient drink the previous night, or this morning, or whenever it was. He'd had less than sufficient sleep. He could not think clearly. That was well enough, even preferable most of the time. At present he felt slow and thick, as though treacle filled his brain. The sensation was not agreeable. She went on, You know Warbury doesn't retaliate on those who can fight back. He chooses weaker targets. He's done it since your school days. Yes, but this doesn't. He was prepared to blame the child nearest to hand. You and I prevented that. You embarrassed him in a public place. This is his revenge. What Blackwood did not want to do at this inhuman hour was chase about London after young criminals who were headed for the gallows in any event. He told himself that Maycock had other clients. He told himself this could be what it seemed to be, parents searching for a missing child. One read every week in the newspapers of children stolen. The trouble was, as far-fetched as it seemed, this was in character for Warbury. The trouble was, Blackwood couldn't believe as much as he wanted to that it was simple coincidence, the bills appearing so soon after the episode at Hyde Park Corner and referring specifically to that location. The trouble was, this was Alice, the reason he was in London. The trouble was, Ye gods! How much thinking must you do? She said. He'd been staring at the floor while he made his brain perform a labour it was in no way fit for at present. He looked up to meet a flashing green gaze. Oh, I do beg your pardon, she said. I forgot. You're out of practice with thinking. I should have realised you'd be useless. Never mind. I'll find another large, intimidating male to go with me. He held up a hand. Alice, wait. I haven't time. She marched to the door, and quite as though she wasn't a duke's sister, but an ordinary washerwoman, she opened it herself and walked out. He stood for a time, staring at the empty doorway. The trouble was, his conscience was waking up. God damn, he said. Alice started back down the passage to the tradesman's entrance, wishing she'd thrown something at him. She was a fool. Her anxiety about Jonesy had addled her wits. She was mad, utterly mad, to expect Blackwood to care what happened to a street child. Mad to believe he'd wake up from last night's debauches in order to help her. Because he'd done one good deed on Monday, and that only out of contempt for Warbury, she'd imagined he'd perform further miracles.
The intelligent, sensitive boy she'd known in childhood, the boy she'd considered a friend and ally, had ceased to exist years ago. The boy she'd hoped, "Will you wait, damn it?" She paused and turned. He strode toward her, 6 feet plus of barely clothed male, his dressing gown flapping about his naked ankles and revealing a few inches of muscled, hairy lower leg. Beneath the dressing gown, she knew, only a shirt covered skin, a man's shirt which ended somewhere above the top of his knees. She stopped her mind from speculating about undergarments and the lack thereof, and hastily brought her gaze to his rumpled black hair and the morning beard shadowing his jaw. He looked like the devil. He always did, perfectly groomed or not. This was why she'd come. "I don't have time to wait," she said. She started to turn away.
"I've ordered a carriage."
"We don't have time for that. There's a hackney stand." He clamped one big hand on her shoulder.
"Do you propose I come as I am? Because I will, if you're in such a bloody great hurry, though Springgate will poison my coffee if I do."
She was keenly aware of the strength and warmth of his hand, and the awareness stirred memories. Her face heated, and the heat rapidly spread from there in all the wrong directions. In her mind, she swore and stamped her foot. Outwardly, she merely stared at his hand. He took it away.
"Will you think?" he said. "That would be helpful."
"I am thinking." She clenched her hands. "I'm thinking it will take you hours to dress. Ripley never completes his toilette in less than an hour. 2, more usually. I'm thinking I was deranged to come here."
"You are deranged, beyond question. You become furious and single-minded and you abandon logical thinking."
"Logical thinking? Have you examined your life lately?"
"This has nothing to do with my life, except that you've interrupted it. Under the circumstances, you might consider accepting a few facts."
"I am not in a humour for lectures."
"I don't care what humour you're in. Fact 1, I'm not your brother. Fact 2, I've ordered a carriage. Fact 3, I must dress. Fact 4, you will wait, because that is the intelligent method of procedure, and you do own a brain, addled as it is at present."
What choice had she? Who else could she turn to? Who else could cause hardened criminals to run away merely by standing there and being? Not Doveridge, certainly, or any other gentleman she knew. Not to mention the extreme impropriety of a young lady calling on any gentleman, no matter how desperate she was. If only Cassandra were here, with her bodyguard, Keefe. But she wasn't. Alice was on her own. "Yes, very well," she said. But me no buts," he said. "Go," she said, waving him away. "Put some clothes on and make haste. We haven't a minute to lose."
"Your gratitude overwhelms me."
He turned and left her in the passage. Before Alice could kick anything, a footman arrived, who escorted her to a room in the wing containing household offices. At least Blackwood had the good sense not to let her wait in one of the fine rooms in the main house, as though she were a lady. This was the proper choice, a section of the working area he might have occasion to visit, unlike most of the servants' regions. Here she paced, aware that every passing minute raised the odds of somebody finding Jonesy and turning him over to Warbury's solicitor. No choice, common sense told her. Where she needed to go, she couldn't go unaccompanied, even dressed as she was. Men assumed that women travelling on their own were fair game. She'd be prey to harassment at best, violence at worst. And that was only part of the complications. She'd reminded Liliane of how difficult it would be to deal directly with the solicitor. Duke's sister or not, Alice would meet the same treatment. And so she waited, fuming, while his disgrace made himself beautiful. Remarkably, according to the small watch she withdrew from the pocket of her skirt, little more than a quarter-hour passed before Blackwood sauntered in and said, "The carriage waits." Minutes later, they sat in his sleek black cabriolet behind a powerful black stallion. The fashionable accessory, a tiny groom named Elphick, stood on his perch at the back. She let herself imagine driving this vehicle with this fine horse and going wherever she wished, with a man's complete lack of anxiety about travelling with only his little tiger. She might as well imagine driving it to the moon.
"Needle in a haystack comes to mind," Blackwood said, "but I'm at your disposal. Where to?"
Needle in a haystack came to her mind as well. She brushed the thought away. "The Borough High Street," she said. "He's been working at the George Inn in exchange for food and a place to sleep in the stables."
"And nobody keels over from the smell? The horses don't bolt?"
"He isn't usually so rancid," she said. "He might have been dragged about in the river." He said something under his breath, an oath, no doubt. He shook his head.
"By gad, Alice."
"To make him join the gang," she said. "They knock the children about, or threaten someone they care about. There are scores of ways to force them into gangs or brothels."
"Keef," he muttered, "the murderous damned jockey. That's your expensive education, is it?"
"Part of it, yes," she said. "While I was keeping clear of my brother and his expensively educated friends."
"Ah, she bears her talons."
"She is disinclined to endure sermons about propriety from the Duke of Blackwood."
A pause, a low laugh. Then, "Very well. Let us keep strictly to the matter at hand. You wish to go to Southwark, yet the brat was in Hyde Park Corner, well out of his territory, only the other day, and the bills appeared, when? Yesterday?"
"Late in the afternoon." She explained how Madame Girard had discovered them in Covent Garden. She always takes note of signs for missing children. I'd written to her, saying I was worried about the boy getting into bad company. When she saw the handbill, she was sure something was wrong, and so she came to me last night.
"I should like to know what it is about the little beggar that awakens women's sympathy."
He gave his horse leave to start, and they set out eastward. "He's lost and utterly alone," she said, "yet he wears a cocky front, and somehow survives against enormous odds."
"Oh, Alice."
"Yes, I know what you're thinking. They're all lost. One can't save them all. So many criminals. Are they worth saving? But he's different. He seemed to have potential. We tried to persuade him to attend school, but he balked. Fear, most likely. The children tend to associate the word school with ghastly places, and they're not wrong to do so."
"Then he can't read?"
"No, he can't, and so no, he won't know what the handbills say." She started to wring her hands. She made herself stop. Anybody might take him to the solicitor on this pretence or that. Still, he's a canny one. After the narrow escape from Warbury, I hope the boy had the good sense to abandon his companions. If so, it's likely he's gone to ground in familiar territory, where he feels safe."
"Hope," Blackwood said. "That's all you have to go on?"
"Yes. Do you have any other suggestions?"
"You know him better than I do. Southwark it is." He urged the horses on.
Chapter 7. They had only about 3 miles to travel. 3 miles in London, however, was not the same as 3 miles of a rural stretch of the King's Highway. Blackwood House stood on Piccadilly, 2 streets from Hatchett's White Horse Cellar, one of London's busiest coaching inns, as the scene outside attested. Vehicles and riders crammed the road, vying for space. Harassed-looking passengers contended with pedestrians, street sellers, pickpockets, crossing sweeps, chimney sweeps, ticket porters. Dogs ran about, tripping the unwary and fighting with other dogs. Hereabouts, even hackney cabmen, notorious for reckless driving, plodded along. Normally, Blackwood would expect those clogging the road to remove themselves, and usually they had the wit to do so. When friends drove with him, they took their chances. He couldn't take chances with Alice. Still, some human obstacles either recognized him or took stock of his powerful horse and dashing vehicle and got out of the way. As he passed Burlington House, the congestion eased, and he increased the pace. His mind was clearing somewhat, though he retained a sense of unreality, likely due to having been roused so rudely at an impossible hour. Or maybe it was her mad disguise that unbalanced him. The fact was, nearly every word she spoke unbalanced him. He told himself he'd plunged blindly into numerous escapades, and nothing she devised could possibly match Ashmont, although his grace with the angel face had grown rather predictable of late. Blackwood made himself concentrate on the matter at hand. The plan, such as it was, though it was by no means the only half-baked scheme he'd ever engaged in, didn't matter. He'd nearly got her brother killed. He owed her amends.
"The temple's on the way," he said. "We could stop there first."
"I'm counting on thieves keeping later hours than even you do," she said.
"Good point. They can steal at any time. Why spoil their rest?"
"More important, I'd rather not alert the solicitor to our interest in the boy." He shot her a glance, and his mind reeled again at the hodgepodge she wore.
"You're remarkably well informed about the criminal classes," he said. "Well trained, too, it appears. The disguise, for instance."
"I've learnt to observe," she said, "and I'm a fair mimic. Madame Girard helped me with my ensemble."
"And Keefe has intriguing stories to tell. He's lived a colourful life."
"He has wisdom," she said, "and I want to be useful. I want a purpose that isn't— oh, I don't know how to explain, and you wouldn't understand if I did." Her tone made him glance at her again, but the bonnet and ruffled cap hid her expression. Not that her face was ever easy to read.
"Then tell me about this precious boy," he said. "Among other mysteries, I'm curious how you came to pick him out among the denizens of the Borough High Street, not the most fashionable neighbourhood, a long parade of coaching inns of varying degrees of squalor amid hospitals, madhouses, and prisons."
She told him about the Minerva Society's visits to the Marshalsea prison at Christmas and Easter, and the dinners they provided for the debtors at the George Inn. "On Easter Sunday last, we were able to free more debtors than usual, thanks to Doveridge," she said. "They're left to rot there for the smallest sums. It's disgraceful."
"Rot, indeed. You've been spending your time in breeding grounds for typhus, cholera, and every other deadly disease. You can't help from afar, but must distribute alms in person."
"I found it salutary to see for myself," she said. "The 6th Baron Digby went to the Marshalsea at Christmas and Easter, paid some of the prisoners' debts, then took them to the George Inn for a meal.
"He was a man," Blackwood said, "and those were different times, some 80 years ago."
"True," she said. "These days we blame the poor for being poor."
Yet Doveridge had helped. Blackwood told himself this was simply to make a good impression on a fascinating young lady. His conscience twinged all the same. It had a nerve, rising from the dead after all this time. But it would never die properly because the accursed tome, correct behaviour, wouldn't let it rest in peace. In this case, it called his attention to several chapters on the topic of generosity to the less fortunate.
"But I won't bore you with my radical politics," she said.
"Very wise. A rude visitor interrupted my rest, and I might easily be lulled to sleep. Not advisable when driving in Piccadilly. Stray pedestrians could end up under the wheels, and they leave the deuce of a stain."
She turned slightly in the seat to look at him. Between the revived conscience and her physical presence, he was not comfortable. He wished she would keep still. The cabriolet's seat accommodated 2 people, but without room to spare. He needn't look directly at her to be too keenly aware of her, the way she held her head and her hands, the rise and fall of the insane bodice, the maddeningly elusive scent of Alice. The side of his body barely touching hers had heated the instant he sat beside her. He felt her hips moving against his with the motion of the carriage. He foresaw Satan's own headache, and not only on account of the alcohol he'd consumed the previous night. "How I've missed our conversations," she was saying. "No, on second thought, I haven't."
"The feeling is mutual," he said. "Can we get to the part about the brat, whatever his name is?"
"He's had a few different ones in the time I've known him," she said.
"Aliases?"
"I doubt he knows his name. I strongly doubt he was ever baptized. But let's call him Georgie, since that's the one we'll need to use today."
He caught the evasive note and wondered why. Then he wondered, why not? Why should she trust him? She'd said she'd never forgive him, and if he were Alice, he wouldn't forgive him, especially for that morning at Camberley Place. She wouldn't have come to him if she'd seen any alternative. Had Ripley been about, she'd have gone to him. "Georgie, then," he said.
"We helped him find work at the George. He wanted to look after horses, and he seems to have a gift. He wouldn't have been with those thieves if he hadn't been coerced. I'm sure of that. He's different." She let out a sigh. "I should not let myself become attached to one child. I know what the odds are against them, but I think of Keefe." Tom Keefe had somehow clawed his way out of the rookeries and onto the turf, becoming one of England's finest jockeys until a racing accident nearly killed him. But Keefe was the rarest of rare exceptions. Blackwood hoped Alice wasn't building dream castles for the sewer rat. He recalled what she'd said about the boy earlier. "He's lost." He remembered the nearly undetectable break in her voice when she spoke of the child's ignorance and how easily he might be led into danger. He remembered the way she'd leant over her brother, the tender way she'd brushed his hair from his powder-blackened face. He remembered the kitten she'd rescued all those years ago. If they failed today, they'd better not, because she'd murder Warbury. That could be awkward. Among other things, it could spoil her marriage plans. With Doveridge. Blackwood shoved her antiquated bow into the mental cavern and turned the vehicle into Haymarket. "Can't you go any faster?" she said.
"I can't risk breaking your neck," he said.
"Risk it," she said.
George Inn,
Southwark.
"Oh, he were here, missus," the stableman McClary said. "Some woman come and took him away."
"When?"
He shrugged. "Some while ago. Can't say exactly."
On the inside, Alice screamed. On the outside, she was splendidly calm. This woman, what did she look like? He took off his hat and scratched his head.
"Well, we've been busy all morning, coaches coming and going, and it happened quick, you know."
And the woman was not the sort to hold his attention, apparently. Alice glanced at Blackwood, who loitered by the stable door. She'd once watched him lift another boy straight up off the ground and hold him there, his feet dangling, while he quietly and calmly suggested the boy apologize to the youngster he'd bullied. Alice was strongly tempted to summon Blackwood to lift this fellow off the ground and shake him until he remembered what she needed him to remember. She summoned her patience instead. "Fair or dark?" she said.
"Couldn't say," McClary said. "Maybe something smaller than you and stoutish. She weren't no fine lady, but not shabby neither." He considered. "Might have seen her before. Couldn't say for certain. Still, the lad, he went easy enough, like he knowed her. I reckoned she were one of them women come at Easter time."
"Had she a servant with her?"
He shook his head. "None I could see, but like I said, we had our hands full then."
The Minerva Society's wealthy tradeswomen, like their aristocratic sisters, did not travel about London unaccompanied, and none of them would visit the Marshalsea alone. They went as a group. Alice asked a few more questions, which elicited nothing useful. She gave the stableman a coin and returned to Blackwood. She started to report the conversation as they walked out into the stable yard.
"I heard," he said.
Yes, of course. His hearing was sharper than most. The day at Camberley Place when he'd taught her to shoot a pistol, he'd heard the shouting and dogs before she did. Ripley always said that Blackwood had a dog's hearing. "I can't believe we're too late," she said. She wasted not a minute.
"Had I come naked and unwashed, as you wished, we should have arrived sooner," he said. "But Springate would not allow it. He's strict about these matters, I'm afraid."
Her face and other parts warmed, which they had no business doing. This was not the time or place or man, and she was not a naive girl who blushed at the first hint of masculine attention. Yet her mind flitted back in time to a moment when she'd had every iota of his attention. She snatched her mind back and reminded herself who Lady Alice Ancaster was. The bonnet shadowed her face, the stable area was dim, and like so many other ladies, she was adept at schooling her expression. If her face betrayed her in spite of this, it mattered not at all. It was nothing to her what he saw, or believed he saw. She had more pressing concerns. "Your valet's reputation depends on turning you out properly," she said. "It must have upset him very much not to complete the job." She drew her finger along her jaw, referring to the dark overnight growth adorning his. Blackwood ran a gloved hand over his cheek.
"I didn't want to keep you waiting. No telling what you'd do."
She could feel that long, capable hand again on her shoulder. It was a ghost of a feeling, and not remotely helpful at present. She needed her wits about her. She did not need to be reminded of her youthful errors and disappointments. "You appear even more intimidating than usual," she said. "To say you look like the devil is no exaggeration. Unshaven, bloodshot eyes, a general appearance of resentment at being roused against your will. Yes, that ought to help, if we can get to the solicitor in time."
"At least we know where to go next," he said. "We'll get the brat. Never fear. One way or another."
She gazed up at him, into the hooded eyes, as dark as midnight and as unfathomable as the night sky. Not that she needed to read his thoughts. He was a man and a duke, used to getting what he wanted. That alone was sufficient. He was one of their disgraces. That was even better. "Then I recommend you risk my neck again," she said. In a temple, a short time later. The carriage had scarcely stopped in Fleet Street when Alice leapt from it and darted through the inner temple gateway, leaving Blackwood to follow. This was not precisely the plan they'd agreed upon, but she was too anxious to wait while he gave his tiger charge of the vehicle. Still, the Duke wasn't far behind her. She was tall, but his legs were longer, and he caught up with her halfway along Inner Temple Lane.
"You agreed to let me go first," he said. "I'm the diversion, remember?"
Yes, but what if we're too late?"
"Warbury will not be there at this ridiculous hour," he said. "He'll leave it to Maycock to detect obvious impostors, and the lawyer will leave it to his clerks. Odds are he's in court, or dawdling over his breakfast, like a civilized person. Everybody else has to wait, because nothing of any importance can be done without his approval."
There it was. The logic and precision and strict rules for doing this or that, and the contradiction that was Blackwood. Faultless manners and reckless behaviour, sharp mind and childish pranks. Yet she knew she could count on him in a crisis, once she woke him up, violently, if need be. She knew he'd stand by her, the way he stood by his two friends, and the knowing eased her agitation somewhat on the way. It was short enough. A minute's walk took them to the area southeast of the Temple Church, where the Fisk building stood. In the court, about 24 people waited on or near the entrance steps. The gathering comprised adults and a handful of older youths, all towing boys, and a few girls of wildly varying ages and degrees of cleanliness. Blackwood left her and moved to one side, a short distance from the group, drawing their notice. Easy enough for him to do. He was big, dark, and dangerous-looking even when clean-shaven and rested. Furthermore, he was a duke, accustomed to commanding the world about him. Alice, meanwhile, concentrated on appearing ordinary. This was easier with him in the vicinity. Still, she had to maintain her role. She had to make herself fade several degrees and look and think and speak as a respectable working woman would do. While he claimed onlookers' attention, she moved purposefully among them, searching for her target. The crowd, whether by instinct or distracted by Blackwood, didn't try to hinder her. She kept herself intently focused in the way a mother would do, trying to find her missing child. At first, she saw only a sea of faces, some clean and some dirty, and an array of clothing in various styles and conditions. She scanned them once, twice, thrice. No Jonesy in sight. "How many have gone upstairs ahead of you?" she asked one of those close to the door, an older girl who had a very small boy in hand. "Nobody," she said. "They said they wasn't ready and told us to wait outside and somebody would come." Good news, and not surprising. Maycock and his minions wouldn't want the lower species of humanity stinking up the stairs and infesting his chambers. Out of doors, the smell of poverty abated somewhat. Very well. Jonesy and his keeper either hadn't yet arrived or stood somewhere in this crowd. She recalled McClary's vague report. A stoutish woman, somewhat smaller than Alice, otherwise nondescript. Only one woman here seemed to fit. She stood in the building's shadows near the entrance steps. Alice would not have described her as stout. She wasn't large or plump, but she looked strong, with no softness about her. As Alice's gaze settled on her, the woman casually drew a boy behind her, or tried to. He was not cooperating, and his attendant became less casual and a degree more forceful. "Georgie," Alice called. "Is that my son, my dear Georgie?" No response. She debated what to try next. Then, "Ma," came a familiar voice. A neatly capped head angled out from behind the woman's skirts. "Hush," the woman said. "Ma, ow!" "Stow it, you little bus, you naughty boy." But he managed to pull away enough so that Alice had a better view. Her heart sank. Not Jonesy. But yes, the blue eyes, the scars, the bruise, in a shockingly clean face, wearing shockingly neat, clean clothes, not a hole or ragged edge in sight. "Ma!" he called, and winced. The woman was squeezing his toothpick of an arm, trying to push him behind her. "Georgie!" Alice cried. "My dear lad!" He strained to get free, but his captor held firm. Alice marched closer. "Ma!" Jonesy struggled, but he was no match for his watchdog. "My poor Georgie!" Alice cried. She summoned her hours of studying and practicing lower-class accents. "I hardly knowed you, child, all skin and bones. What's happened to you?" The woman was possibly Alice's age, but possibly years older or younger. Whatever her age, she wasn't to be taken in so easily. "Oh, no, you don't," she said. "I found him, and I recommend you don't mistake Maggie Proudy for no greenhorn. You don't steal him so easy as you think, Mrs. Whoever you are." Gazing into the hard, knowing eyes, Alice wondered if this was a gang leader, one who'd sent Jonesy with the other boys on the pickpocket expedition. In any case, Alice had better keep her wits about her. She reminded herself that she was supposed to be a mother, a lioness, protecting her cub. Drawing upon generations of patrician arrogance and the wisdom of Keefe, she made herself big, and she was not a small woman to begin with. She stalked nearer and met the woman's gaze. Others nearby gave way. She was dimly aware of Blackwood looming nearby, but she kept her attention on the boy's captor. "You didn't find that child under no cabbage leaf," Alice said. "That's my boy. You heard him. He knows me, don't you, Georgie? It'd be a funny thing if you didn't know your own ma." "Ma," he said, "tell her to let me go." He was a quick-witted lad, no question. He'd recognized her, even dressed as she was. Or else he'd recognized Blackwood. In any case, Jonesy had put two and two together almost instantly and calculated the better outcome. His captor's eyes narrowed to slits. Like a viper about to strike, Alice thought. "Nobody's going nowhere till we see that lawyer," Maggie said. She put her free hand to her bosom. Heart pounding, hands icy cold but not visibly trembling, Alice managed to copy the gesture, pretending she too kept a knife concealed there. "I'd give him back now if I was you, Mrs. Proudy, because no lawyer's going to hold with child stealing, and you could find yourself in a pot of trouble." "So you say." The woman's gaze never faltered. "He was lost in the streets with nowhere to go when I found him and took care of him. The notice said to bring him to the lawyers, and I won't give him to nobody else. I'll have the reward, and you won't cheat me out of it. Then you can go up there," she jerked her chin upward at the building, "and tell him he's yours, and swear you're all for David to it if you can."
This woman was no fool. She knew what an affidavit was, even if she hadn't the right word for it. Her shrewd gaze took in Alice's costume, from bonnet to shoes.
"Which I don't believe you can. You ain't his ma, any more than him."
The sharp chin jutted toward Blackwood, who'd drawn nearer. He was there, a large shadow in Alice's peripheral vision. She didn't need to see him. She could feel his presence, the back of her neck tickling, as though his finger slid over it. She heard coins jingle.
"Why don't we save the lawyer and ourselves time and bother?" Blackwood said. "We'll take the brat off your hands for £10, and add another £1 for your trouble."
20, Maggie said instantly.
"I'll count to 5, he said. "Then the offer disappears, and you get to explain in detail before witnesses exactly where and how you found Mrs. Foster's son. Maybe you'll be paid the £10. Maybe instead you'll find yourself explaining to a magistrate."
The other would-be George Fosters and their caretakers had crept closer at signs of an altercation. As Blackwood spoke, they crept a few paces back. Only a few paces. Nobody wanted to miss the show. Maggie's jaw set.
1, he said. 2.
She held out her hand, palm up.
"Release the boy first," Alice said.
3, Blackwood said.
Chapter 8. Maggie let go of Jonesy. Before he could bolt, Alice grabbed him. She threw Blackwood one quick smile and hustled the boy away. She was aware of negotiations going on behind her, but she left business to the Duke. Bribery was one of their disgrace's specialties. If he couldn't manage Maggie Proudy, nobody could. Alice wished she could be a fly on the wall, but the boy's safety came first. "We need to get you out of harm's way, and no arguments," she said. She hurried the child along Inner Temple Lane, back to Fleet Street. Bypassing Blackwood's waiting carriage, she made for the nearest hackney stand. Jonesy remained mute until they'd boarded the coach, and she'd given the driver Madame Girard's direction. Once the vehicle started westward, he found his tongue.
"That were a whisker she told you," he said. "I weren't never lost. I were in the High Street, and they was coming from the Marshalsea. 5 of 'em coves of hers, and one of me. They brung me to her, and she said she'd take care of me. I didn't like it, but when I took off, they come after me and half drownded me."
More than once, Alice guessed, in order to break down rebellious inclinations.
"They watched me all the time," he said. "The only chance I got to get away was when you seen me t'other day. But she come after me today, right when we was run off our legs in the yard. I had to go with her and do like she said. I was scared what she'd do if I didn't." He scowled. "She made me have a bath. They rubbed the skin off of me."
Maggie Proudy had not wasted a minute hunting down the boy and having him cleaned up for examination. A good thing, too, that she'd taken the time to make him presentable, and that Alice had acted quickly and dragged Blackwood from his bed. A few minutes more delay, and they would have faced extreme complications, not to mention greater danger. But they'd succeeded, and in short order she'd put the boy in safe hands, she'd go home, and society would be none the wiser. Meanwhile, Jonesy had no idea of the peril he'd narrowly missed. To him, the bath was the worst of his trials.
"You were right to be afraid," she said. "Is Maggie a gang leader?"
He shrugged.
You want to watch out for her. She'll come for you.
Let her try. True, the woman exuded menace. True, she might well be the most dangerous and frightening individual Alice had ever met. But Lady Alice Ancaster was not a small boy who had nobody to look after her. Meanwhile, you, my lad, are going on holiday, away from London. He tensed, and his brow furrowed.
Away where?
He was suspicious, as any intelligent street child ought to be.
Putney, she said. But first I'm taking you to a good friend of mine. You know her, Madame Girard.
He thought.
The brown lady, the one talks foreign. Her?
That one, Alice said.
She's the one who let me know you were in trouble. The man whose handkerchief the other boys stole? He's a mean one. He wants to catch somebody for it, and he picked you because he got a good look at you, which is my fault.
He rubbed his knuckles against his cheek.
I would have got nabbed if you didn't do nothing. Them other coves, they run off to let 'em nab me.
He was the new boy, expendable, as Liliane had said. Maggie wouldn't want a stolen child on her hands if she saw a risk of the authorities tracking him to her lair. If she could make an easy £10 turning him in, so much the better. Alice said, "We didn't want you to swing for something you didn't do." The child stared at his boots, not new, but not coated in mud, and only slightly scuffed. These days, children were rarely hanged, especially for a first offence. Still, influential persons could adjust the scales of justice to suit themselves, and some judges were notorious for severity. "Had you been the one who stole the handkerchief, I wouldn't have bothered," Alice went on. "I don't help thieves. Do you understand?" His blue gaze rose to meet hers, and he grinned.
"You're learning me a lesson, Your Highness."
"Ah, you did recognize me, in spite of this." She indicated her disguise.
"Not straight off, but thought I knew your voice. Then, when I seen the big gentry cove from t'other day, I smoked you."
"I counted on your being a clever boy, Master Georgie Foster, or Jonesy, or Joss, or Rocket, or Oyster, or whoever you are." He laughed.
"Look who's talking, Ma."
She swallowed a smile. It wasn't easy to tell where one stood with a street child, but he seemed to trust her. "Then will you listen to your ma and go away to Putney like a good boy?" His eyes narrowed.
"How far?"
"A few miles upriver," she said. "Several good coaching inns are there. Madame Girard will arrange for you to work at one of them." She and Liliane had agreed that the prospect of another coaching inn, with all the horses coming and going, and a bustle he was familiar with, would appeal. All the same, he looked dubious, and Alice couldn't blame him. He probably thought Putney was in a foreign country. She'd met adult Londoners who'd never ventured beyond their immediate neighbourhoods. She remembered the stories Keith had told her and Cassandra about his London childhood and the methods he'd used to survive.
"You don't trust nobody. If it looks like a favour, look again, and then again. Everybody's watching out for hisself. When your gut tells you to get yourself lost, you do it. Quick time."
"Or I can turn you loose wherever you say, Master Georgie Foster, etc., etc., and you can take your chances," Alice said.
"Let me think," he said.
The Duke of Blackwood retired with Maggie Proudy to the Cock, a tavern near Temple Bar. At this hour, the place was nearly empty. It was also dark, which was why Maggie preferred it. For Blackwood,
The attraction was what the Epicure's Almanac had once proclaimed the best porter in London. He and the gang leader had come to an agreement over the porter and a substantial breakfast. This was not the cock's usual fare in the forenoon, but the Duke of Blackwood got what he wanted when he wanted it, and easily enough. All the world knew their disgraces were free with their money. He wanted sustenance to restore his nerves to working order. He'd made himself stand by and watch, braced to intervene, while Alice confronted this woman who wouldn't have thought twice about slashing her face to ribbons. The encounter was like a duel, he'd told himself, and he was not the principal, but her second. The smallest word or movement could distract her. His job was to let her concentrate on what she was doing. Knowing this was the intelligent thing to do had not made it a fraction less hellish. A part of him still reeled.
"We've a bargain, then,"
he said now. Maggie nodded.
"We do. Only we'd best make sure we're plain about some things." She lowered her voice. "Like, you ought to know, any of them Beaks men come bothering me 'bout this, I'll know why."
"When the law comes after you, I don't doubt you will know why," he said. "But that will be none of my doing. Unless, that is, you break the terms of our bargain. In which case, the Beaks men will be the least of your problems."
He spoke softly, easily, but she sat back.
"Only making sure we're plain about some things," he said.
She gave a short laugh.
"Oh, you're a one, ain't you?"
She bent toward him once more, and keeping her voice very low, added, "You being so generous, I'll tell you something you ought to know. The mort you come with, I can't say what she is, but she ain't no washerwoman. She don't smell like one. And her hands," she held out her own, "too soft." Hers were clean, but not soft.
"I see."
What he saw was how easily Alice might have been maimed, murdered. He swallowed the last of his porter. "As to the boy," Maggie said, "good luck with him. More trouble than he's worth."
"On that we agree," he said.
Among other matters they'd settled, he'd paid her handsomely to leave the young vagrant alone henceforth, and to spread the word among her confederates. With any luck, the brat would stay in Putney, or decide to make an ocean cruise to New South Wales. She emptied her tankard and set it down. "I thank you kindly for the victuals and drink. I'd like to stay and palaver, because you're a funny sort of knob, but I got work to do, and best get doing it." She rose, and he did too, because a gentleman is unfailingly polite. He watched her go out. Then he summoned the waiter and took his time about paying the shot. When he estimated she'd put sufficient distance between them, he left. Alice leant closer to the window of Madame Girard's drawing-room, watching Jonesy and the groom in charge of him drive away. "He is out of danger," Liliane said. "He will be away from the bad influences. He will have clean air and better food. And horses," Alice said, forcing a smile. She'd miss him, the naughty little urchin. "And then, who knows," Madame said. "With his skill, he could rise to become a groom, even a coachman. We offer an opportunity. We cannot control what he makes of it." That is more than true. All was well, yet Alice was not. Liliane gently laid her hand on Alice's arm. "You were brave to do what you did," she said. "Mad is more like it." Alice looked down at her hands. They trembled now, though they hadn't before, the after-effects. I couldn't let fear control me then. I had to pay strict attention. That woman. To find Jonesy in her hands. She shook her head. You'd never notice her in the street, but up close, face to face, one feels it. She's formidable, Liliane. You had the Duke of Blackwood as chevalier, Liliane said. You thought in the way an urgent situation demands. One throws aside ordinary considerations and seeks the most expedient means. Chevalier. A knight. Alice smiled and shook her head. Is that how I shall explain to the gossip-mongers? Who'll know what you did? Nobody could possibly recognize you. Who would be out and about at that hour? No member of society, I promise you. It was well before Blackwood wanted to be up and about, certainly. The image came sharply into focus of the dressing gown lapping about his naked ankles, the few inches of muscled, hairy leg. She smoothed her skirts and tried to smooth her mind. She'd reverted to proper attire, while Madame bribed Jonesy with sweets and sent him to the stables with a manservant. Alice had suggested adding a visit to the coach-house, where several fine vehicles might act as lures. The strategy worked. All was in order, she told herself, and her life would continue as planned. Tonight she'd attend Almac's first assembly of the season. Doveridge would be there, along with other beaux. She had a few wallflowers to look after. This was more than enough to think about. She had no time for inconvenient feelings. Sussex Place, mid-afternoon. Blackwood sent up his card, then wondered what he was about. The servant would only return to tell him the ladies weren't at home. He was supposed to keep his distance. He didn't need to see for himself whether Alice had arrived safely. He didn't need to come in person to assure her that the sewer rat was safe from Maggie Proudy henceforth. There were other ways. He wasn't thinking clearly. He was about to do the intelligent thing and show himself out of the house when the butler appeared. To Blackwood's surprise, he was escorted not only into a drawing-room, but into one containing guests. A glance took in Linford, Lady Drakeley, Tom Drakeley, another matron, and a girl who must be her daughter. They all faded to a stage setting when his gaze settled upon Alice. Though he'd seen her mere hours earlier, he found it impossible to believe she'd ever been a washerwoman. She sat back upon the cushions of the drawing-room's L-shaped divan, the perfect lady. She wore a dress striped alternately with the colour Blackwood's last mistress had called Nile water green, and a sort of peach colour whose fashionable name he didn't know. The dress's V-neck, which had extremely wide lapels, plunged nearly to her belt. A clear cambric chemisette filled in the V, but only thinly veiled the creamy flesh beneath it. Blackwood did not object to the scanty covering. What he objected to was the other gentleman in the room having the same view. He crushed the feeling and said what he was supposed to say, precisely according to instructions in the correct behaviour of a gentleman. To his bewilderment, he found himself being made acquainted with the matron and her daughter, Lady Felpham and Miss Emily Felpham, an extremely shy girl whose colour went from red to white and back again several times during the introduction, and who seemed in imminent danger of fainting. However, her mother bore her off shortly thereafter. Then, as so often happened when Blackwood appeared, others discovered reasons to depart. Linford dawdled, the last to leave, flee, whatever. The leave-takings included promises to see Lady Alice and Lady Kempton this evening at Almack's. Blackwood wouldn't see Alice there. He was banned. Other men would dance with her. Other men would hold her hand. Other men would feel her skirts brushing against their legs. Nobody's fault but his. She'd never dance with him again. After the goat incident at Almack's, she'd told him so. Furthermore, she hated him and would never forgive him or her brother or Ashmont for spoiling Cassandra's first Almack's assembly. She'd failed to mention the fact that they'd spoilt hers at the same time. It was all about Cassandra, whose feelings they'd hurt because not one of them had asked for a dance or even spared her a few minutes' conversation. They were bores. They were immature and selfish. They didn't deserve to breathe the same air, etc., etc. She wasn't wrong, and Blackwood couldn't go back and make it right. He dragged the memory to the mental cavern and reminded himself why he'd come. All he needed to do was say what he had to say and get out. He told himself this while her guests busily pretended they weren't running away. He told himself he wasn't tired of people running away from him. "It seems we owe you thanks," Lady Kempton said once the room had cleared. "We were in a considerable quandary last night after we'd seen the handbills. But here is Alice, who did not, as I truly feared, get herself murdered. And the boy is in good hands." She let out a sigh. "For the moment." "You did a good deed," Alice said. "Aunt nearly fainted when I told her."
As though I had a choice.
He walked to a window and looked out at the lake. "You might have had her thrown out of the house," Lady Kempton said. "You'd no idea who it was."
In fact, I planned to throw her out bodily myself. Why should the porter have all the fun? But then the sleep destroyer turned out to be Alice, about to do something deranged, and I was obliged to save her from herself and tidy up afterward. Not for the first time.
"Choice or not, you did us a great service," Lady Kempton said. He turned away from the window, and his surprise must have shown. He wasn't himself, after all, having enjoyed almost no sleep, because Alice said, "You needn't be anxious, Giles. It isn't as though we're going to tell anybody."
In short, the brat's been taken care of, he said.
Her expression softened. "He's probably in Putney by now."
"He'll be safe from Maggie Proudy as well as Warbury," he said. "She and I reached an agreement. That's what I came to tell you. There will be no further trouble from that quarter. In fact, she's undertaken to declare the boy out of bounds to the rest of the vermin who form her acquaintance."
"Good grief!" Lady Kempton shook her head. "She wields a great deal of power, then," Alice said. "I guessed as much. She seems the type nobody would notice, but at close quarters—" She looked away, as though seeking words. "It's like facing a viper, a crocodile. One does not feel safe, to say the least."
"You needn't give her another thought," he said. "As to Warbury—"
"He's only grown worse, cringing and smirking to our faces, then going after a child. I should like to take a horsewhip to him."
She would do it, too. "You needn't exert yourself," he said. "By tomorrow, he's likely to decide London no longer agrees with him. In any case, you may leave him to me."
He started to turn away, then paused.
"On second thought, I insist you leave him to me. You're too reckless. Ladies?"
He bowed and made his escape. Aunt Florentia turned to Alice. He isn't wrong. Had I known precisely what you planned—"
"I didn't know what I planned," Alice said. She didn't add, "Not that you could have stopped me. I only knew I had to do something. When I reached Liliane's, it simply became obvious that somebody had to find Jonesy before any criminals did. And who else but me? It was so early in the morning, I never supposed that a gang leader would be up and about. But the children go out in the daytime to pick pockets," her aunt said. "Rarely in the forenoon." Alice glanced down to make sure her chemisette was properly in place. She'd felt Blackwood's gaze there, and sliding away, the lightest touch. It was as though his hand had brushed the chemisette, and it dissolved under the touch. She'd felt it on her skin, and within she'd felt a tug, low in her belly. She recognized the sensation too well. She wanted to feel that powerful pull to somebody else, somebody who was the right choice. She told herself to be patient. Uncle Charles had not made Aunt Julia's heart flutter at first. She'd wanted another gentleman. She'd never gone into detail, merely mentioned this as an example of youthful infatuation versus mature affection. She'd married a worthy man, and her tepid feelings had warmed and deepened into powerful love. Aunt Florentia brought her attention back. "I do wish you were not quite so well versed in these matters, my dear." "I can't shut my eyes," Alice said. "At any rate, it's too late. I've learnt, and I can't unlearn. What matters is, I came away unhurt, the child will work at a respectable coaching inn, and Blackwood assures us that Warbury won't trouble the boy again. I wonder what he has in mind for the worm. I wonder what business Blackwood had in London that his secretary or steward or solicitor couldn't manage for him. I thought Julia had told the Dukes to keep away." Alice rose from the divan and crossed to the window Blackwood had looked out of. "Jonesy and I were lucky he was here. I might have managed on my own, but not so easily or so well. I was in such a state. I never thought of bribery, the obvious method. I was too busy wishing I'd remembered to carry a weapon and deciding how to defend myself if she tried to cut my throat." "Good grief, Alice." Alice laughed and turned back to her aunt. "And tonight we shall attend Almac's first assembly of the season. We and some 300 or 400 other elite persons. How many, do you think, in their wildest dreams, would guess where Lady Alice Ancaster was this morning, and what she was doing? None. I fervently hope, my dear." Which was as it should be, Alice told herself. This morning had constituted an emergency, a crisis. It wasn't her life. It wasn't the life she needed. She didn't regret what she'd done this day. In truth, she'd felt more alive during those morning hours than she'd done in what seemed like a very long time. She'd made herself truly useful to somebody, and it had been dangerous and exciting and satisfying. Almack's was bound to seem tame in comparison, but tame was the life she sought, the opposite of her parents' turmoil and her brother's chaos. She would become a settled matron, and do more good that way than with 100 disguises and brushes with death. Late afternoon. Lord Warbury stormed out of the Fisk building, Consett on his heels. "Impossible," Warbury said. "The notices were everywhere. £10. And nobody tries to claim it? Nobody?" "The boy could be dead," Consett said. "Or, maybe his mother or father saw the notices and came and got him before the lawyers were ready.
Maybe somebody found him before the notices went up.
Mother, if the filthy little bastard has one, she's a street slut with no idea who his father is or what parts of London her numerous spawn are infesting."
Warbury paused and looked about him at the ancient structures surrounding the court.
"There was a small crowd," Maycock's clerk said. "Then it dispersed. Nobody knows why, and nobody is inclined to look into it."
"Don't see how they could, if everybody left," Consett said.
"They preferred not to look into it, more likely. Too much bother."
Possibly Maycock hadn't swallowed Warbury's tale of wanting to assist, anonymously, a family whose son had been stolen. Or maybe the apathy resulted from Warbury's failure to pay recent legal fees. Who cared why? Couldn't trust lawyers, pettifoggers, all of them. "Maybe somebody will turn up tomorrow," Consett said.
"That I doubt. Something's wrong here. Damn them all to hell."
Warbury left the court to storm along Inner Temple Lane. Before he reached the entrance to Fleet Street, a common-looking female emerged from a doorway and bumped into him.
"Watch where you're going," she said.
"Get out of my way," he said, and knocked her aside. The blow threw her back against the building, her head struck the bricks, and she sank to the ground. Consett, trying to keep up with his friend, paused, gaped at the fallen figure, then hurried on. When the pair had disappeared through the gateway, she stood up, straightened her bonnet, and brushed herself off. She drew from her pocket a gold watch and chain, complete with seals.
"Not a bad day's work, Maggie," she said. "Lost a boy, but won 20 quid from the big swell and more to come later. Got a good look at this pair, and had an easy dive for gold in the bargain."
She bobbed a scornful curtsy toward the gateway her accoster had gone out of.
"Much obliged, sir."
With a laugh, she set out in the opposite direction. She made her way eastward through the maze of streets to Blackfriars Bridge, collecting handbills as she went. Chapter 9. Early morning of Thursday, 3 May 1832. Fog obscured the sun floating up from the horizon as Aunt Florentia's town coach turned into Piccadilly. Gazing out of the window, Alice told herself she had nothing really to complain of. She'd danced twice with the Duke of Doveridge. This was no small achievement, since he always made sure that ladies did not languish, neglected upon the red sofas. He rarely had time to dance with any lady more than once. Yet tonight, despite the shortage of gentlemen, he'd found time for a second dance with her. Furthermore, the notably fickle Duke's continuing interest roused her other suitors' competitive instincts. Despite the night's thin attendance, she'd not only never lacked for partners, but had seen her small collection of wallflowers, including Emily Felpham, partnered for most of the evening. Under the attention, Emily's shyness receded somewhat. Of course, after the shock of meeting the devil Duke of Blackwood in person, other fears must diminish to near nothingness. Good heavens! He did her a favour, Alice said with a laugh. Which he, my dear, and what was the favour? Her aunt said. Alice turned back to her. Blackwood, Emily Felpham. Aunt Florentia laughed too. I'll admit I was astonished when he sent up his card, but I could hardly turn him away after all he'd done. Alice shrugged. You could, easily enough. He's accustomed to my ingratitude. But what a treat it was
to watch his face when Emily was allowed to make his acquaintance. It was all I could do not to laugh out loud. I was taken aback as well. I never thought Lady Felpham would consent to the introduction. Perhaps the shock of seeing him scattered her wits. It scattered mine, certainly. More than that. A great deal more than that. A mad urge to throw her arms about his neck and thank him. The echoing voice in her head, "Why can you not be this man?" Hope, the small flickering light that refused to snuff itself out. A night so long ago, his arms about her, his mouth on hers, and the world she knew falling away at the first taste of him. The scents of the night and the warmth and strength of him surrounding her. The haven of his arms and a moment of fierce happiness. Then his voice, low and choked as he broke from her. "We can't do this. I can't do this." Then he left her, and she stood, shattered, watching him go. Above her head, stars glittered. For a moment, in his arms, she'd felt she was there, among the stars. Aunt Florentia's voice called her back from the past. He managed well enough. Shocked or not, he did not put a foot wrong. His manners are impeccable when he chooses to apply them. But he didn't choose to live among those who prized such qualities. He chose to apply his brain and skills to pleasure-seeking and juvenile pranks. A waste of his life, a waste of all he could be. She couldn't undo the damage, and she certainly had better things to do than let gloom about him darken her mind. She added more briskly, "At any rate, Emily survived, and the experience might have done her some good. She'll have noted, one hopes, that the Duke of Blackwood does not sport cloven hoofs, but is simply a man like other men, merely big and dark and intimidating. But many gentlemen of rank can be intimidating when they choose, even Doveridge. Girls like Emily need to understand their own power, and not let men make them feel uncertain of themselves. I should not say that Blackwood was like other men, Alice. I'll admit he can change the atmosphere merely by standing there." Alice returned her gaze to the carriage window. "As to atmosphere, I wonder if this fog ever means to lift, and is our carriage moving at all? I don't recall Piccadilly being so crowded at this hour. We travelled more quickly through King Street, so we can't blame Almack's crowd. Not that we constituted any great crowd tonight. Is there an accident ahead, do you think?" Despite the fog, Lord Warbury's carriage had made its way from one of St. James's gaming hells with little difficulty. Although Almack's had begun emptying at about the same time he set out, the journey proceeded smoothly until his carriage entered Golden Square. There he found a host of adults and children of every age and the lowest levels of squalor. They swarmed and settled like flies, crowding the pavement in front of his house and spreading out over the west side of the square to Upper John Street. He sat, stunned, in his stalled carriage, aware of irate neighbours glaring down from their windows. Somebody must have summoned the police, yet he saw no sign of them. No surprise there. The Reform Bill disrupted everything. Mobs rioted across London and other towns. Thanks to a lot of soft-headed radicals, Doveridge and his ilk, the police were busy everywhere but here. One of the taller wretches pointed at Warbury's carriage, and the crowd surged toward him. "Found him, Your Honour!" somebody shouted. The others took up the cry with variations. Sometimes it was, "Found her!" He became, "Your Worship," and
Your Highness, and other barely intelligible honorifics. The stench of poverty penetrated his carriage's interior. He tried to close the window fully, but his hands shook too much. This day had begun happily enough. Then came the infuriating news at Maycock's chambers. Shortly thereafter, Warbury happened upon a satirical print, stuck in a print shop window for all the world to gawk at. It depicted him with tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Blackwood and begged, "Please don't hurt me." Then, when he was nearly home, he discovered he'd lost his pocket watch, chains, seals, the lot. Now this, on his very doorstep. "Drive on, damn you!" he shouted. The carriage inched on, hemmed in by the hordes who escorted the vehicle as it rounded the corner toward the mews. Grimy hands waved handbills, the ones he'd ordered printed and plastered about the neighbourhoods where thieves roosted. He dared not disembark. Cholera ran rife among the poor. They carried its miasma, and here they were, a cloud of disease filling Golden Square. "Send for a constable!" he screamed. "Somebody read the Riot Act! Do something, damn you!" Not that anybody could hear him above the crowd's chant. "Found him! Found her!" With a furious struggle, he got the window fully closed. One after another fiend lunged at him, holding up a pile of rags, possibly human, and shouting, "This're him, innit?" or "This'n!" "Fetch a constable!" he shouted, again and again, until he was hoarse. "A to-do in Golden Square," Alice said, when the coachman had explained the constant stopping and starting. "Warbury lives in Golden Square." What had Blackwood said? By tomorrow, he's likely to decide London no longer agrees with him. In any case, you may leave him to me. "I want to see," she said. "Alice, it may well be a riot," her aunt said, "between the cholera and the Reform Bill." "In Golden Square?" Alice said. "Not in Whitehall, or under the Duke of Wellington's windows?" She told the coachman to drive to Golden Square. Her aunt countermanded the order. "Are you mad, child? A public disturbance? And you mean to plunge into it?" She couldn't sit in the coach another minute. "I want to see for myself." The carriage had stopped again. Alice put down the window and reached for the door handle. "Alice!" In a moment she was on the pavement, stumbling a little from the jump, but she quickly regained her balance and hurried through Lower John Street. She heard footsteps behind her. Thomas, as usual, required to guard her. "My lady, hush!" She quickened her pace. She heard the chanting voices first. When she reached the corner of Golden Square, she saw the source. A crowd of what many would call London's refuse milled about the western side of Golden Square, the greater part in front of number 21, Warbury's house. She started to move nearer when she felt a hand on her arm. "I'd keep out of it if I was you, Princess." The hairs on the back of her neck lifting, Alice turned. She had light enough to make out Maggie Proudy's unremarkable face. A groan made Alice glance downward. Behind them, Thomas struggled to rise from the pavement. "What have you done to him?" Alice started to push past Maggie. One might as well try to push an ox out of the way. Her hand was like a manacle. "Well, you're a bold one, ain't you? There's some'd pay good money for little girls who run about looking for trouble." Maggie eyed her dress up and down. "And that frock don't suit this party." Large as it was, Alice's cashmere shawl couldn't conceal her white gauze ball dress.
It was a costly article, embroidered in green silk, with matching green silk bows on the shoulders and the back of the waist, whence floated ribbons. People could be murdered for their clothes, she knew. She adopted her washerwoman's mode of speech. "It suits me well enough, Mrs. Proudy, and I recommend you take your hand off of me if you don't want some fingers broke."
A short, tense pause. Then Maggie laughed.
"Oh, it's you, is it? Got up like a queen."
"My lady."
Thomas had risen to his hands and knees. "Oh, Thomas, are you hurt?" Alice said. "Nah, he only tripped over something." "Your foot, no doubt." "My lady, is it? Well, you're a one, ain't you?" "Where is he?" Alice said. "Where's who?" "You know who I mean. This has his handprint all over it." With the hand not encumbered by Maggie's iron grip, Alice gestured at the crowd, all chanting and holding up children or signs.
"That would be me," came a low voice behind her. "She's always chasing me about. You may let her go, Maggie. I'll see that she doesn't hurt anybody. Kindly help the footman to his feet. It looks as though he went down hard, poor fellow."
"Well, how was I to know what they was about?" Maggie said. "She come raging through the street, and him behind her. Maybe he had something bad in mind for her, you know. And maybe I was looking out for her. I look out for girls, you know."
"For the brothels, most likely." "You may leave her to me," Blackwood said.
Blackwood sent Thomas back to the coach to let Lady Kempton know that Alice was safe and would return shortly. Then, when a highly amused Maggie and a greatly shaken Thomas had gone, Blackwood led Alice deeper into the shadows of the square. His heart was pounding, and he wanted to shake her. He made himself very, very calm and said,
"Did I not tell you I had everything in hand?"
"There was a to-do in Golden Square, the coachman told us," she said. "Warbury lives here. Did you think me incapable of putting two and two together?"
"You couldn't do that from a distance."
"I wanted to see."
"And what about those who might see you? You are not inconspicuous."
He gestured at her dress, a froth of white dotted with green. He was near enough to detect the scent of greenery that belonged to her and nobody else. "I was sitting in the carriage forever. I've been smiling and pretending half the night. 3 partners insisted on performing the steps to the wrong dances, mainly on my toes, but I danced on, as one must. One of the season's fair damsels was beastly to Lady Olympia Hightower, but I could not knock the spiteful cat against one of the mirrors she was so fond of looking into, or even swat her with my fan. I made do with a set-down that probably went over her head. And that isn't the half of it. You don't know what it's like. I only wanted to get home and out of my dress and to bed, but we were stuck in the quadrant this age, and when I guessed why, I wanted to see." He wasn't sure what to make of the rant, and decided not to try. This had been a long day and night. He looked down at her feet.
"You are wearing dancing slippers."
"What should I wear to Almack's? Galoshes?"
"Your slippers are made of silk. Men have danced on your toes, which must be begging for mercy. Yet you run through the filthy London streets like one of the urchins you're trying to save."
"I don't care." She all but jumped up and down. Inside, she was probably doing so. He knew this Alice very well. This was the girl who climbed down ivy-covered bricks from second-floor windows. This was the girl who beat unpleasant boys until they begged for mercy, then dragged them into a river. He clasped her arms. He wanted to pick her up and kiss her until she melted and clung to him the way she'd done so long ago. That was the past, and a mistake. What he ought to do was shake her. Now you've seen for yourself. Being a clever girl, you grasp my cunning scheme. The myrtle sprigs sprouting from her coiffure bobbed as she lifted her head to meet his gaze. You enlisted Maggie Proudy to do your bidding. She rules a vast criminal network. She did in a few hours what would have taken me a week or more to arrange, and she was delighted to do so. For a price? Certainly. That is not to say she hasn't enjoyed herself. Meanwhile, I've performed a public service, you see, in directing her extensive powers to rid London of a menace. Another good deed, Giles? Will this not bring on dyspepsia? Or an attack of megrims? She looked from one to the other of his hands. You may release me now. I shouldn't dream of disrupting your elegant mise-en-scène. I cannot wait to hear the gossip this afternoon at the Queen's drawing-room, and when the topic comes up, you may be sure I shall seek details and be as eager as anybody else to discover what it was all about. He was a fool, the greatest fool. Touching her was always a mistake. Letting go was painful. He didn't want to. But she was here to find a worthy husband, and he was here to make sure nothing got in her way. He owed it to her. He stepped back a pace. He could still feel the warmth of her skin through his leather gloves. He drew in her scent with every breath. Then you'd better go home and get some rest. I shall walk with you back to the carriage. His mind drifted to beds, to the image of a certain young woman in bed, her black hair streaming over the pillows. He hauled the image into the mental cavern. It isn't a very long walk, she said. You are not going alone. If that's the case, you might tell me all the lovely details on the way. It's a prank, Alice. You hate pranks. Not when done for a noble cause. Nobility has nothing to do with it. Duels are tedious and murder is scandalous, and I'm not supposed to make scandal that could possibly be connected with you. Unnecessary, in any event. You are perfectly capable of creating a disturbance with no help from anybody else. But he did tell her. All the lovely details. She listened appreciatively, and when he handed her up to her aunt's carriage and the door closed, he felt regret and regret and regret. After what seemed like years, the crowd in Golden Square melted away as though they'd never been, and the fog began to lift. Then at last, when he could be of no earthly use, a constable appeared, apologetic. A cartload of bricks had spilled in Beak Street, blocking the way. A drunken brawl had erupted in Warwick Street. A wagon had got stuck at the corner of Brewer Street. In short, many residents of Golden Square and its environs had been unable to get home, thereby slowing travel in Regent Street. Lord Warbury scarcely heeded the excuses. He was too frightened even to abuse the constable. Nigh weeping with relief, he entered his house. As he crossed the vestibule, he heard a whispery sound behind him. He turned in time to see a folded piece of paper slide toward him from under the door. With trembling hands, he picked it up and unfolded it. The paper was cheap, and the message was written in pencil in a rough hand. Still, the coarse black capitals were clear enough. Leave my lads alone, or next time it goes worse for you. When Maggie's legions had gone, Blackwood joined her in the shadows of Golden Square's east side. Neatly done, he said. Easy enough when a girl has coin enough to manage it.
Money works magic, he said.
You know that trick well enough, from what I've been hearing. He and his friends had grasped the simple rule long ago. Pay enough, and people become wonderfully forgiving and cooperative. Not everybody. Good society tended to look askance at the pranks, melees, and other rule-breaking. Their disgraces did not give a damn about society. That wasn't where the fun was. This prank wasn't for the fun of it. Maggie didn't care what it was for. She cared about the money he paid her to bring it off successfully. She'd done so, sending out a team to follow Warbury and report his whereabouts, summoning minions to block access to the square, and a host of wretches to play their parts within it. She was formidable, and Blackwood could have throttled Alice for placing herself in this woman's path again.
I've heard nothing about you, and I don't require enlightenment, he said. It's enough to know you keep your bargains, for which I thank you. All the same, I believe we'd do well not to become better acquainted.
Right. Don't want to put your pretty Mort's nose out of joint. Got yourself a handful there, I see. She laughed. I'm good at not being found, your worship. But if you ever do need me, I reckon you'll find a way to let me know. She strolled away. He too walked away in the opposite direction. If tonight's scheme succeeded, Warbury would move to a safe distance. Then, once the worm was out of the picture, then what? Linford could be Ripley's eyes and ears. He knew London. He knew Alice. Better to leave the rest to him. Better to go back, to Ripley and Ashmont, and the life Blackwood had chosen. He told himself it was the life he wanted, where he and his friends made their own rules. He told himself it was fun. Horse races, boxing and wrestling matches, brawls, gaming, pranks, women, wine, and more of the same. Fine remedies for every malady, repeat as needed. He returned to Blackwood House and went to bed. Chapter 10. Blackwood House, Friday, 4 May, 1832. The letter from Newmarket arrived as Blackwood was in the last stages of dressing for the evening. Linford, who'd arrived some time earlier, had poured himself a glass of sherry and settled onto the sofa.
Ripley,
Blackwood said, as he took the missive from the tray.
I recognize the scrawl, Linford said.
Blackwood waved the footman out of the dressing-room and dismissed his valet. When they'd gone, he said,
Since he isn't the most diligent correspondent, we may expect a matter of urgency. Ashmont's run amok again, very likely. As though I could do anything about it. As though anybody could.
He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. No date, no salutation, typical.
Aunt Julia's got the wind up and commands us to appear at headquarters. She heard you're in London. No surprise. Try keeping anything from her. She's like Ashmont's Uncle Fred, spies everywhere, and she knows all that's happening and sometimes before it happens. To put it plain, my aunt is in a fine twist. The letter scorched my fingers. No point in answering. I never do well trying to explain in letters. Best to appear as ordered. I'm setting out as soon as I settle a few matters here. You can guess at one of them. What do you reckon the chances are? Ashmont making matters worse, if he's with us? Damned good odds, I'd say. Auntie sees through his charm. He'll have to stay behind. Look for me to land at the Lovedon Arms in Kensington by Saturday night. Meet me there. Can't turn up in London, or she'll have my head.
We'll set out for Camberley Place on Sunday morning. Make sure you've a good story to tell her. Keep in mind that she's cleverer than the three of us put together. No difficult achievement, now I think of it. Ah. Blackwood passed the letter to Linford, saying, "The timing could be better. When is the timing ever right in life?" Linford read the letter through, squinting now and again to make out the words. He gave it back. Blackwood set it on his dressing table and poured himself a drink. He stared at it for a while before lifting it to his lips. "I can play spy for you," Linford said. Blackwood drank and set down the glass. He returned to the dressing table, opened the velvet box Springate had set there, and removed the sapphire stick pin it contained. He turned to the dressing glass and inserted the stick pin in his neckcloth precisely where it ought to sit. "I should be easier in my mind if I were certain Warbury had left town. He can't do that so soon after the event. He's put it about that what happened on Thursday morning was a political demonstration caused by his opposing the Reform Bill. To leave immediately afterward would look cowardly. He is a coward, as we and many others are well aware. This is why we can be certain that he's too shaken to make trouble for anybody at present," Linford said. "He'll leave London as soon as he can devise a suitable excuse. I'll wager anything." Blackwood had shared with his friend the broad outlines of recent events. Warbury had conceived a vendetta against the boy Alice had shielded at Hyde Park Corner. Alice had alerted Blackwood, and he'd arranged the demonstration in Golden Square to make Warbury believe he'd run afoul of a criminal overlord. As Alice had said, the scene bore their disgrace's handprint. The Dukes had contacts in low places. Linford had a brain. That was sufficient. "It's only for a few days," Blackwood said. "Once I explain the Warbury problem, Lady Charles will understand. As Ripley realizes, however, the business ought to be done face to face." Not to mention that Blackwood would never put into writing all the details, any more than he'd confide them to Linford, much as he trusted him. Without these details, Lady Charles would worry. He'd done damage enough. He would not add anxiety to her sorrow. The morning of the 30th of March haunted him still. "What is wrong with you? Drunk, shooting off pistols, so close to the house, and this house, of all places. Do you three think of anybody else, ever? And you let this happen." No, he hadn't thought. Yes, he'd let it happen, and his best friend could have died in Lady Charles's garden. He couldn't leave this to Ripley, who was in the dark about recent events, and therefore unable to reassure his aunt. Blackwood was the one who'd decided to go against her wishes. He had to be the one to explain why. At least he had proof he'd done the right thing in returning to London. A small amends, but better than nothing. "If anything happens, I know you'll send a message immediately," he said. "Of course," Linford said. "Camberley Place is only a few hours' journey from London. You can be back on the spot in no time. But I strongly doubt you'll need to be. By the time you return, Warbury will be gone, beyond a doubt." Gardens of the Zoological Society, the Regent's Park, Saturday, 5 May, 1832. One of the most useful peculiarities of the camel is its power of passing many days without drinking, the Earl of Tunstall was saying.
This has long since been recognized as dependent on a cellular apparatus connected with the first and second stomachs, and capable, to quote the expressions of Monsieur Cuvier, of retaining water or of continually producing it.
Lord Tunstall is fully capable of continually producing words, Alice murmured. He does not seem to be aware of the quantity.
It would appear that he's memorized one of the Zoological Society's publications, the Duke of Doveridge said in the same low tones. One wishes we had encountered him not quite so early in our visit. Still, he means well, I'm sure. He is simply a little naive.
Alice glanced back at the bespectacled young man. His was not the most prepossessing figure, but he wasn't unattractive. He is so earnest. Do you know, I believe he's trying to impress Miss Emily Felpham. Tunstall had turned up as they were leaving the bear pit, the first stop on their tour of the gardens, and had attached himself to their party. He wasn't the only one. At Almack's on Wednesday night, Doveridge, who naturally was a member of the Zoological Society, had invited the Ladies Kempton and Felpham, Alice, and a trio of debutantes for a tour. Since the young ladies were bound to mention it to somebody or other, who would mention it to somebody else, several enterprising gentlemen had discovered a compelling need to visit, and had applied to members of the society for orders for entry. Consequently, the small group had enlarged.
"She does not seem to be bored," Doveridge said.
"Maybe she understands that he seeks her admiration," Alice said. While Lady Felpham was growing desperate about her 21-year-old daughter's lack of social success, the daughter had her own views. Shy though she was, Emily was not so anxious for a mate as to encourage the first male who displayed interest. Lord Tunstall was a reasonable choice, however. His behaviour was gentlemanly, his rank and income acceptable. The spectacles did not detract from an amiable countenance. Doveridge studied the pair. She does not hang raptly on his every word, but she seems to be paying attention. Possibly she comprehends that he too is shy, and tries to burst out of it in an awkward way. Perhaps she feels sympathy. He doesn't mean to be boring.
"Good heavens, what man does?" Doveridge said. "We all like to imagine we're fascinating fellows. Let us move on to the aquatic birds and give the pair a moment to themselves. If she hurries to catch up with us, we'll know he's failed to captivate." As they walked on, Alice looked up at him. "You're matchmaking." "It is the besetting vice of a man who has failed to make his own match for some 20 years.
I suspect you weren't trying hard enough." He lifted his eyebrows and regarded her for a moment. Then he laughed. A few heads turned their way. "That wasn't meant as criticism," she said. "The trouble is the world we live in, which seems to encourage incaution. Most people marry on the thinnest acquaintance, and that's because they're not allowed any more. There is Miss Emily, who must decide on altogether flimsy evidence whether she can find happiness for the rest of her life with a gentleman with whom she's had only snatches of conversation and virtually no privacy.
What do you recommend, Lady Alice? Ought the chaperones to look on from a distance? Perhaps with spy-glasses?"
"They would need to be able to read lips," Alice said. "If, that is, we young ladies are to be protected from the ignorance imposed upon us."
"I detect the voice of Mary Wollstonecraft."
She shook her head in mock sorrow. "Alas, I'm found out for the radical being I am."
"I found you out ages ago," he said. Second. Well, the first time we met, when I was paying attention."
It was her turn to laugh, and she thought, "He is so like Uncle Charles, and one can be friends with him. And is that not an excellent basis for marriage?" Impossible to imagine her parents ever being friends. But Uncle Charles and Aunt Julia had had that kind of marriage. Private jokes, a private language. They understood each other. Doveridge seemed to understand Alice well enough, considering how little time they'd had for anything like real conversation. A minute or two here and there, while dancing, at dinner. The present gathering was different. With two matrons chaperoning, the other members of the party could walk along in changing constellations, some pausing here, others there, but never straying too far. And so one or another pair might enjoy a brief opportunity to talk more freely than was usually the case. He hadn't disappointed her. She remembered Blackwood's provoking comment, "Maybe I'll stay on to follow your progress with your new—" "Well, he's not so new, is he?" Not so new, perhaps, but compassionate, liberal-minded, and civilized. "And that's enough, is it?" an inner voice demanded. "It will suffice," she answered. Yet the memory returned of Blackwood's hand on her shoulder, and the sound of his voice, and the way she'd wanted— what? Disappointment? Heartbreak? Excitement? She pushed unwanted thoughts away and looked about her and listened. The noise of the streets didn't reach here, except as a distant murmur, and she seemed to be in a Garden of Eden. The sounds of bird song, along with bird talk and argument, squawks and honks and shrieks, and the sound of water splashing in the fountains and ponds, washed over the human voices. Then she saw him. At the cage holding the birds of prey, Blackwood stood, hands clasped behind his back, and riveted, apparently, upon one of the creatures within. The crowd of spectators at the cage, with their hats and umbrellas, had hidden him from her before. But the crowd quickly thinned, as crowds tended to do when the tall, dark figure appeared among them, and a few whispers here and there alerted the ignorant to his identity. She didn't need to be alerted. She felt her pulse quicken and her senses sharpen with anticipation. Of what? Frustration? She told herself to continue in the other direction, where Doveridge would politely continue with her, but she hesitated a heartbeat too long. Blackwood turned and looked at them. He nodded and tipped his hat. Doveridge cursed in his mind, but on the outside he was his usual urbane self. He had no valid reason to cut the Duke of Blackwood, he told himself. Not that he wouldn't have given a great deal at this moment to possess one. He'd spent time with Lady Alice, not as much as he'd like, but as much as he could without putting her reputation in danger or placing himself in a compromising position before he was absolutely certain. As she clearly understood, intelligent young woman that she was, one's choice of spouse was no trivial matter, and he'd lived a bachelor life for a very long time. Still, he was sufficiently acquainted with her to notice the change in her now, as though the air about her had grown heavier, somehow, and vibrated, invisible, yet palpable, and undeniable. He reminded himself that certain people possessed a personal magnetism to which others responded instinctively, on an animal level. Was that not the way he'd responded to her, on that day in the bookshop? Blackwood possessed something, certainly. It wasn't entirely their disgrace's notoriety that made people retreat,
as though expecting an explosion or an uninvited goat. Remembering the goat, Doveridge recovered his good humour. He smiled and said, "Why, here is the Duke of Blackwood. I'd no idea he'd taken an interest in zoology."
"I wonder who let him in," Lady Alice said. Then I asked myself who could keep him out.
This was encouraging. Not that Doveridge needed encouragement. He was, after all, a man of the world, a gentleman of 22, hardly one of the unseasoned young fellows who languished after Lady Alice and her circle. He was a courtier of long standing, an intimate of both the previous and the present king, not to mention the Tsar of Russia. He was a hard-working member of the House of Lords. He'd dealt with snakes and scorpions in human form since his minority. He was not afraid of dangerous young men. He'd been one himself, once upon a time. He returned Blackwood's acknowledgment. Then there was no choice, really. As a member of the Zoological Society, one must welcome his disgrace to the zoo. Blackwood was aware of her before he saw her, in the way that one senses an approaching storm. Or, more prosaically, he'd probably noticed her out of the corner of his eye. She always did dress to be noticed. That was enough to break the spell the golden eagle held over him, and to make him turn away and look straight at her. And there she was, the orchid amid domestic flora, fully encased up to her neck today in a walking dress of thick violet silk. The upper part appeared to continue below the belt, to create the effect of a shorter coat over the skirt. Her hat was the same colour, of watered silk, with a gold moire lining. The gold enhanced her green eyes. In the fitful sunlight, it seemed to create a halo about her face. For a moment, he saw his hands cupping her face, while he bent his head toward the enigmatic smile. He remembered the feel of her mouth against his, and the taste of her, and the sensation of falling and drowning. But he'd been a boy, 19, infatuated for the first time, the only time. If he'd thrown away an opportunity, but he hadn't, really. He couldn't be the man she needed and deserved. Doveridge is that man, conscience said. Blackwood shoved conscience into the mental cavern. "There you are," he said, when the pair drew near. "Lady Alice," he bowed. "Duke," another bow, which was returned with equal courtesy. Doveridge, too, must have a volume of correct behaviour stuck inside his brain forever. "This is a most welcome surprise," Doveridge said. "You take an interest in zoology?" "I'm partial to wild animals." Doveridge smiled. "Then you'll be agreeably entertained, I trust." Blackwood contemplated the agreeable entertainment of feeding the Duke to the nearby vulture, which was childish. Doveridge wasn't Warbury, but the opposite. Furthermore, not being dead yet, the Duke was unappetizing to vultures. Doveridge was a damned paragon. Only his political foes had anything bad to say about him, and most of them were blockheads. Alice had done the intelligent thing in captivating him. Not that he was her only victim. A handful of puppies hovered, though at a safe distance, gazing at her as though at Venus rising from the waves. And while these half-fledged beaux could hardly compete with a man of Doveridge's rank and stature, he was, like them, a man. No person of sense could blame him for being infatuated with her, and society, according to Linford, had no doubt the man had fallen into that condition. And so, having no excuse to do otherwise, Blackwood said what
correct behaviour required.
A fine collection, what I've seen of it so far. I shall have to make a proper tour at another time. Today, however, I only came to have a word with Lady Alice. I went to Sussex Place and was informed that she and Lady Kempton were here.
He was aware of Alice all but visibly vibrating with something. Anger, no doubt, at his turning up to interrupt her enslavement of Methuselah.
A message from Ripley,
he said, and felt her anger, or whatever it was, change to something else.
A family matter. I only want a moment.
Blackwood led her a short distance away from the others. They didn't need to go far. The vociferous birds and talkative humans thwarted eavesdropping.
"I'm sorry to keep you from your lover," Blackwood said. "I realize he hasn't much time, and we oughtn't to fritter it away. I'll be brief."
Her green eyes narrowed. "A message from my brother, you said."
"In strict truth, Ripley's message was to me, but I knew you'd want to be informed. First, to ease your mind, he isn't near death or even damaged."
Or wasn't when he wrote. The late March morning scene played in his mind. He pushed it back into the mental cavern.
"Yes, let's be precise, shall we?" he said. "To the best of my knowledge, he's thriving. However, it seems I've got him into trouble with Lady Charles, and he's been summoned to Camberley Place for an inquisition."
She grasped her umbrella more tightly, preparatory, no doubt, to braining him. "Plague take you, Giles! You know you are not to upset my aunt."
"Do you suppose I did it on purpose?"
"I suppose you rarely think."
He wished he could stop thinking. "Lady Charles ordered Ripley to keep out of London while you set about subjugating the male population," he said. "She was concerned that he might frighten away potential captives. But I couldn't put off my business in town."
That wasn't a lie. Exactly.
Warbury was urgent business, and Blackwood had arrived not a minute too soon. "I assumed the injunction didn't apply to me," he went on. "An error of judgment."
Not his first. So many errors he couldn't undo. So many bridges burnt. "You split hairs very fine," she said.
"Lady Charles seems to see it that way," he said. "Word reached her that I was here, and now your brother's in her black books, and I must go with him and take my punishment."
There it was, the spark of strong emotion in the green eyes. It came and went like a flash of lightning, yet he was sure he hadn't imagined it. "I see." She stared at the vulture. It stared back. Her gaze returned to Blackwood. "Thank you for informing me. I shall endure your absence as best I can." She walked back to her ancient bow. She did not look back. Chapter 11. Camberley Place, afternoon of Sunday, 6 May, 1832. Lady Charles still wore mourning. She still mourned. The sadness lingered in her eyes, though it by no means dulled them. Her mind was as dagger-sharp as ever. She did not interrupt once during Blackwood's explanation, though it was long and detailed. He felt she ought to know everything, or very nearly everything. He simply couldn't prevaricate with Ripley's aunt. She'd been an aunt to Blackwood as well. Like Ripley, he loved her dearly and respected her. Ashmont felt the same, he knew. Moreover, she knew Alice better than he did, and couldn't possibly be surprised, let alone scandalized. She sat listening, her elbow on the arm of the drawing-room's scroll sofa. Her head rested on her hand. No, Rested wasn't a proper description. She held her index and middle fingers at her temple, and her thumb at the angle of her jaw under her ear. He recognized the pose and knew it was not a relaxed one. It was the look of one struggling for patience and, possibly, words. Because she said nothing, Ripley kept still, though it was clear he was poised to jump up and hit somebody or break things. Blackwood had told him the full story when they met at the Lovedon Arms last night. Today they'd travelled some 30 miles, this following Ripley's 60-mile journey from Newmarket. Nonetheless, Ripley's anxiety about Alice and rage at his swine of a cousin hadn't quieted much. Blackwood understood. When his tale was done, what felt like a year's silence ensued before Lady Charles said, "Warbury is tiresome."
"We should have let him drown when we had the chance," Ripley said. His aunt's eyebrows went up. "Long time ago," Ripley said. "Not important." They had never revealed the facts of the fishing house episode to anybody, even Ashmont.
"Florentia never dropped a hint of these matters in her letters," Lady Charles said. "She would not want to worry me, though she must have been worried to death. I grieve to think of what she's endured. But she's had charge of Alice these last few years, time enough to develop a degree of resilience. All the same, I do not understand why other girls can go on the marriage mart without becoming involved with murderous gang leaders."
"To be fair, that encounter could not be avoided," Blackwood said. "Alice only wanted to keep the foul little boy out of Warbury's clutches. Perhaps you believe I ought to have put my foot down." "Refused to help my sister," Ripley said. "As though you could stop her, short of locking her in a cage. And good luck trying that. Aunt, you remember what would happen whenever she was confined to quarters? It was a matter of pride and principle for her to break out, even if it meant breaking her neck. One doesn't stop Alice. Can't be done, short of violence. Even then it's a tetchy business. All we can do is try to contain the damage."
"I'd believed the warrior business was a phase she'd outgrow," Lady Charles said. "Clearly there was more to it than children playing Let's Pretend."
"There's more to it," Blackwood said. "That's who Alice is."
One could blame the company she kept, Keefe, Miss Pomfret, but they only supported her in what she believed in, didn't they? Blackwood found himself wishing he'd been the one supporting her. All these years, and what had he accomplished compared to her? Well, then, how was he to have known that when he was 17 years old, or 19, or 21, or a month ago? He became aware of Lady Charles's penetrating gaze. Her eyes were hazel, changeable, but always keen. Even in sorrow, her formidable mind seemed to catch the smallest clues. "Her life would be easier, if that were not the case," she said. She smiled faintly. "Finding a spouse would be easier, I dare say. Most gentlemen would prefer their wives perform heroic acts without calling attention to themselves or inconveniencing their husbands."
"I'll wish them good luck in achieving that dream," Ripley muttered. "Given the circumstances, I don't see what else she could have done," Blackwood said. "She was deeply distressed about the boy. I cannot say why. He's one of the most unpromising specimens I've ever had the misfortune to come within smelling range of. All the same, even I couldn't relish the prospect of his falling into Warbury's hands."
Lady Charles closed her eyes. "Please tell me she isn't making plans to teach him a lesson."
"Whatever for?" Ripley said.
She knows Blackwood took care of it, as he described. Very neatly done it was, too."
The lady's eyes opened, and her gaze fixed, like a bayonet, on Blackwood. "I saw the note in Fox's Morning Spectacle about the mob in Golden Square on Thursday morning," she said. "A reform bill demonstration, they claimed."
"What could be neater than that?" Ripley said. "Everybody else thinks it's politics, and the worm thinks he's come up against a crime lord." "He has, actually," Blackwood said. "If he'd gone after one of Madame Proudy's senior boys, rather than a recent acquisition, I believe Warbury would regret it very much."
"I should rather my niece not become involved with felons, Giles."
Too late, he thought. We'd all like that, he said. Still, her charity isn't merely for show, and one can't deny her courage. I wonder how many other members of the upper orders would risk their lives for a street child.
"In which case, I must be glad you were on the spot," she said. Blackwood did not swoon with relief, but he felt it wash through him, a slight cooling and quieting of the inner turmoil.
"What could have been better?" Ripley said. "Blackwood's the one of us three with finesse, and this proves it. No scandal, no lovers running away in terror on account of him either. Nobody who signifies, at any rate."
"Indeed. You or even the three of you at once are unlikely to frighten away a man like Doveridge," Lady Charles said. "To him you are mere striplings, ill-behaved ones, to be sure, but little more than naughty boys to a man like him."
"Ouch," Ripley said. "I knew Auntie would bear her talons sooner or later. Didn't you, Blackwood?"
Whether he'd expected the jab or not, Blackwood felt it.
"Sad to say, your revered aunt speaks no more than the simple truth," he said. "Unlike nearly everybody else, Doveridge failed to turn pale at the sight of me. Instead of slinking away, he advanced in the most amiable manner and welcomed me."
Alice had not, but she wouldn't. She couldn't wait to be rid of him. They'd been partners in crime briefly, but what did that signify? He'd helped her retrieve the boy. He'd helped her in the past. That didn't make him her hero. If on occasion she found his general worthlessness and bad behavior useful, that didn't mean she forgave him, or had stopped hating him. He'd hurt her badly. Once, most certainly. Very likely he'd hurt her on other occasions without realizing. He knew he'd hurt her a few weeks ago. He couldn't blame Ashmont. Blackwood had been as drunk as the other two. He'd participated. Then, angry with himself, he'd slunk away in shame. Promptly thereafter, he'd done the usual to stifle those disagreeable feelings. They'd left Camberley Place, and then... For a moment, the drawing-room seemed to dissolve into a hazy landscape while thoughts raced through his mind, like wind-driven clouds. And then Alice had gone to London. And then, instead of returning to the continent and her best friend, she'd gone on the marriage mart. "I set a date a month ago," she'd said on that day at Hyde Park Corner. A month would make it the 30th of March. He looked at Ripley, who might have died that day, who might even now be sealed away in the family vault at Castle Ancaster, or here at Camberley Place, next to the uncle he'd loved. With her brother dead, Alice would find herself at Warbury's mercy. Then, no matter what the law said, no matter what Ripley's will said, Warbury would find a way to make her life a purgatory. He'd dispute every last legal detail and do everything else his filthy mind could devise to punish her and everyone who tried to help her. He was a reckless profligate, who'd destroy the dukedom, in any event. He'd complete the ruination her father had begun, and Ripley had spent years repairing. That was why. That was why she was ready to throw herself away on a man who didn't know her and would have no idea how to deal with her. Warbury wouldn't dare to tackle Doveridge. The Duke would crush him like the worm he was. My fault, Blackwood thought. This is all my fault. The two dukes departed Camberley Place on the following day, leaving Lady Charles to the melancholy that nobody and nothing could assuage, except, perhaps, time. At least she'd forgiven Blackwood, and understood why he needed to remain in London until Warbury left it. Remain discreetly, if you please, she'd said. The hard part was persuading Ripley not to hang about in Kensington, waiting for word or plotting his cousin's demise. Patience wasn't Ripley's greatest skill, and while not as volatile and unpredictable as Ashmont, he could be single-minded and heedless when something was wrong. Not altogether unlike his sister. Blackwood sent a message to Linford, inviting him to join them for dinner at the Lovedon Arms. The Earl was a calming influence. Equally important, since he always knew the latest gossip, he'd be among the first to learn of Warbury's doings. When they reached the inn, they found Linford awaiting them. They adjourned to Ripley's rooms, and dinner was sent up. Once the food was served, Ripley dismissed his valet, Snow, to give the gentleman complete privacy. His servants were discreet and trustworthy. All the same, he'd rather they didn't overhear certain conversations. "Can you credit it?" he said to Linford, as they began dissecting their chops. "Going after a child to spite my sister, merely because she protected the brat. And he a street child, no less, ignorant and ragged and half-starved. Somebody needs to teach my cousin to pick on somebody up to his weight. If you try to teach him, he'll only nurse a grudge and go after another unfortunate to get even," Blackwood said. "Let the demonstration and Maggie's message do the work. It seems that's been accomplished," Linford said. Warbury told Lady Bartham that he intends to visit an invalid aunt in Bath. He and Consett mean to set out on Tuesday or Wednesday. In the meantime, he's playing least in sight. "I should rather he set out for the Outer Hebrides," Ripley said. "Excellent chance he'll drown en route. Will somebody please explain to me why I can't kill him?" "We're not to make scandal, remember," Blackwood said. "Killing your heir is not done." The rule was bound to be somewhere in correct behaviour. "There'll be a scandal only if I get caught," Ripley said. "You've never killed a man in your life," Blackwood said. "You're sure to bollocks it up." "Leave it to Blackwood," Linford said. "He's already frightened the fellow out of his wits without uttering a word to him." "Right," Ripley said. "Finesse." He raised his tankard. The Lovedon Arms was known for its ale. "Here's to the finesse of my friend and brother by bonds thicker than blood, and whom I've missed, actually. Let's have another toast, then, to Blackwood's rejoining his brothers at Newmarket in the very near future." Tuesday or Wednesday, Blackwood thought. So soon. More toasts were drunk as the evening wore on. But it wasn't the usual drunken debauch, lasting into the small hours. Ripley had a long journey ahead of him tomorrow, and Blackwood wanted to be in London in case Warbury devised any parting atrocities. They left Ripley soon after dinner. "I thank you for coming on short notice," Blackwood said, as he and Linford rode back to town. "As I'd hoped,
His mood improved markedly when you turned up. He was right to be furious, Linford said. I fear we didn't beat Warbury often enough and hard enough when we were at school. Now I'm reluctant to dirty my hands. One of these days he'll annoy the wrong person, Blackwood said. Somebody free of our delicate sensibilities and exquisite principles. For now I only want him far from London. Then you can rejoin your friends. Blackwood glanced about him. They were approaching the King's Arms. Here the granite paving stones ended, as did the inns and taverns that clustered along this portion of the road. They'd meet another cluster as they neared Hyde Park Corner, where it had all started. The episode with Alice and the pickpockets played in his mind. He could hardly believe it had happened only a week ago. He drew his attention back to the present and said, Once Warbury's gone, there's no compelling reason for me to remain, although I'll miss your company. Why don't you come with me? Linford laughed. I grow old. I haven't the stamina. You're not 30. Perilously close, my friend. Another few weeks only. And truly, I no longer have the wherewithal to keep up with you three. He no longer had the desire, more likely. Blackwood had caught hints here and there that after some 5 years of widowhood, Linford, too, was beginning to contemplate marriage. A lot of that going about. Alice, Doveridge, the confirmed bachelor, Linford, the long-time widower. Too bad. Blackwood had enjoyed spending time again with Linford. He was good company and not demanding. One needn't always remain braced for battle to erupt, or be prepared to deal with whatever uproar had to be dealt with. Blackwood had hoped. Well, what? Whatever it was, he'd think about it another time, or never. Then we'll make the most of what time remains to me in London, he said. Can you endure an hour or two of nearly pure idleness? Linford said. The Society of Painters in Watercolours has mounted a new exhibition. I'd planned to attend tomorrow. Do nothing but look at pictures, Blackwood said. I'm afraid so. No children likely to be kidnapped, no criminal acts on offer, no crises. Unlikely, I'd say. 1 or 2 persons demonstrating their ignorance in loud voices is about as much excitement as we can expect. Sounds perfect, Blackwood said. Blackwood House, Tuesday, 8 May, 1832. The midday visit to the exhibition passed peacefully. Blackwood's arrival home did not. He entered his house to find his butler in a high state of emotion. This was unheard of. Dawson was never agitated. His normal self was wooden. The butler had views, and in his view, servants were to keep feelings to themselves, reserving them for their leisure time, which, by the way, they ought not to have too much of, because it put ideas into their heads. It was not a servant's business to have ideas. They encouraged feelings. At present, feelings seemed to have overcome him. His face was red. His usual stately manner had deserted him. Speech burst out of him in rushes, not altogether coherently. Snow was here, Blackwood repeated, unsure he'd heard correctly. He left not half an hour ago, and I assure your Grace that I did my best to detain him. It was of no avail. He was in a shocking state of nervous upset. He would go to Lady Kempton, though I endeavoured to explain that this was highly inadvisable. Whatever the trouble was, and I must apologise, Your Grace, because it was exceedingly difficult to make heads or tails of his speech, so agitated he was. Gone to Lady Kempton? This wasn't good news, in 100 ways. Blackwood bit back some extremely bad words. "I take your meaning," he said. "But the main points, Dawson, if you please." With visible effort, the butler composed himself. "As I understand it, Your Grace, the crucial point is that Snow has lost his master."
At first, Blackwood thought that Ripley had dismissed Snow, but that was impossible. Snow was a paragon among valets. Ripley was no more likely to part with him than to dismiss his brilliant French chef, Chardot. Then light dawned.
"Do you mean Snow can't find him? That seemed to be the gist of it, Your Grace. And now he's gone to Lady Kempton. I remonstrated with him, Your Grace. I told him he ought to know better. Their graces will have their little jokes, I told him, to no avail."
Unlike Ashmont's valet, Summers, who cried at the drop of a hat or a handkerchief and sobbed over fluff on a coat sleeve, Ripley's man was a steely fellow, as unlikely a candidate for hysteria as Blackwood's valet, Springate. Blackwood thought quickly, something he was accustomed to do, given his friend's propensities for sudden starts and whims, not to mention accidents.
"Thank you, Dawson. I shall want the mail phaeton as soon as may be."
Ripley might be perfectly well. He might be the opposite. In the latter case, one needed a larger vehicle than the cabriolet. In the mail phaeton, one might safely, though not very comfortably, stow incapacitated persons, dead drunk persons, post-melee persons. I took the liberty of ordering it, Your Grace, in the circumstances and expecting you momentarily, as I tried to tell Mr. Snow. It wouldn't be the first time Blackwood had needed to retrieve one of his friends. His servants were old hands. After taking a few minutes to make suitable changes to his attire, Blackwood went out again. He found his carriage drawn up at the door, his powerful matched bays, Circe and Sappho, in harness. In lieu of a footman, a more useful though less decorative groom by name of Pratt accompanied the Duke's tiger, Elphick. Dawson had thought of everything, as he was exceedingly well paid to do. That was the easy part. Chapter 12. Sussex Place.
"A hackney, Alice?" Aunt Florentia cried. "Have you taken leave of your senses? You cannot simply— Somebody must go." "But where?" Alice was not at all sure where to begin, but begin she must. Kensington, it seems. Blackwood will know, but where is he? Not here when needed, out all night, no doubt, and recovering from the wretched excesses in a brothel or opium den. My dear, there is bound to be a reasonable explanation, or an unreasonable one. That is more likely. But regardless of the reason, it is quite mad to suppose you can find Ripley on your own, no less. For all you know, it's meant to be one of their jokes. Snow was beside himself. They'd sent him down to the servants' hall for tea or brandy, or whatever the senior servants deemed necessary to settle his nerves. Ripley failed to enlighten him. That is all, Aunt Florentia said. You know those three do not always consider others. They act first and compensate afterward. You have no idea where your brother has gone or why. If he's done it for a prank, you'll have made a spectacle of yourself for nothing. You cannot afford a scandal, and that is the least of the dangers. Heaven only knows what sorts of people you'll encounter. I do wish you'd take a moment to think in a rational manner." Alice drew on her gloves. "Somebody must do something. I cannot sit here stabbing a needle into linen when my brother may be in danger. I cannot."
Had she been certain Warbury was well away in Bath, she would worry, but not nearly as much. If only Keefe were here, and Cassandra. They weren't. Neither was Blackwood. Thomas would have to suffice as protection. At least he was large. "But we are promised to dine at Doveridge House," her aunt said. Doubt twinged. Was this madness, after all? Making mountains of molehills? Impossible to know, and one couldn't take the chance. "I can't promise to be back in time," she said. "I'm truly sorry to disappoint the Duke, but it can't be helped. Make my excuses, but you are not to deceive him. He deserves the truth." If this sort of thing turned his mind against marrying her, it was better to know that now. She hurried out of her aunt's sitting room, down the stairs, and into the vestibule. She heard footsteps behind her, Thomas in hot pursuit, as required. Another footman standing at the door hastily opened it. She hurried through and ran straight into Blackwood. The impact might have thrown another man back, down the steps and onto the pavement. He staggered slightly, then grasped her arms, his big hands crushing her sleeves. He set her firmly on her feet inside and let her go. She stepped back a pace, aware of the ghost of warmth and pressure on her arms, aware of the size of his gloved hands. For a moment she forgot what she was about, but in the blink of an eye she came to herself, and fear and rage crashed against surging relief. Blackwood closed the door behind him.
"I knew this would happen," he said. "I thank my lucky stars for Dawson. Another minute, and you'd be charging away in your chariot like Boadicea, leaving me in desperate pursuit."
"Where have you been?" she cried. "You're never there when one wants you." He waved away the hovering footman. They went away, Thomas weeping tears of relief, she didn't doubt.
"Shall I follow you about like your devoted footman, watching for the next cataclysm?"
Blackwood said in a low voice.
"Thank you, but I have enough of that with my friends."
He was so infuriatingly calm, she wanted to choke him. A part of her knew she was being unfair, but anxiety fought with reason. For Snow, of all people, to come here in a panic because Ripley had disappeared? Unheard of, even in Ripley's life of extremes. And for this to happen when Warbury was reported to have left London, in the dead of night, no doubt, headed supposedly to Bath, which would mean travelling the same road where Ripley lodged? A coincidence? Not likely. "You were with him," she said. "Last night. Snow said so."
"I was, and left him in perfect health and cheerful spirits."
"Drunk, you mean?"
"No. He planned an early bedtime in order to make an early start today."
"He never went to bed, according to Snow."
"Then he found a girl," Blackwood said.
"She was the bait for an ambush. I knew it."
"That I very much doubt. Alice, you've let Snow's panic affect you. If you would take but a moment to reflect—"
"I've taken moments. I've been waiting this age. Aunt said there was an explanation, but nobody seems to have one. Snow was altogether in the dark, and when he went to your house, hoping you'd enlighten him, you weren't there."
"Linford and I decided to view an exhibition of watercolours. If Snow had waited not half an hour, as my butler tried to persuade him to do—"
"If he'd done so, you wouldn't have told me."
"Not until I was certain we had reason to be anxious."
She wanted to scream. She clenched her hands instead. "Is Snow not reason enough? He owns nerves of iron. Otherwise he couldn't have survived 2 days in my brother's employ, let alone nearly a decade. He knows him. He wouldn't panic if he hadn't a good reason. He said that after you left, Ripley was too restless to go to bed. He went down to the tap room. Snow fell asleep waiting for him. This morning he learnt that Ripley had ordered his horse last night. He rode out, and that was the last anybody knew of him. Finally she perceived a faint crack in Blackwood's calm demeanour.
He took his horse?
Yes. Do you see now? Why should he take Lucetta out at all hours when he planned to ride to Newmarket this morning? Would he not want her fully rested for the journey? Silence fell,
rather in the manner of a roof collapse.
In spite of Snow's out-of-character panic, Blackwood had told himself that this was no more than the usual thing. Among their disgraces, unexplained disappearances were nothing new. Most often they involved women.
"I was not in possession of details," he said. "Snow was not as coherent as he might have been when he spoke to Dawson."
"If we might start out now," she said, "I'll be happy to supply such details as Snow conveyed."
"We are not starting out. I shall do the searching. Having you along will only complicate matters. You'll remain here quietly, or unquietly as you choose, with your aunt, and let me find your brother. I always do."
"No,
Alice."
"You will not leave me behind to go mad with worry." Lady Kempton burst into the vestibule, huffing a little. "Blackwood, thank heaven you are here. You must make her see reason." "What I see is time passing," Alice said. "My brother is in trouble, and we stand here talking." The scene flashed in Blackwood's mind again, of the morning at Camberley Place. Ripley infuriated her, but she loved him dearly. He remembered the letters she'd written so faithfully to her brother nearly every day, though Ripley was not so faithful in answering. That was how Blackwood had first discovered Alice, months before he met her, through the letters her brother shared with his friends, because they were brothers by bonds thicker than blood. If he were in her place, how would he feel to be left behind?
"Alice had better come as well," Blackwood said. "She'll search for him with or without me, Lady Kempton, no matter what we say or do. Better with me."
He turned back to Alice. She was dressed more simply than usual, in a fawn-coloured walking dress, and carrying a plain green umbrella. She still looked expensive. He gestured.
"The hat. Send for something unexciting. Let's try to attract as little attention as possible. While you do that, I'll speak to Snow."
The interrogation of Snow added virtually nothing to what Blackwood and Alice already knew.
"He was calmer and coherent, but it was simply the same story in more intelligible form," Blackwood told Alice as he turned the carriage into Baker Street. "I don't doubt we'll make sense of it by the time we reach the scene of the crime that didn't happen."
"You don't know that it didn't happen."
"Experience tells me that what happened was a woman," Blackwood said. "Ripley met up with her and changed his plans. Easy enough. It wasn't urgently needed at Newmarket. He'd intended to set out early, but a pretty girl made him set aside his intentions."
"If that's the case, I'll slap him until he cries," she said. "I'm so tired of worrying about him. I wish I could stop. It does no good. It changes nothing. You'd think I'd have learnt by now." Blackwood glanced at her. She had exchanged the exciting hat for a more subdued one of deep violet silk. Ruffles framed her face, and a ribbon wrapped about the crown, but no sprigs or flowers sprouted from the thing. The deep brim cast her face in shadow. He hoped it offered concealment enough, and he cursed society for making concealment necessary. She ought to be able to search for her brother without worrying about causing scandal and ruining her marital chances. It was all so ridiculous. But one couldn't change the world they lived in. Men could escape it without much trouble.
A woman who escaped lost everything. He'd simply have to keep her as safe as he could, including safe from scrutiny. With the vehicle's hood up, onlookers would have to crane their necks and peer inside to recognize her. He didn't intend to give anybody the opportunity. All the same, if he didn't smuggle her back to Sussex Place by nightfall, her reputation would be in tatters. He silently cursed Ripley for disappearing. In answer, his mind busily painted pictures of the worst possible outcome. Ripley set upon by an armed gang of ruffians. Ripley lying in a ditch. Ripley under an overturned carriage. "I'll hold him while you slap," he said. "He's ruined my day. I'd planned a peacefully amusing few hours before dinner. Linford and I were to visit Crockford's new bazaar in St. James's Street. You might enjoy it. Pickpockets abound. I saw something in the paper about a fellow caught in the act and sentenced to hard labour. One of your friends?"
"I saw that, and no, my friends, as you call them, are more highly skilled than that sad excuse for a thief. The report said one of the bazaar's officers, as well as the inspectress, watched Mr. Williams make several attempts. He's been caught before, more than once. He ought to take up a profession better suited to his limited abilities."
"I hear the voice of Keefe."
"You hear correctly. If you plan to commit a crime, be sure you can do it competently."
"Madame Proudie's boys do it well enough, judging by what I was able to observe at Hyde Park Corner," he said.
"They were splendidly trained," she said. "If Keefe hadn't taught me how they work and what to watch for, I shouldn't have realized what they were about. I was amazed that Warbury noticed. Talk of light fingers."
"And you wish Maggie would teach the boys instead to read and write and aspire to a career less likely to end in Newgate prison?"
A pause. Then she turned in the seat to look at him. "I do wish it. Yes. Great Juno! The demonstration she organized for you in Golden Square. That is a formidable woman. Imagine what she could do if she applied her talents to philanthropy."
"Crime is more profitable."
He was aware of her knee touching his, and of the rustle of heavy silk when she moved, and of the pull of longing. Too bad. He would simply have to endure it. He needed to make amends. If this was punishment, he'd earned it. "I envy her power, Giles." The words jarred him from his descent into self-pity.
"Maggie lives her life in the shadow of the gallows," he said. "It isn't romantic."
"Who said it was? You can't understand. You're a man and a nobleman. You do exactly as you please."
"Not exactly."
She had no idea, and it was better that way. "Indeed, my heart breaks with pity," she said. "A few rules about honour. Pay your gambling debts, though not necessarily your tailor and other tradesmen." Before he could contradict, she waved a gloved hand. "Yes, I know you three pay everybody because it keeps life running smoothly for you. It encourages service and loyalty. It keeps people quiet and happy. What other ghastly strictures do you labour under? Oh, yes, the onerous rule about viewing gently bred maidens as the Black Death, because otherwise you might find yourself entangled and, heaven forfend, inconveniently married, although it's likely you could wiggle out of the difficulty if you throw money enough at it. But why take the chance when there are so many willing women in the world?"
"Now I know what this day lacked," he said. "A lecture."
"I should lecture a brick with equal result," she said. "I simply point out how oblivious you are to your circumstances, how easy it is for you to do what you do. Really, how many rules can't you break?
How many broken ones can't be mended with money or influence?
Meanwhile, Maggie Proudy breaks all sorts of rules, yet commands legions of not merely boys, but desperate and dangerous men, he said.
I see, Alice.
It took a while. I'm rather thick, as you know, but I do see. If it's any comfort to you, I believe you would have made a superior criminal overlord if only Keefe could have supervised your education from the beginning.
The laugh broke from her like ice breaking, and he could feel the thaw set in. She turned away, yet out of the corner of his eye he caught the lingering hint of her smile as she faced straight ahead. He wished he could take that smile full on, in the way one lifted one's face to the sun. He wished, when she looked at him, he wanted to look back and look forever, as though he could never get enough of her, of simply drinking her in. But looking could never be enough, and wishing was worse than pointless. Wishing was a reminder of lost chances. Not to mention he'd nobody to blame but himself for being here, sitting beside her, looking and wishing like a besotted schoolboy. Still, it was Ripley's fault, too, for not staying put and doing what he said he'd do, and when they found him, Blackwood was going to slap him until he cried. Then they'd both get very, very drunk and break rules, because that was so much fun, wasn't it? She had been wishing precisely what Blackwood said, that Maggie would teach the boys reading and writing instead of pocket-picking, and it made Alice wild that he could do this so easily at times. It might be simple coincidence, it might be a clever guess, but it might be something he did more easily and often than she realized. She might find him inscrutable at times, but she apparently was transparent to him. He could find a way under her guard and make her laugh, even when she wanted to throttle him. She had thought, once upon a time, that they were allies, even kindred spirits. Rules had caged him, very much as they'd caged her, but he'd broken free of the rules because he was a man and a duke. She, a duke's daughter, could never break free without losing the little power she had. Money was power, position was power, but a woman's money and position stood on the shakiest ground because they depended on a man. So the world commanded. The great world. Good society. The beau monde. Her world now. If that world found out what she was about at this moment and who she was with, she could lose everything she'd spent the last month struggling to achieve. She'd worked so hard to be respectable, to keep all radical thoughts and opinions to herself, to say and do nothing to set gossip mills grinding. Men didn't want wives who caused talk. Society ostracized women who were too outspoken, or at all outspoken. Only look at what had happened to Cassandra last year. She'd had to go abroad again, because she'd embarrassed her family. True, she'd set off a riot, but that was because she was a woman who'd contradicted a man in public. Women were supposed to keep out of it, whatever it was. Not this woman, Alice told herself. Maybe Blackwood could find her brother without her help, but she and he could do it more efficiently together, the way they'd rescued Jonesy. She sat quietly now, to let him keep his mind on driving, preferably at breakneck speed. She had plenty of time to think second thoughts, if she needed to. Once they'd turned into Oxford Street, Blackwood urged the horse to greater speed. He was a prime whip, because he was perfect at everything. That was how he'd been trained, he'd told her long ago. All the same, even he needed to pay full attention in order to make his way as swiftly as possible around slow or stalled vehicles, while also dodging 2- and 4-footed wanderers.
After that they had a short distance to the next turn, at Park Lane. They soon reached Piccadilly and entered the chaos of Hyde Park Corner. They endured only a brief slowing, though, before they broke out of it into Knightsbridge. The way was busy but not so crowded now as it would be at night, when the Royal Mail coaches set out, all at the same time, with stage and post coaches joining the procession. They passed a series of inns and taverns, and the horse barracks, where the granite paving stones ended. They sped past the halfway house and the 1 mile stone. Having travelled this way from time to time on the journey to Camberley Place, she knew that many fine houses stood behind the walls, trees and shrubberies bordering the southern side of the road. Otherwise, what she observed was foreign territory. She was still relearning London and its environs after her time abroad. They sped through Kensington Gore, came to a stop to pay at the toll gate, then continued to the Kensington High Street. Though it felt to her as though they crept along, the swiftly passing landscape told the opposite story.
"Another time I'll point out the sights," he said, "such as they are. But we've not far to go. The inn stands on the corner of the road to one of the Earl of Lovedon's country places, Castle de Grey."
She looked about her, and her spirits sank. Buildings clustered along the road. Beyond them, however, was not a bustling town. "It's a great deal of countryside. I've been this way time and again, but never considered what I was seeing."
"Some dozens of inns and taverns and shops huddle along the Uxbridge Road, as you'd expect," he said. "North and south of it lie a number of fine estates. More and more areas are being built upon all the time. Still, the place is mainly rural. Fields and gardens, acres of farmland, a great deal of productive countryside. It also holds substantial stretches of wasteland, where one finds potteries, piggeries, and brickmakers."
"Ripley could be anywhere," she said. "Talk of a needle in a haystack."
"Good thing we've had recent practice with that sort of thing," he said. "This time we've a few advantages. Not so many people. No venturing into London's rookeries. Equally important, a man like Ripley attracts more notice than a street child does. For all we know, we'll find him at the inn, all amazed at the fuss we've made."
"If we find him at the inn, you will help me drag him to the nearest horse trough and hold his head under water until he gurgles for mercy."
"Agreed. But first things first. We've raced here with no plan. To begin with, you can't be you, and I can't be anybody but me."
"You may have no plan," she said. "I made one before I left Sussex Place, and dressed for the occasion. I thought carefully about everything, including the hat you insisted I change, but I couldn't bear to waste time arguing with you."
"Since when?" he said.
Chapter 13. The Lovedon Arms, a short time later. Mrs. Jagg, the innkeeper, hurried into the parlour with tea. A maidservant bearing a plate of cakes followed her.
"Mais c'est impossible,"
Alice cried.
"Pray calm yourself, madame," Blackwood said. "We'll get to the bottom of this."
"But how does this happen? How does un duc vanish? Pfft, like this?" She waved a hand. "Into the air."
She was a French actress, having adopted for the occasion Madame Girard's Parisian accent, exaggerated for effect, she said. She was the très chère amie of le Duc de Ripley, who had appointed to meet her last night after her performance, and failed to appear. Blackwood had never been to Paris, and he wasn't sure how well Alice mimicked Madame Girard in particular, but the accent matched those of certain Parisian women he'd met. Her manner, meanwhile, was so wonderfully French that he could scarcely maintain his composure. Nearly as difficult was keeping his mind on what they were doing. "I wish I could tell you more, madame, your grace," Mrs. Jagg said, as she arranged teapot and accoutrements upon the table. "We've been asking about his grace all day, ever since his man came to us in a dreadful state. But you know, his grace had a trifle to drink last night, and he said he wanted air, and that was the last I saw of him. We asked in the stables, as you may know, and it's true, he took his horse out." She frowned over a spoon before setting it down. Blackwood sensed hesitation.
"Mrs. Jagg, if you've any ideas, hints, suspicions, we should be grateful."
"Why should you be so quiet? Is this because Monsieur le Duc has another cher ami?" Alice waved her hand. "Bah! What is this to me? A great surprise? I supposed him to be a monk, do you think? Do I look to you like the fool?"
"Pray recall that Madame is French," Blackwood told the innkeeper. "A Parisian, furthermore."
Following another short hesitation, and after sending the maid out of the parlour, a red-faced Mrs. Jagg admitted that the Duke of Ripley knew a handsome young woman originally from the neighbourhood. It was possible he'd gone to visit her.
"I see," Blackwood said, "and, as was his custom, he distributed certain monetary gifts to keep his doings quiet."
"Since when is my brother so secretive?" Alice said to him in rapid French.
"He might have been uncertain whether the young woman has acquired a beau or a husband recently, and he didn't want to make trouble for her and complications for himself,"
Blackwood said in the same language. To the innkeeper, in English, he said,
"Where exactly might one find this young woman at present?"
Some time later, Alice sat at a table by a tavern window while Blackwood charmed the proprietress of the Two Swans. No onerous task, she supposed. One must admit that her brother had fine taste in women. Marjorie Ronce was a curvaceous young widow, blessed with a cloud of red-gold hair and deeply blue eyes. About Alice's age, or not much older, she kept a clean, well-run tavern in Kensington Gravel Pits, a village on the Uxbridge Road. Unfortunately, Mrs. Ronce was as baffled as they. The Duke, she said, had left the premises at 11 o'clock last night, when she closed the tavern. Here, too, he'd had a trifle to drink. She appealed to her customers for information. Some private discussion followed before one old fellow said, "If he were going back to London, he took the wrong way. Maybe got east mixed up with west." "Well, he were bung-eyed, weren't he?" said another. "Drunk as a lord, meaning drunk as a duke, ha-ha." This witticism mightily amused the other patrons. "It were dark as your pocket last night," another volunteered. "What odds he lost his way?" "He's a duke. He went to Castle de Grey and slept on a feather bed, him and Lord Lovedon being cousins." "No, they ain't. All them knobs is cousins." After a few minutes of these exchanges, Blackwood rejoined Alice.
"This sort of discussion might go on for hours and still result in nothing useful," he said in an undertone. "I recommend we move on."
Alice shook her head. "That one," she said, "by himself in the corner." Blackwood looked toward the lone youth, scowling into his tankard.
"He's a boy."
"I've been watching his expression while the others talk. He seems to have something bothersome on his mind." Alice rose. "I think he's shy to speak in front of the other men. Find a pretext to get him outside. I want to know what's troubling him." Blackwood's pretext was a coin, surreptitiously conveyed, and a murmured suggestion. Then he took Alice outside to the carriage. They waited, but not for long. After about 5 minutes, the young man emerged from the tavern.
"You there, lad," Blackwood said. "What's the shortest way to Castle de Grey?"
The youth approached the carriage. His name was Sam Pryke. He didn't know what had become of the missing Duke, he said, but the tavern talk made him think about what he'd heard today. "This morning," he said, "at the blacksmith. I went to fetch the tools he mended for my father. I caught some talk, but I wasn't listening so close. They was talking about a fine horse, fitted out like for a king and on its own. Somebody said, did he catch it? And somebody else said it took a while, her being skittish, but she was tired, and they got her." He didn't know who precisely had captured the animal, but he knew the men who'd been talking about it, and gave their names. "Only they didn't steal her," he said, clearly anxious. "I didn't want to say nothing in there." He jerked his chin toward the tavern. "Sound like I was blabbing on, fellows. And there's more than one in there. You got to be careful what you say if you don't want to fight. But the men talking about the horse, they were farmers. The mare was running loose, and one of them caught her, same as he'd do with any stray, especially a fine one. They wouldn't want to risk her coming to harm. There's bad places thereabouts. The clay, you know. All the digging, they make holes the rain fills up. Big as lakes, some of them." He provided the men's names and where to find them, and went on his way, enriched with an additional coin. Alice looked at Blackwood. "Lucetta was running loose."
"If Ripley was as drunk as they say, he failed to tether her securely. Lucetta has a mischievous streak. She might have run off while he was answering nature's call."
"Or being sick into the bushes," she said. She closed her eyes briefly and opened them. "When I get my hands on my brother, I shall throw him to the pigs."
"I'll help."
Nearly 2 hours later, they found Lucetta.
"We looked everywhere for her master," Jonas Hodge said.
"She'd wandered into Portobello Lane, and we thought he couldn't be far away. Fine animal like that. We thought she'd come from one of the big houses. We sent word, but nobody's come for her." The mare was uninjured. The farmers had taken good care of her. She recognized Blackwood, a generous giver of treats, and nickered at him. He didn't disappoint her. Alice caught one of Blackwood's rare smiles when he petted the horse and gave her a carrot. Always prepared, Blackwood was, to bribe man or animal. But she supposed he'd been taught that way. His father was strict about such things, she knew. He'd have rules for the proper way to treat horses and dogs. Not a bad man, Ripley had said of Blackwood's father, but rather exacting and suffocating. Still, at least one knows what to expect. One couldn't say the same of their own bewildering sire, with his fits of rage and fits of penny-pinching and fits of remorse and a dozen other species of tantrum. Day to day, sometimes hour to hour, one never knew which father would be there. Alice shook off the past and focused on now. The once suffocated son's dark eyes were as readable as onyx at present, but as Blackwood turned away from Lucetta, Alice discerned the tightness about his mouth. He was more worried than he let on. Like her, he'd be imagining 100 scenes, none of them pleasant. She couldn't let herself think that way. It would cloud her reason.
I'm told she gave you more than a little difficulty, Blackwood was saying. The men grinned. That she did, one said. She's a lively girl, but we couldn't let her run loose. There's too many places where she could get hurt. You want to be careful once you leave the main road, Your Grace. The Duke of Ripley will be grateful, Blackwood said. On his behalf, I hope you'll allow me to make you a small gift. Coins changed hands, and he arranged for them to return Lucetta to the Lovedon Arms stables. There was further murmured conversation. Alice didn't try to eavesdrop. They'd stopped several times in recent hours and interrogated dozens of people. They took turns, depending on the circumstances. This was his turn. She moved away, back to the carriage, and let Elphick hand her up. Her distress must have shown, because he spoke. We'll find his grace, my lady. We've lost one or other of 'em before, mostly his Grace of Ashmont, and they always turn up, sooner or later. I'm sure we'll find him very soon, she said. She only wanted to find Ripley alive, no matter how long it took. Blackwood returned to the carriage minutes later, and Elphick rejoined Pratt in the dickey. How does a man more than 6 feet tall, a man who looks at his best like a wolf in expensive clothing, how does such a man vanish? She said. This area is not heavily populated. You'd think somebody would have seen him. They've seen him. The trouble is they haven't seen him at the right time, when he and Lucetta parted company. He looked at her. We can expect more of this tedious stopping at local gathering places. It could go on for hours. It's unlikely you've been recognized so far, but that sort of thing is unpredictable. I can take you back to Sussex Place at any time you say. She shook her head. I know I'm supposed to sit patiently at home and wait for news, or go out to dine at Doveridge House tonight, and pretend I've nothing else on my mind. Aunt Florentia would prefer that. But I told her to tell the Duke the truth. He'll understand or he won't, but I cannot act according to what might or might not upset him, or any other man. I cannot. I will not. You know me, Giles. You of all men. He turned away, offering a stiff profile. Very well. Let us continue to accost the locals. You know me, Giles. You of all men. A dagger to the heart. His vicious mind displayed the scene for him, undimmed by time. Late summer, a garden of Camberley Place. The annual party for the young people, to end their visit. Lamps twinkled in the dusk, while he and Alice danced. There were others also dancing, who might as well be part of the shrubbery. He had not seen Alice for 2 years. Now he saw and heard nobody else. She wore a fine white muslin dress. Short, puffy sleeves, threaded with pink satin ribbon, left her arms bare above the long white gloves. The same ribbon bordered the bodice under the low ruffled neckline, and at the waist, or what fashion designated a waist, directly under her bosom. Fashion called further attention to the area, thanks to a line of pink satin ribbon between her breasts, effectively framing them. He knew he had a weakness for her. He knew he ought to keep away. But he'd missed her, and he'd had so little time with her during this visit, and she spoke to him in the same way she'd always done, confiding and teasing, and all else she did that made him feel he was special to her. He wanted to be special to her. That was the trouble, part of the trouble. And so they danced, and at the end of the dance they moved away from the others and farther into the garden's shadow, through an arbour, because moving away from the others was what they'd used to do, as though he and she had their own private club with their own special rules.
"I'll miss this," she said. "There's no other place in the world like Camberley Place." In a few days, she'd returned to the continent with Cassandra Pomfret to finish their schooling.
"You must go," he said. "You want more continental polish. You aren't yet quite insufferable enough. You must come back with French airs, and always use an inadequate French word to replace a perfect English one. You must learn to be a coquette."
"I'm learning other things," she said. "Useful things."
"Don't you want men at your feet?"
"That I might step on them?"
"Miss Pomfret is not a good influence," he said. "I must speak to your guardian."
He stood too close. He'd never known Alice to wear strong scent, but they'd been dancing, and the night was warm, and he detected a fragrance, maddeningly faint, that drew him closer still. He saw the satiny skin of her face, and the curve of her cheek and neck and shoulders, and the soft swell above the pink ribbon and ruffled neckline. He felt his head dipping that way, and very nearly made a terrible mistake, but a noise from the party woke him to what he was doing. He stepped back and started to turn away. She caught his arm. "Giles?" He looked down at her hand and said, "Don't." She looked up at him. Her face, her remarkable face, as though she came from another place and time. It hurt to look at her like this, to be so close, and to know she'd soon be far beyond his reach. To know she'd always be beyond his reach. His choice, the right choice. He knew that, but he had the scent of her in his head, and dusk was shading into night, the shadows lengthening and spreading, so that it was as though they were completely alone.
"Alice."
He needed to move away, to put space between them so he could think, but he looked into her face, upraised to his, and didn't want to think. He closed his hand over hers, the one holding him and keeping him, without exerting any pressure at all. Then he pushed down the glove and bent his head to press a kiss to the inside of her elbow. She gave a little gasp. "Oh," so soft, a whisper in the night. "Giles." He drew her into his arms, and she came easily. He kissed her, and the taste of her went to his head like strong wine. The taste of her was Alice and summer, all their summers, a string of moments spent together. This was what he'd given up with the choice he'd made. Alice in his arms, and he dizzy with the scent and taste of her, the softness of her, he weak with longing, falling and falling endlessly. One kiss, that was all. One clinging kiss that sent the world whirling away, along with promises and choices. He fell, spinning in happiness, while she grasped his arms, holding on as though she'd never let him go, never let him sink unless they fell together. She kissed him, innocently answering, without hesitation, as though all their moments together had naturally led to this. Innocent. She was 17, still a schoolgirl. He was no innocent schoolboy. He'd made a choice, and he'd cheated. Only one kiss, only one wrenching moment of happiness before he broke away, shattered and heartsick.
"We can't do this," he said. "I can't do this. By God, I must not."
He walked quickly away from temptation and set out for the place where he, Ripley, and Ashmont always went, especially in times of difficulty, the fishing house, their refuge. In short, he ran away, caught up in his own turmoil. He never considered her feelings, a 17-year-old girl who cared for and trusted him, who'd come so willingly into his arms and would have willingly given herself. He dragged a mental curtain over the scene and summoned his wits.
His memories and dreams and desires didn't signify. He needed to find his friend, his brother, her brother. After an overlong throbbing silence, he found his powers of reason and his voice. We could investigate every lane and path where a man might go astray. I believe, though, that keeping to the main road and continuing our current method makes more sense. Sooner or later, somebody will offer a clue.
People do seem willing to help, she said.
So far. Until now, we've met up mainly with respectable persons. As we move nearer to the less prosperous areas, that will change. My mind will be easier if you remain in the carriage with the servants.
He braced himself for the inevitable argument. She said nothing, and he went on.
They're tougher characters than they appear, like your tutor Keith, whom you no doubt wish were here, instead of this great useless ox of a duke.
You annoy me, she said, yet you are not without intelligence.
Oh, Alice.
He laughed inwardly and smiled a little outwardly, and the shell of misery about him cracked a degree.
Thank you. Allow me to return the compliment.
You may. And may I return it again by saying I presume you have a weapon in the carriage?
Alice.
Tough servants are all well and good, and I did bring my sturdiest umbrella. Still, an object more obviously deadly can be of use to a lady. One ought not to underestimate the element of surprise, also the element of terror. A woman waving a loaded pistol is extremely alarming. She might fire it accidentally, or be so lost to human feeling as to aim a few inches below the waist.
He had himself to thank, or blame. He was the one who taught her how to clean, load, and fire a pistol. The first aborted lesson hadn't been the last. Eventually, he'd shown her off to his two friends. They were vastly amused, watching Ripley's little sister fire at a target. She'd turned out to be a competent shot. Still, even the moving targets his father and Lord Charles had devised were not the same as living human beings. There were so many ways to go wrong with guns, especially in unexpected situations. I'll leave you the whip, he said. The pistol case is under the seat, and the pistols will need to be loaded. We left in haste, and I hadn't time to fully prepare for problems.
And you don't trust me to load them properly, she said. The moment flashed into his mind when the pistol had misfired and Ripley fell.
In ordinary circumstances, I'd trust you, he said. This is not ordinary. It's different when you're acting under duress, which might easily be the case.
And you'd be uneasy, leaving me alone with loaded pistols. She smiled suddenly, and his heart twisted in his chest. I'm not sure I blame you. In fact, I might congratulate you on learning a lesson. Very well, then. I'll make do. Chapter 14. They made their way westward toward the too swiftly descending sun, or what one assumed was the sun, behind a vast bank of clouds. Though nightfall was a few hours away, the clouds would bring an early twilight. Searching would become harder, then impossible. Alice told herself it was no use fretting about the darkness until it came. Meanwhile, she waited in the carriage. Blackwood and Pratt, the larger of the two servants, had entered a ramshackle establishment called the Blue Sow nearly half an hour earlier. Elphick stood patiently at the horses' heads, as he'd surely done countless times before. You and Pratt must be hungry, Alice said. I thank you, my lady, but it's these girls we got to look out for. He patted them affectionately. Me and Pratt had sandwiches before at the Lovedon Arms, and got more for later. Servant girl there packed 'em up for us. What with leaving London so sudden and not sure where we'd be going, His Grace made sure they took care of things at the inn. They did it properly too. Good corn for these fine mares, and carrots for treats. Undoubtedly, the Lovedon Arms proprietors would have packed up the contents of the wine cellar if needed. Clearly their disgraces had spread their largesse there, as they did over all the establishments they frequented. Very well. The Dukes might have been worse human beings. True, their motives were selfish. They required cooperation and comfort. Yet others, ostensibly better behaved, treated those who served them rudely, unkindly, even brutally. Generosity to others was all well and good. Nonetheless, it did not undo the damage the Dukes did to themselves, day after day. It didn't ease the anxiety of those who cared about them. They had not always been like this. The process of 3 mischievous boys turning into a trio of reckless pleasure-seekers had been a gradual one. Perhaps it had started in their Eton days, then or shortly thereafter. Her mind was drifting into the past when Blackwood emerged from the Blue Sow and strode to the carriage. She watched him greet the horses and murmur praise as he petted them and rewarded their patience with carrots. These were powerful, spirited creatures who could not love the slow pace and the constant stopping and starting, yet they behaved beautifully. Their owner understood them, and they liked him, clearly. Even Keefe wouldn't find fault in this category. As Blackwood climbed onto his seat, her mind made pictures of the boy he'd been, the boy who thought of everything and knew how to do everything, the boy she'd admired, adored. But that sweet boy was gone. Only tantalizing hints seemed to remain in the saturnine man beside her. She kept her sigh to herself.
"It's gossip, but it's recent, and it fits," he said as he took up the ribbons. A long pause followed. Then, "One of the local ne'er-do-wells has acquired an expensive shirt. His bosom companion sports other finery. Both have been flashing their blunt, and everybody is speculating about where and how they acquired these garments and the coins they spend so freely."
It took Alice a moment to absorb the news. Then, as she took in the implications, she thought she would be sick. And being sick would accomplish what? She asked herself, as Keefe would have asked. After all, this was Ripley they were looking for. Losing his clothing did not necessarily mean what it seemed to mean. He'd done mad things for a wager. Naked adventures were not unheard of. His clothes might have been stolen while he slept, wherever he'd slept. She collected herself. Any idea where we might find this fine pair?
To my surprise, informants were not only many and willing, but have also kindly provided directions to the suspect's lair. He nodded westward. It lies north of the main road, among the potteries and piggeries.
You were in there for so long, I assumed the people were uncooperative.
On the contrary, they were surprisingly forthcoming. Messieurs Bray and Moss are unpopular.
Dangerous men, then? He shrugged.
Dangerous or pestilent? I suspect the latter. Dangerous men create fear, and fear breeds silence. All the same, I believe we need to be cautious.
Does that mean I'm to wait in the carriage again? She didn't like it, but quarrelling with him only wasted time. He could be extremely pig-headed. So could she, but that was different. A woman had to hold her ground or she'd be mowed down.
"You've had a long wait," he said. "You must be bored witless."
She wished she were bored. She wished she could stop her mind from imagining terrible things. I whiled away the time reviewing my grievances against my brother and imagining suitable punishment for the trouble he's caused me. There was a silence. It lengthened. He gave the horses leave to start. At last she said, "I'm not a fool, Giles. I know there are a number of explanations, and not all happy ones."
"Yes."
"You believe he's in trouble?"
"I'm allowing for the possibility."
"Then the sooner we find him, the better," she said.
The cottage was larger than others in the vicinity, but no more elegant. It stood at an inconvenient distance from the broad lane they'd traversed, but at least the ground was relatively dry, sparing Blackwood and Pratt the need to trudge through the muck. Smoke drifting from the chimney told him somebody was at home. Pratt knocked on the door while Blackwood stood a little to one side. A tall, gangly fellow opened the door. Before he could react, Blackwood grabbed him by the front of his coat. Ripley's coat. Blackwood had only to touch it to recognize the fine wool. He yanked the fellow through the door and out into the yard.
"Get off of me!" the thief screamed. "Murder! He's murdering me!"
Blackwood heard shuffling and thumping from within.
"Go," he told Pratt. "Don't let the other one get away."
The groom ran inside the cottage. A minute later he ran out again.
"Climbed out of the window,"
he gasped, and raced round the side of the house.
Blackwood shook his captive. "Your friend won't get away. All the world's looking for him. What sort of half-wit robs a nobleman?"
Any number of half-wits, he knew. Even royalty wasn't immune. The late king had had his pocket picked in Manchester.
"Get off of me! I don't know nothing!"
It wanted every iota of Blackwood's self-control not to throttle the man, or throw him down and stomp on him. Ripley's coat. He thrust the villain against the side of the cottage and lifted him up until his feet dangled.
"Can't breathe! Get off! Oof!"
Blackwood knocked his head against the cottage wall, then dropped him.
"Ow! You broke my leg! Get up! You broke my leg! I don't care. Get up, or I'll twist your head off your neck."
The fellow scrambled upright.
"You can't go about. I can do what I damned well please."
Blackwood grasped the coat lapels with one hand, pulling them tightly together.
"I can't breathe."
"You're talking. Now tell me which one you are. Bray? Moss?"
"You got the wrong one. Never heard of—"
Blackwood tightened his grip, heedless of creases or any other damage. The coat would have to be burnt in any event. The man hadn't bathed in some time, if ever.
"I'm going to count to 5. Then I'll start breaking your fingers until you remember your name. 1.
His name was Lewin Moss. He claimed he'd won the coat in a card game. Blackwood dragged him into the cottage. He did not have to search. The goods were heaped on a table. He had light enough to see a pair of pantaloons, a hat, neckcloth, handkerchief, purse. They must have been counting their treasures and deciding how best to dispose of them when he and Pratt turned up.
"Quite a profitable card game," he said. "Did you leave him anything?"
"I dunno what—"
Blackwood backhanded him, and Moss fell.
"Get up," Blackwood said. "There's a sack. Put those items into it, all of them. We're going for a walk."
Moss started screaming that he hadn't done anything, he didn't know anything. If only he knew how close to death he was.
"You're wasting precious time," Blackwood said. "My patience is running thin. You can cooperate, or you can die a slow and agonizing death, after which your corpse will feed the nearest pigs. If you cooperate, I will leave you to His Majesty's justice. In that case, depending on what exactly you've done, and what the judge and jury determine, You might hang, or you might be transported to New South Wales. Or maybe you'll be lucky and win a few years at hard labour. Choose. I will count to 5. 1. Moss hurriedly collected the sack and started shoving Ripley's belongings into it. Meanwhile, "Did you hear something?" Alice said. "Shouts, like?" Elphick said. They both looked in the direction Blackwood and Pratt had gone. "He must have found them," she said. "I hope he doesn't kill them," she thought. Not at least until they found Ripley. More noise, from the same direction. She was debating whether to climb down and make her way to the cottage to try to prevent murder, when a half-dressed, scrawny young man burst into the lane. He stopped short, gave the carriage one startled look, then took to his heels. In the moment he'd paused, she'd taken in the shirt and waistcoat. Too large for him. Too rich for him. "Elphick!" she cried. "He's one of them!" She reacted instinctively, gathering up the ribbons, straightening and separating them. "My lady, I don't think—" She gave the horses the alert and loosened the reins. "Go along, girls," she ordered crisply. "After him." Keith had trained her and Cassandra to maintain absolute calm while driving. No shouting, whipping, jerking on the ribbons. No panic. No hint of anything less than complete self-control. Horses sensed uncertainty and fear. It was the driver's or rider's job to exude confidence and mastery. That came from practice and practice and practice. In this case, she had a pair as well trained as she. They came promptly to attention and started, though a stranger held the reins, and a strange voice issued orders. She was vaguely aware of men shouting behind her, but her attention was on her prey and the cattle. Circe and Sappho were eager to be on the move again, clearly, after so much stopping and starting. Very likely this wasn't the first time they'd set out in pursuit of somebody. They needed little urging to pick up speed. They seemed to know what she expected of them. Chariot races. That was why. Their disgraces would compete for which of them would come closest to a fatal collision with a tree, a fence, a wall, the ground. The thoughts flew through her mind, mere wisps, while she concentrated on her quarry. The thief, for thief he surely was, turned abruptly into a lane she hadn't realized was there, and she nearly overturned the carriage when she rounded the corner. The way was narrower and deeply rutted. A part of her mind was aware of the risk she took, driving a vehicle made for a man who owned longer legs and arms and a great deal more muscle. In this tight place, the work would be challenging even for Blackwood. She was more than likely to lame the horses or break an axle, a shaft. Endless possibilities for catastrophe. Too late to worry. She couldn't turn back. She wouldn't. Grasping Moss's arm, Blackwood led him back to the lane where he'd left the carriage. He would have preferred to drag the cur along the ground and kick him in the head a few times on the way. That would be satisfying, but not productive. One must remain calm. One must exert self-control. They reached the lane. But no, this couldn't be the place. He'd got turned about somehow. The carriage. Not there. Alice. Not there. But there was Elphick, staring as one dumbstruck down the road. "What?" Blackwood said. "Where is she?" The tiger started and shook his head as though to clear it. "It happened so fast, Your Grace. Blackwood went cold inside. "What happened?" Elphick explained. Alice had nearly caught up with her prey when he turned into another lane. Though not much more than a cart track and badly rutted, it was somewhat wider.
The horses trotted on, easily gaining on the runner. "Good girls," she said. "Let's get him." The young ruffian ran, but not as fleetly as before, and more unsteadily. Drink as well as fatigue were getting the better of him. He was no horse, let alone a match for Circe and Sappho. Soon they were neck and neck with the thief, then drawing ahead. She turned the mares aside to block the way, and brought the carriage to a halt. Stymied, the wretch turned to go back the way he'd come, and stumbled. He staggered on, gasping. She laid down the reins and climbed down, whip in hand, and went after him. He tried to run, tripped, fell, and picked himself up. She marched on, heart pounding. "You'd better stop," she said, "before you make me truly angry." He glanced back at her. "You keep off of me. I didn't do nothing. Then why do you run from me?" He didn't answer. He tried to jog along, but he was limping now. Alice noticed people coming out of buildings to stand in doorways. They watched. It was strangely quiet, but for her and the runaway's footsteps and his gasping. The onlookers were mute. He looked about him for a way out. Every door was blocked. No signs of sympathy, only blank faces. He turned suddenly, lunged at her, and shoved her aside. She staggered and started to topple toward a wall. She pushed herself back upright, spun toward him, and swung the whip at his legs. He shrieked and went down. She marched toward him. "You keep off of me!" He struggled to get up. "I didn't do nothing." "Down," she said. "You stay down. I'm done playing with you." He rose unsteadily. The whip lashed again at his legs, and he toppled. "You bitch! You broke my leg!" She scarcely heard him. She saw the shirt clearly now. Fine linen, the ruffles at the neck opening, the finely sewn cuffs, fully visible at the bottom of his shabby coat sleeves, because the shirt sleeves were much too long for him, the pearl buttons. The whip fell from her hand, and she forgot everything else in the world, except her brother. Ripley's shirt. Expensive, superior quality. He was so particular about his linen. He would fuss for hours over buttons. She launched herself at the horrible creature wearing her brother's shirt, but he'd already got back onto his feet. "You keep off!" he shouted. He pushed her away. She stumbled backward but found her footing and swung out at him. He dodged, laughing, and lifted a hand to strike her. She threw a punch wildly and caught him hard on the nose. Blood spurted. He screamed and staggered backward, clutching his nose. She stalked toward him. He tottered and fell. "You filthy cur! What have you done? Get up and tell me, or I'll pummel you to a streak of grease. Where is he, you miserable swine?"
"Alice."
She was dimly aware of the low voice, but it was far away, on the edges of a cloud of rage and grief. She clenched her hands, nails digging in. She stood over the wretch. "My brother! You disgusting excuse for a man! Where is he? What have you done?"
"Alice."
Big hands took hold of her and pulled her back, before she could fall on the thing who wore her brother's shirt and pummel him senseless. She wanted to hurt him, needed to. "I'll kill you," she said.
"Not now, Alice. We need him to talk."
Blackwood drew her away. She went, numbly. "No," she said. "No, no, no." She turned to him and set her face against his chest, and wept. Chapter 15. For an instant, Blackwood was too stunned to react.